whereas Finland, Germany, I think maybe even more countries participating, Latvia as well. And this is quite new vehicle, but it's very promising. And from some kind of terrain types as forest and etc., it could be really useful for Ukraine because yes, maybe not even as an infantry vehicle, like patrolling. It's 6x6. So what I'm trying to say, maybe if you have a time, it's a Twitter handle, Patria group. Just ask them to send some Patrias to the Ukraine. Maybe. Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. Thank you.
I believe yesterday there was another Patriot announced, was there not?
Not a Patriot, but Patria. This is infantry transport vehicle, 6x6, 6 wheels by 6. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I heard Germany was sending another 7 Iris-T as well. That was announced yesterday, so that's good. And I will dig into the actual list of items so I know what the heck I'm talking about. It's always a good idea, isn't it? Just to report that 8 hours ago, we did indeed say that there was reports of gunfire in occupied Kherson region, intense artillery, and there were reports of gunfire in Nova Kakhovka. We will keep an eye on that because it's interesting, shall we say, that there's stuff going on, definitely stuff. Now then, I did have a little list. Oh, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. I did have a little list of the stuff that Germany delivered, a short list, as it were. Oh, so these were items that were delivered yesterday. They were confirmed as delivered. 4 more mine-clearing tanks. I think they've given 2, so they've given 2 more. 8 bridge-laying tanks of the Beaver variety. Sigourney is going to be happy to get some friends. 11 mobile and protected mine-clearing systems, because goodness, don't they need them. 15 armoured recovery vehicles of the Berger Panzer II. Now, I think we saw one of these dragging a leopard back home to be repaired. And so, obviously, very good servicing vehicles. 4 armoured engineer vehicles, DAX, apparently, DAX. And 2 armoured recovery vehicles of the Berger Panzer III. So that must be the upgraded, updated version. Oh yes, yeah, I'm just checking what other things were that have been sent to me there. Oh, right, okay. I've just been told that the company Thales is, well, it's a French company and it's pronounced Thales. Similar to far. Thales. Well, I'd have never known that from looking at it written down. Also, I'm very British, so I say things how I see them. But thank you for the correction there. Thales. So now we all know. Okay. Don't say you don't get an education here.
I'll never say that.
Yeah, I'm just going to hand over to you, Prince, for 1 second while I have a quick look at what happened last night, because you know me, I'm extremely interested in things that go bang and boom. So
I didn't see a lot of bang and boom throughout the night. However, I do want to just point out, you know, yesterday morning, as I was going through my feed, and what I loved was the information that was put out by I believe it was Deputy Defense Minister Mailer, because she is somebody's feed that I always read. But what it was, and I know it made its way to Twitter, as all good Telegram posts should. It's like, yeah, how many times do you read the same thing? But it was talking about the Bradley, in the Bradley that was damaged, um, but uh, but it had such a huge emphasis on the fact that the Bradley took a direct hit, um, but the crew was very successfully, evacuated. There was like a minor contusion on one of them, and the crew was very, very safe, and survived the encounter very well, and the Bradley was able um to be taken in for repair, and it showed pictures of it, in its damaged state, already being fixed. So as we've heard many, many times, they items can be damaged and they can be repaired. Humans, not always, and not near as likely. If there is a soldier who has been trained for months and months and months killed on the battlefield, you have lost that soldier. If there is a piece of equipment killed on the battlefield, they tend to be able to take a lot more damage sometimes than a human can. And so saving the human's life is the job of the piece of equipment. And this equipment saved the lives of all that were in it. And nobody was really injured, basically. And the item is already being restored and being repaired, and will be back on the battlefield, to fight another day. And that is a good thing. So it's something that we need to keep in mind, and realistically, with the time, effort, and energy that goes into training a soldier, it's much better to lose a piece of equipment than it is to lose a soldier. Um, that I remember learning this lesson during this war, and it was actually, I believe, on the Saki airfield, um, that it really hit home for me, when we were having a discussion on the space about if there were damage to airplanes and how much damage there was to airplanes, and if there were pilots, near those airplanes who were also killed. And and somebody said, I would rather have their pilot killed than have a airplane damaged beyond repair. And because the pilot can always get into another plane and fly, but a pilot who no longer lives is a bigger asset to lose than an actual airplane. So it's always an interesting perspective to think of it as. But when you get to something as, we might not think about it the same way for the infantrymen and the guys who are on the front lines doing the fighting. But when you think of it, in perspective to a pilot, it brings a whole new perspective to it. You have a finite amount of pilots, and it takes a long time to train another pilot to have the same kind of skill that the pilot who was killed might have had. But you can always plop whatever pilot into another plane, and they will still be able to fight. So um, just another way to think of it, and may sound like a harsh way, but it's the reality of how war is. So Edvard, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the Bradley thing that it wasn't just a direct hit from like an RPG or some kind of other anti-armored vehicle explosive. It was direct hit from artillery. And that's a huge win for the Bradleys and for the NATO standard equipment. And let's not call it damage. Let's call it Bradley on the sick leave, because that's what it is. And he's returning back to the duty. And yes, as I'm coming now, I finished now the Bradley thing. I'm sorry, I'm switching, not really doing some pauses. So yeah, going to the plane thing. Um, I'm coming from the country which is formerly being occupied by Soviet uh, Union, and we have a lot of let's call them anecdotal evidences regarding how uh, Soviet Union and now Russian army operates. And one of them I really remember, and I know I was told this story as a child, and it really stuck with me. Is there's a happening pilot training in Soviet Russia, and one of the pilots fails his he destroys or maybe damages the airplane. And general, after the pilot luckily survives, general just takes out a pistol and shoots him a blank distance, and basically saying, I have a unlimited number of pilots. I have just a few airplanes, and that's how the whole Russian army system works. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edward. And Tim, good morning.
Very good morning, mockers.
So I have a Bavovna and general update report, which I shall bring to you. So this was a bit of what happened yesterday. So we had cotton in Donetsk, Volnovaha, that place, and Tokmak. There were multiple booms in all three directions. There was also major artillery in the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, and Donetsk regions. That is from Ukraine. The ZSU in the Crimea area, sorry, I like saying it like that, have reported they eliminated about 100 occupiers. That's sourced from the Institute of the Study of War. The West confirms the success of Ukraine's counteroffensive and predicts further progress. This was sourced from Sky News. Ukraine deployed only 3 of 12 brigades so far in their counteroffensive, and more decisive battles will come. Reuters. NATO allies have already started training Ukrainian pilots on the F-16, NATO Secretary General confirmed. We have already achieved impressive results in the fight against Russia, thanks to our work with member countries of the alliance, was a statement from Reznikov. Japan is conducting negotiations on the supply of artillery shells to the US so that they can replenish their reserves for them to be able to continue to send their reserves to Ukraine, which is great news. There is a statement from Podolyak. There is only one plan, the most severe forward movement with the maximum killing of Russians on this route. He's not taking any prisoners, it would appear. CBS News reported the Pentagon expects Ukrainian military to complete training on Abrams tanks by the end of the summer. The head of the US Pentagon, Lloyd Austin, confirmed Canada and Italy have announced new packages of military aid to Ukraine at Ramstein. Ukraine is receiving an additional 14 Leopard tanks. There is an advancement in all directions of attack in about a kilometre in each way, was confirmed by Hannah Mailer. And of course, we've heard about Israel selling over 200 Merkava Mk2 and Mk3 tanks to unnamed European countries. And we don't expect those tanks to end up in Ukraine. What we expect is for those tanks to be purchased or passed to a number of other countries who will then be able to release their tanks. I think there's some Soviet tanks, and there may even be some Leopard 1s. So it's something that Ukraine is already trained on. They can use almost immediately. And some of those tanks that appear to be being replaced would be already, serviceable, completely in service. So there's no need for them to be, repaired or put back into service before Ukraine can use them. And that's also important because delays are, deaths, basically. Delays are measured in lives. So it's important that they do things the right way and get the most useful stuff to Ukraine as fast as possible. I'm also hearing Spain will be sending 20 armoured vehicles and 4 Leopard 2A tanks to Ukraine, as well as providing a military hospital. And another announcement here from the Bulgarian Defence Minister. Bulgaria will reconsider the decision not to help with procurement of ammunition for Ukraine. In other words, they may just be getting on board with that. I have a boom. Now, this is a few hours ago in Kursk, Russia. A very big fire. I don't know what that is, and I would like to know more. So we shall bring you an update of that as well as soon as I find out. I'm going to check all my regular sources for fires and see if I can identify what that is. I also have an MOD report in a moment, if you would like that, Tim.
I'm just thinking about Bulgaria. Are they not okay? Bulgaria a bit wobbly?
Well, they didn't really have a government, did they, for ages? I think this is the problem, that they weren't able to make any decisions. Yeah, they had a problem. They weren't really able to make any decisions because they were sort of like just in this limbo situation. And now they're looking at joining, shall we say, the maybe the procurement team. So yes, there's good news coming out of Bulgaria. I have found a bit more information on that big fire in Kursk. This is the Belpol warehouse. Previously reported, a drone hit the communication tower, then flew into the administrative building, which set it on fire. The Belpol Enterprise fire is around 1,500 square meters. And, well, let's just say whatever was stored in that place, it's not there anymore. That's a very big fire. So there is a bit of, what do you call it, footage from a street camera, one of them, CCTV, that's the one. The moment of the explosion. It occurred approximately 2:14 a.m. and so it's, yeah, it's a big mess. It's a big fire. And lovely stuff. And there's many songs about roofs being on fire. So the MOD report, shall we go for that?
Before we jump into that, do you want to hear something quite funny?
Always.
I think The Guardian have made a little mistake, and I think they have taken some news from TASS, or they've taken it from Sputnik or something like that. I think they have shared a piece of writing uncritically from a Russian newswire. And I'll tell you,
newspaper doing something like that? Surely
yeah, I mean,
not.
Just imagine my shock. Just imagine my shock. Because in their reporting on Mr. Jens Stoltenberg's remarks that Ukrainian fighter pilots are being trained to fly F-16s, The Guardian have referred to the F-16 as a so-called fourth-generation American fighter. a so-called fourth generation. That's the sort of thing Russians would say, because they think their cardboard flying things are better. Well, they like to say they are anyway. I think they've got that from TASS. I think that's come from a Russian newswire. Anyway, I thought it was slightly amusing. So-called fourth generation, like Russia's so-called Air Force.
Indeed, it does. It does actually horrify me that they pull this information and repeat it verbatim. I know they've got deadlines, but it's just lazy, lazy, lazy journalism, and surely they should be earning their paychecks a bit better.
There's probably an aggregation service in between though, so there'll be there'll be a whole bunch of news wires, and then there'll be some kind of company that aggregates it and mashes it all up and then sells it on. And so that's going to be, the company in the middle probably isn't very, they're going to be pretty tone deaf, because they just do this all day, every day, and they're going to take the kind of standard Western journalist view that Russia's, the truth is somewhere in the middle between Russia and the truth. Between what Russia says and what Washington says, the truth is somewhere in the middle. So what you report is Washington said this, Russia said that, and you make your own mind up. What do you reckon, Prince?
Well, I actually rely on The Guardian to just give me sort of a highlights of the day news item kind of thing. They do a very good summary that is usually ready by noon my time, so that I can then go back and look through it. And what I have discovered is that most of it is stories from other papers. Most of the time it's Reuters. Occasionally it's other sources, but most of the time it's Reuters. But the Guardian puts it together in a very good, concise way, with some good news snippets and a good summary of the story, in a way that is not too long to read. So it's, I think it serves its purpose, but I think I look at it more as an aggregator than an actual original content creator, when it comes to that. So I appreciate that specific timeline, because it gives me a good bullet points for the day, especially for while I have slept. But it also definitely comes from other sources. But I also take the time to find where the original source came from, even if they don't cite it. Usually just a quick Google search of a few words, and you'll come up with where the original article came from very, very easily.
Thank you very much, Prince. Yeah, I read The Guardian on Ukraine quite a lot. I think it's one of the better publications on the war. It's also one of the few quality British newspapers that's actually free. So there's no payroll, no paywall. In fact, it's one of the last proper newspapers that doesn't have a paywall. So it's quite a good open resource in that regard. Their coverage of the war has been pretty good, and it has been very morally sound. And within the bounds of respectable journalism, they have thrown as much shade on Russia as they possibly can. The odd tanky sneaks into the comments, into the opinion section, but it wouldn't be The Guardian if they didn't have the odd tanky in the opinion section, would it? Overall, I'm quite pleased with its coverage. But I think it does. I think you're right that it does use some kind of aggregation for the Ukraine updates, because a lot of it does seem to come from Reuters. Thank you, Prince. Mockers, you wanted to talk about the MOD report.
That I can. Sorry, I lost my unmute button there. So we have the Defence Intelligence update for today, Friday, the 16th of June. General Major Sergei Gorachev was almost certainly killed in a strike on a command post around the 12th of June 23 in southern Ukraine. Gorbachev was the Chief of Staff of the 35th Combined Arms Army, with the 35th nominated commander General Lieutenant Alexander Sanchik, reported to be filling a gap in a higher HQ. There is a realistic possibility that Gorbachev was the acting army commander at the time of his death. He is the first Russian general confirmed killed in Ukraine since the start of 23. It continues a war record which has been both difficult and controversial for the 35th. In March 22, elements of this army were present during the massacre of civilians in Bucha, and in June 22, the force was largely wiped out near Izium. And yeah, the 35th is probably down to about 35 men by the sounds of things. I'm missing their general.
Oh, dearie me. Is someone keeping track of how many officers have been lost at each rank? Is there a kind of numbers style update? Because that would be interesting.
There are a few accounts that keep track. I know there's one that's Russian officers killed in Ukraine, I think. They seem to be keeping track, yes.
Interesting. I might go and check them out and see if we can come up with some figures on that.
Well, the thing is, in most
whether the Russian officers killed. Do you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Edward.
Yeah, so the Twitter account which follows Russian officers killed in action, it's quite a good one to follow, because basically this is a way to get a really good news every day, because okay, this is the first general this year, but there's a lot of lieutenants and other senior stuff, and that just shows how bad they are, that they have to send them to the front lines. Thank you.
You're absolutely right. They're pushing these guys to the front lines for, I don't know, is it instruction, morale? I don't know. But either way, these guys are ending up in harm's way, and the more of them get taken out, the better.
I think we do have to be fair with this, right? I mean, a general is, a general is many things. I mean, I'm not sure about exactly how the Russian army works, but a general can command something all the way down to a brigade, right? So the Americans a lot of militaries consider, brigadier, it's a NATO 1-star rank. So a brigadier, it's not referred to as a brigadier general in the British Army and the Commonwealth armies, but in American influenced armed forces, it is. So they consider that a general. That is a field commander. That is a guy whose SHQ is whose HQ is actually in a war. He's not sitting in some rear position directing things. No, he's got an HQ that will be, near. It will be near action, and it will be a potential target. He's not going to be in a bunker in a bunker in Moscow somewhere. So there are generals and generals, right? And there are kind of maybe 4 or 5 levels of general, and right at the top you have somebody called Shoigu. So you have a kind of field marshal, general of the army guy, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff or whatever, chief of the Imperial General Staff, and he's the one who doesn't really go anywhere near the front line if he can avoid it, except for very carefully choreographed morale trips, and that's probably true of all armed forces, especially those at war. But you do have to go all the way down to a general, a brigadier, commanding maybe 2,500-3,000 men in the actual field in a battle, vulnerable to enemy fire himself. So I think we do have to be fair about that, Marcus.
I just opened wiki with the Russian army ranking, and the first general which I see is one whose Major General, and they are Supreme and General officers. And below this category, there are senior officers or field grade officers, and there's colonels and lieutenant colonels and majors and etc. So this is not somebody who should command battalions of tactical groups or be on the field anyway. Thank you.
Thank you for adding that. Yeah, please pet your cat from me, Tim, and I'll go to Samuel. Morning.
Morning, Mockers. How are you?
All good, apart from the fact that my belly keeps rumbling.
Oh, sorry to hear that, but listen, I'm far away, so I cannot hear it from here. The distance is maybe 1,000 kilometers. Anyway, greetings from sunny Helsinki, land of the free and home of the brave, like rest of the West. So yeah, wanted to say about this OSINT, guys. You know, everybody is so excited about this counteroffensive or shaping operations, whatever you want to call them. Anyway, marvelous boys and girls of Ukrainian armed forces defending their country and taking back what is rightfully theirs from the orcs. So yes, so people are getting very excited. I saw this kind of like, I just want to reiterate more and more that don't share this kind of Ukrainian plans, anything. You know, it's like a, why you should share? I saw some video of this pilot guy. He's quite a kind of like a sympathetic guy. He's a refugee in Europe, ex-civilian pilot. His updates are, I guess, somehow reliable and enjoyable. Seems like a very nice guy. But there was like a completely like a robust military kind of plan with the arrows and unit numbers there, that this is the full plan of Ukrainian counteroffensive in the south. I mean, like, come on, guys. If they ask silence, they put this universal sign in front of their mouth, closing the lips. It means everybody, and I read my lips, it means that don't share Ukrainian info. You can celebrate everything else, but there will be a time for place and this for this thing. And then I had some other snippets also. I don't remember what was the mainstream media. I think is lagging behind. You know, everything has to be very kind of suspect.
I believe last night we were told that information being released is 4 days behind the actual information that's on the battlefield.
And that's good enough for us. You know, we are civilians sitting comfortably. The thing is that following, I've been kind of like a conflict advisor in the government ministry for international affairs and many other things. And the thing is that in this kind of, we are very much pro-Ukraine community. And we will look everything from the kind of positive, wishful thinking view. We don't get all the picture. Maybe the biggest situational picture is in Zelensky's head or Zaluzhnyi's head, or you know, this kind of, and even they don't know everything. It's a fog of war. So whenever there is setbacks, and first reports are never right. So we have to kind of like be mentally prepared also for disappointments. I know this from the military history of Finland, that we lost our second biggest city, Viipuri, which is of course destroyed and ugly, the 70 years of communism and Russian rule. We lost it because the guys panicked there, and that was a failure of leadership defending Viipuri in 1944. And then because the wartime censorship, this came as a shock, because this was the lock of Karelia, because the civilians didn't get all the info. And it's the same, we get much more info than the civilians back in 1944, but still there is this kind of like, we have to be ready mentally for everything and be on the Ukrainian side. And we don't need to take the kind of decision how to share or spread some misinformation, because it's like, I see even like this kind of very good OSINT analysts, like who are in this program also, don't want to name any names, but I would exercise extreme caution now and just share and cheer about the Russian losses, but not to say much in this summer about Ukraine anything, because it is not our business. We can just you know, I don't know if you know what I mean. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Simo. I'm kind of going to push back on that a little. When it comes to open source intelligence, the key word there is open source, right? So they're not using privileged information. They're not using anything they can't find in the public domain. What these analysts are doing, and I would say that these analysts vary enormously in quality. One of the reasons I don't do that sort of thing is because I'm not qualified to do it. I think in order to say what's happening on a battlefield in the kind of detail that would allow you to make reasonable predictions, I think you have to have been to staff college. So, if you've not had some kind of formation command, then I think I think you're probably going to be a bit outside your wheelhouse in drawing these maps with arrows on, to be perfectly honest. So I think what a lot of them are just pure speculation, or they're simply plotting things we already know, and it's all information that's in the public domain. So it's stuff they found from reports, videos, other OS accounts, that sort of thing. So it's nothing the Russians don't know already. And also a lot of these accounts are, a great many of them seem to be one-man bands. So that it's just a guy. And that, if it's just a guy, he's not going to have the ability to process and analyze intelligence at scale, right? Because there are whole cores of armies that do this, and it's a lot of work. Putting together a detailed picture of what's happening in a theater of war is a lot of work, and it involves analyzing a lot of different sources of information, videos, signals intelligence, ISTAR reporting, all of that sort of thing. So it's going to be, it's going to be vague. It's going to be quite probably old information. As Mokas says, the Ukrainian army tends to talk about things with a the Ukrainian government tends to talk about things with a four-day delay. It's all stuff that's in the public domain anyway, hence open source intelligence, and they're not really contributing anything that Russia can't do for herself. So, yeah, I don't. There seems to be this culture in within the Ukraine supported community of kind of OPSEC policing, and I think a lot of it comes from people who don't really understand what operational security is, and it's become this kind of a kind of exercise in mudslinging in many ways. So I do understand your concern, Simo, but I'm pretty relaxed about this. I mean, what it is largely speculation by gentlemen analysts. It's not revealing anything useful to the Russians particularly. Maybe there's an argument that says, well, we shouldn't be analyzing information for them, but do we really think that Russia is going to base her military planning on some guy with 20,000 Twitter followers who photoshops maps? I mean, it seems very, very unlikely to me. So I don't know. I'm a bit more relaxed about it than you are. What do you think, Rush? What do you think, Marcus?
I personally, if I see something which I thought was in any way sensitive, I would keep it to myself. And a lot of the time, I mean, we hear information and we discuss it in the background a long time before we sort of give any announcements, because we want to be sure that we're not telling anyone something that isn't correct for a start. We want to be sure that we're not giving out information that could be useful to the other side. And also, we like to wait for confirmation on everything. We don't have to be first with announcements. I've sat on information that wasn't particularly privileged, but, I wanted to make sure it was correct before I said anything about it. And I've done that quite a lot. We generally do. I like to see at least 3 public sources of information, preferably with a good piece of sourcing from, the armed forces of Ukraine generally. So a lot of the announcements that we make here come directly from the armed forces of Ukraine. So yeah, there's no secrets here. Besides, it's not very likely that any of us get to know any privileged information. We may know 1 or 2 people in Ukraine ourselves, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're privileged either. You know what I mean? It's very unlikely that they would tell us anything that wasn't already out in the public domain. So yeah, I don't think there's much chance of that being a problem here, but some people on the internet do indeed like to extrapolate from what they see or hear on the battlefield. And well, none of us really know, do we? So they are just having educated guesses. Personally, I think it's a bit silly to do that, because that in itself, although it doesn't necessarily give anything away, it does form ideas, shall we say. Not that the Russians can do an awful lot about it, I don't think. This punch has been wound up for so long that it's going to be the mother of all uppercuts, I think. But we shall see.
Thank you, Mockers. I'm gonna put a concept into your minds, my dear listeners, our dear listeners rather. I started off my career as a stockbroker. I was a junior stockbroker for a not particularly salubrious organization in London. It was in the heady days, kind of the tail end of small cap stockbroking. So Pacific Continental had just gone under, White Square had just gone under. So the really spivvy brokerages had just been shut down, and this was kind of the tail end of that business of very, very high risk stock aggressively sold. And one of the tactics that stockbrokers use, so very sales-led stockbrokers use, is called churning. And what you do with churning is, say you have 100 clients. What you do is you advise 50 of your clients to buy something and the other 50 to sell it. If it goes up, well, whichever way it goes, half of your clients are going to be very happy and they're going to trust you more. And then you do the same again and the same again and the same again until you have a kind of core of clients who you've been consistently right in every call about. And then you can get them to put on some really big trades because they think you're some kind of sage. And I think you see it's a highly unethical practice in stockbroking, and I think it's actually illegal it's illegal in the United States. I'm not sure about Europe, but the way this works, I see some of this in the OSM community, right, where they make loads and loads of different calls, and then when one of their speculations turns out to be right, then they make a big song and dance about it, right? But what they've basically done is they've been right about 2 things and wrong about 8 things, and they're just kind of dialing down the 8 things they've been wrong about and really promoting the hell out of the things that they've been right about. It's like, wow, look, what an amazing analyst I am. You see a bit of that in this, right? I think it's OSINT is fun. There are some really good people doing it. There are some really knowledgeable people doing it, and I do appreciate their effort, and I do read what they post. But I think I don't think it hurts Ukraine. Put it that way. I don't think it hurts Ukraine. Simo, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. That's a good conversation, guys. Yeah, no, that maybe kind of like what I want to say to go with like that devil is in the details. So especially exactly I can grasp, Tim, what you are saying, that this kind of amplifying themselves, the OSINT people, and they don't reveal their name. And what is the most infuriating with these people is that they have tens of thousands of followers, even hundreds of thousands, and we don't know who these people are. and they never intentionally, they don't reveal their sources because that's how they get amplified. So it's kind of like a snake oil salesman tactic, like you say. But just to go to the specifics, what I mean maybe about this OSINT thing, because my experience from the government is that there is this privileged info classified. Normally it's the kind of lowest level classified. I think it's like what is in the USA or UK is the not unclassified. I think it's classified first level. The most of the info is like that. And then you have this kind of top secret thing that some ex-presidents seem to keep in there next to their toilet seats. But that's another story. Very few people have get hands on that, and normally it doesn't move very fast. So it's not kind of like easily usable for analysts in the working level. But my kind of concern about this kind of getting too much excited about this counteroffensive was that I think too much maybe the kind of also the eminent ex-military, this kind of very, very knowledgeable people like Thomas Steiner and also General Toveri, they get too much ahead of themselves, because if we got this kind of like a Russian propaganda video, this stupid video about some whatever happened there with the Ukrainians, that you draw conclusions there and you say that we should prosecute the Ukrainian officers, that okay, General Toveri, he knows the tank warfare, he was our military intelligence chief, and he's a respected, I respect the guy. Thomas Steiner, of course, is a effing guru, yeah, everybody loves the guy, but still we have to kind of, I have to say when I disagree that if based on a Russian propaganda video you say that the Ukrainian officers should be prosecuted, I think it's going too far. I was just, I have also background in the humanitarian law and military prosecutions and investigations, so you shouldn't, I mean, like, of course the commander should be changed, and we know that Salizny sacked a lot of colonels and generals, which is good, but you know what I mean, that this assumption by Toveri and Steiner was made on basis of Russian propaganda video, and that's not cool. That's maybe what I want to say. That's a kind of like going to the specifics. But yeah, thanks. I love the space, and please everybody retweet and amplify this space. This space is best. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much, Simo. Now, I didn't. I've not tuned into the latest Tynathons over the last couple of weeks, but is this something that's been discussed? The possibility of prosecuting Ukrainian officers? Seems has that been discussed, Mokas?
No. What it was quite an angry tweet that he sent out saying, you know, these guys should never have been in this particular formation or in this position to get caught out the way they did, and their commander needs a good flogging. Basically, yeah, he was looking at it from you know, the pictures that the Russians have put out. However, and it is possible that, you know, we don't see the whole story there. No plan survives contact with the enemy, so you can plan something out perfectly, and then, you know, things happen, don't they? People panic. At first contact in you know, a new formation with a new doctrine, or you know, new equipment as well, there's bound to be some pop-ups. That's all I can say.
And of course, new troops. If these guys are fresh out of training, then, you know, you don't know how you're going to behave until it happens, right? You don't know how you're going to react to rounds going over your head until you actually have rounds going over your head. Some people remember their drills, some people keep their whatsits together, some people don't, and this is very difficult to predict. It's I don't think it's any particular bearing on the character of the men involved how they respond. It's just that some people respond in different ways. Their mistakes are going to be made. I mean, we support Ukraine here, but we don't, you know, we don't worship her competence. We're very impressed by the conduct of Ukraine in this war, but we don't pretend that Ukrainian commanders are all infallible to a man. So, of course, yeah, mistakes are going to be made when they are made. I tend to put my propagandist hat on and don't make a particularly big fuss about it or any fuss at all. And I like to wait until we have verifiable information. And I also like to stay within my wheelhouse as well. So I've never been a battalion commander or a battle group commander. So there's an enormous gap in my knowledge. I've not been to staff college. I was a junior NCO. So that's the extent of my competence when it comes to field command, small unit tactics at best. So beyond that, I don't like to comment on, on the conduct of the grown-ups, shall we say. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Marcus.
Yeah, well, it's one of the things, isn't it, that we make it quite clear that we don't see everything. So yes, we can make snap judgments based on what we can see. Sorry, I'm just filling the cat water bowl. I'm not having a wee. So we can make all these judgments, but unless you're there on the ground, you never know what really happened. You're only speculating. And, there could be all sorts of reasons why they got themselves into that pickle. But one of the main things that I like to concentrate on is they were what's called mobility kills in the main. So these are things that can be repaired, replaced. In fact, they've already been given some replacements just in case. So, and more replacements than they appear to have lost. So, in some ways, Ukraine gained out of that quite a bit. Because people made a fuss about it. But yeah, it's not something that I was particularly upset about. I mean, yeah, it's not great seeing things smashed up, but in the main, everybody got out of that pretty much unscathed. And it's the people that's important there. And those pieces of equipment did their job. That's exactly what they're supposed to do. Protect the people inside them. So, I've no real issues there with that situation. It's just a case of, this is war, folks. You're not going to come out of it completely unscathed. So I just need 2 hands to put water in the kettle. 1 second. Because Mama needs second coffee. Can't manage on just 1 coffee. Not correct.
Well, I've managed to run out of coffee again. So I have to wait 40 minutes until the shop opens to get some coffee. So I'm running on fumes here. I really should organise this better. If only there was some way of ordering coffee to be delivered to you. That would be amazing. There's a business opportunity there.
I couldn't survive without my shopping being delivered to me. It just means that I can work from home and it's really easy. Oh, hello. I'm being pestered now for milk.
Yeah, and Tim, you got problems I can't fix because you need to live someplace where there's Amazon Fresh to deliver to your door.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just. I suppose I'm just not organised enough to do that. I'm good at professional organisation, but less good at personal organisation, shall we say? Okay, we've got a couple of hands. Simo.
Yeah, no, life is too short for a bad coffee. So, Mocha Master, this new 1 cup works very, very nice coffee. Even I never drank before. I used to hate cold coffee, but it makes such a good coffee, and you buy something which is good coffee. It's really, you want to even drink it if it's cold. So that's how good it is. Yeah. What I wanted to say is like this kind of, I was listening quite a lot before Ukraine war started. I've been kind of like, I don't know, following these military things since, and being in the military. And, I don't want to make my life story here, but this war on terror, or this 20-year war, or what happened after 9/11 when US take the kind of gloves off, and a lot of mistakes were made, unfortunately, by West in this kind of war, using big hammer to kill mosquito, let's put it this way. So a lot of kind of these special operators, they have written books, the Navy SEALs, Delta Force, CAG, you know, SAS 22, 22 SAS, you name it. Everybody's telling their story. And one of the stories I was listening, this Team House, which is quite good with Jack Murphy and Dave Park. They have this kind of experts on this hour field there. And they were discussing this Ukraine, and one of the kind of, he was colonel in US Marines, and he's been posted in Iraq and all kind of like hot places. And he said that when the Russian artillery barrage came, it's like something new for us in the West. That, of course, us, we were prior to NATO, we have to operate without air cover. So our kind of like modus operandi is that, okay, there is air defense, but we have to assume in their infantry operations that the sky is not controlled like us. So I feel for the Ukrainians. Of course, now we're in the NATO, so I think F off for those who try to violate Finnish airspace anyway. So yeah, but in the wartime, there's like a formidable adversary, this Russian air defense. Not to go too much into detail, I'm not anyway expert on air defense. So anyway, it is like if the Western Alliance or NATO goes to campaign or goes to Afghanistan, the air power is simply unimaginable. It's like one or two special operators. They have A-10s, they have Apaches, Cobras, they have these kind of things that the Finnish military, I cannot even dream about. So just to say that these Ukrainians in what kind of, I mean, Russians are not so good in air power. Their air power is really not so precise, but it's really like, it was shock also to that colonel who was in Ukraine. I think he was somewhere in Kharkov or anyway in the east, and he said that, yeah, this heavy artillery barrage, even indirect and civilian targeted, it's not, that's a serious thing that they never faced in Fallujah or, you know, this kind of Afghanistan, the Taliban. They don't have this kind of thing. So it's like we are sitting comfortably here in our sofas in the West, and God bless us, but still, you know, this war is a nasty goddamn business, and the Ukrainians, they have to give them a benefit of doubt, because it's very easy for me to say that, yeah, you know, this commander was not trained hastily and he couldn't lead his troops, and there was, according to Russian propaganda video, there was some casualties. I mean, like, I was not there. I mean, like, in the military, it's like it's command-based. Like, if the commander of that battalion commander, brigade commander thinks that this guy fucked up, then he fucked up. That's how it goes. But for us as a civilian to go and kind of be Monday morning quarterback, that's kind of like, I find it kind of arrogant. You know what I mean. Let's be pro-Ukraine and Slava Ukraini. Thanks.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it is questionable second guessing field commanders' decisions when you are not in their position, and indeed when you haven't fought the kind of war that they have fought. And I think it's also everybody has 20/20 hindsight, right? Yeah, it's the kind of criticism that I avoid on a personal level anyway. Ming, good morning to you.
Morning, Tim. Mockers, I don't know if you're still there, or if you've dealt with your milk issues, but speaking of milk, did you see the video yesterday of the two Russian soldiers on a dairy farm who went for a swim stroke a bath in a huge vat of milk? It just struck me as, you know, unusually repulsive for, you know, Russian type activities. Just, you know, completely senseless spoiling of the you know, the milk yield with zero benefit to themselves. Didn't help, of course, that these weren't the finest of physical specimens, and there was a fair bit of nudity involved. But it just struck me as a kind of metaphor for the absolute stupidity and pointlessness of the whole war.
I didn't see that. No, Ming. So a couple of Russians went for a swim in a milk. I don't know. I suppose churn is the wrong word, isn't it? Vat.
Well, it's a very large churn. Yes, I was looking for the right word too, but that's right. But it looked like they were actually washing themselves in it.
It must have smelled even more iffy for a few days after that.
I
I'll
did
see.
see that. I believe they were police officers.
I mean, yeah, what's the point?
I can't actually hear Ming because I went and stood in my kitchen, and it's my 4G kitchen, I'm afraid.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you fine. I've had to put the captions on.
There are captions.
Yeah, they work again. They broke for some time, but they work again now. So yeah, I put captions on, and then I don't tend to speak over him too much.
I wasn't aware that there was closed captioning on this platform at all.
Oh, I've just found them, Tim. They're in the three little buttons, top right, just left of the leave thing. You can say caption, turn on captions.
How exciting! Oh look, it's typing out everything I'm saying. Oh, that's amazing.
See?
So
It's quite clever, really.
it certainly is.
It also means that I don't have to recycle for a little while. I can live with it. But yeah, I discovered this some time ago when I was on Twitter Lite. So Twitter Lite is, you know, like a pared down version. But when you first go into a space, the captions are automatically on, and you have to turn them off if you don't want to see them. So that's how I found out they existed in the first place.
Does it work if we do funny accents?
It's a bit garbled if you do funny accents.
So, we are Russian army, third best army in Ukraine. Great superpower, take Kiev in 3 days.
Oh no, that worked pretty well.
Complete with spelling of Kiev.
Oh dear, sorry. I'm going to turn that off because it's making me rather too amused. I get very excited about little things like that.
Well, now you know at least they've brought back the accessibility for the spaces, you know. So if you are hard of hearing or you can't have the sound on because it's going to disturb your partner or your children, you can still listen in, technically.
Well, there we go. Is this an Elon innovation?
No, it was here before. Elon broke it, but then it was put back.
Ah, damn it, Elon.
Well, at least it's got fixed again, so you know that's something. It actually appears a bit better than it used to be, so I can't really complain. It used to be quite bad with the you know, spelling of words and things like that, and recognizing of words. So yeah, it's a lot better. I have a piece of news for you if you would like it.
I would.
Yeah, so this is something that I've seen this morning from P-Style1. He's usually a pretty good source, and there's a video, and it shows 5 Russian soldiers being rescued by Ukrainian special forces, which obviously replenishes the exchange fund. But the Russian commander obviously left his own personnel in the way, and dozens of occupiers were cut off from large areas of land in flooded positions. One of these positions in particular is sinking underwater in this video, and several Russians are literally like on their last legs about to drown, having been sort of treading water for a long time. So the Ukrainian forces decided that it was possible that they could go and retrieve these enemy combatants and replenish the exchange fund. And so off they went to get them. And well, they don't show the faces of the guys that are captured, but they do speak at the end. And just judging from, you know, when you've been in the water for a long time and your skin's all pale and puffy, and well, I see the hand of one of these guys, and it's like that. He's obviously been in the water for a very long time, and well, they wouldn't have survived an awful lot longer. I tell you what, they make every effort to get on those boats really quickly because they realise that their lives are being saved. So, just goes to show that on one side, the Russians shell anybody who's trying to be rescued and the rescuers. And on the other side, the special forces are making a special trip to go and rescue the Russian soldiers from drowning. Such a totally black and white contrast.
Absolutely, absolutely, and it's lucky they don't have horrifying wildlife in the water there. Reminded of reading of these shipwrecks, in places like what did I read recently? The wreck of the Birkenhead, which was a British troop ship that sank off South Africa in the 1850s, and it hit a reef and broke up. And they got the women and the civilians out on boats, but there was a battalion of Highlanders on the ship, and they had to take their chances. Interestingly, it's the origin of the phrase stiff upper lip, because that was one of the orders given to the Highlanders by their commanding officer, that they would parade on deck, maintain their formation, let the civilians and the women and the children get off, and then they would have a swim for it. And that's exactly what they did, and their gallantry was really quite impressive. But they were 2 miles offshore, and when they swam for it, a great many of them got eaten by sharks. And it was just, what a horrifying thought! What a horrifying thought. So yeah, this is relatively common. You see this a lot with ships that were lost in the Pacific War and things. The crew end up in the water and then the sharks get them. Just absolutely repulsive. But yeah, so they're jolly lucky there's nothing horrible in the water there.
Well, apart from the oil and the chemicals and the bugs. Let's just say bugs.
Absolutely.
Well, hopefully those guys survive their ordeal and are able to be, what's the word, exchanged. Because the more people for the exchange fund, the better, I feel.
And the better treated they are, the better as well. They come in. You remember when those Buryat troops gelded that Ukrainian prisoner and then shot him. It's quite an outrageous video of an outrageous event went around Ukraine Twitter. There was also recordings a couple of weeks later of Russian soldiers attempting to surrender. So they were calling the Ukrainian surrender hotline, and they were mentioning this event. And they had obviously been told that this is what Ukrainians will do to you if you get captured. Made me think perhaps they'd been shown the video and told that it was Ukrainians doing that to a Russian prisoner or something like that. But they'd been told a load of nonsense about what happens if you surrender. And they mentioned this. They said, right, are you going to cut up what's its off to the guy on the phone who was taking their surrender? And the guy was like, no, why, we don't do that. it's not something we do. We treat prisoners well, and you know, the more Russian soldiers return either to the Russian army or to Russia with an accurate picture of the humanity and civilization of Ukraine, I would say the better for not only for the war, but for, shall we say, the long-term political health of the region. Because if they're not, if they're not demonizing, if they're not able to demonize each other as subhuman, or rather, if they're not able to demonize the Ukrainian side as subhuman, then I think they lose a key plank of their propaganda in some ways, because that's what they do, right? They're describing the Ukrainian side as these, there's this kind of monstrous subhuman force. And if Russian prisoners had personal experience of being treated with decency and humanity, then that myth is a little more difficult to is a little more difficult to propagate. So this is a good thing, and it is part of our consistent position on the MriyaReport, particularly among the many former soldiers that we have on the team, that you gain nothing and you lose a great deal by treating enemy prisoners in an inhumane manner. So you not only do you lose a part of your own humanity, you perform a pointless act of brutality. You discourage their surrender. So if it's known that prisoners will be treated with humanity, then enemy formations, enemy units are a lot more likely to surrender. And of course, by treating them humanely, you are abiding by international law. And the optics of that internationally look a heck of a lot better, because support among Ukraine's allies will quickly start to diminish if it becomes known, if Ukraine starts behaving in the same way towards prisoners as Russia does. So it's kind of it's a win-win-win scenario. It makes humanitarian sense, it makes military sense, and it makes moral sense. So bully for the Ukrainians. Prince.
Yeah, but we have seen that a whole lot. I've seen, other videos of other prisoners, just generally speaking, saying, "Are you going to cut off my ears?" Even more recently, and sort of being surprised, but happily surprised that they're being treated very well and with respect, and I think that's a very important thing to point out. It always brings to mind, the humanity that even during this awful time when Russian soldiers are doing awful things to the citizens and women and children of Ukraine, the Ukrainian soldiers are acting responsibly and with integrity and upholding their responsibility to the law. And I just think that's a good reminder. Now, I do need to back up for just a moment because I was unable to comment when this happened. But Tim, Sutton, the next time that we have a Ukrainian speaker in the space with Verlaine interpreting, that is when you need to turn on the closed captions. It isn't always as good. That is when the closed captions cannot figure out what on earth it's doing, and you come up with some very interesting phrases. Yes, that is when it happens. Or if Axel starts speaking in German or another language randomly, as he is prone to do. It does not know how to handle those things.
So it doesn't translate. It just paraphrases, whatever the technical term is, transcribes.
Yes, it's as far as I know, unless it has become magic and knows how to translate now. I haven't checked it out since it's been reinstated. But yeah, it didn't used to. Maybe it can now, but it was not able to prior to this.
Interesting. I'm going to test that out. Right, let's turn the captions on. What should we do? Let's do German. Die Lotusblume ängstigt sich vor der Sonnepracht. Yeah, it doesn't do it. Oh yeah, no, it doesn't do it.
So
Yeah,
now you
it's
know
fine.
how to entertain yourself at some point, Tim. As soon as somebody's, speaking in a foreign language, you can turn on the captions and have a good old chuckle at what on earth it thinks it's listening to.
But now we've got Johannes who's going to come and correct my horrible German. Johannes, good morning.
Sorry, good morning. I actually didn't understand all of it. You started with die Lotusblume and then there was die Sonne, but the rest I didn't really catch. But well, anyway, it's not. I just on the issue of prisoners. I just wonder. I mean, I think the first 3 Geneva Conventions are actually all about combatants, and I'm not sure which one of them is about prisoners. But I just wonder. I mean, I think it's evident that of course Ukraine is observing the conventions much better than Russia ever would. At the same time, what I've seen many times now is the videos showing prisoners of war and showing interviews with them also. And I think those are actually also prohibited by one of the Geneva Conventions, although I wouldn't know by which one. I mean, it's a bit of a double-edged sword because there is a Ukrainian journalist, Volodymyr Zolkin, who regularly makes actually lengthy interviews with Russian prisoners of war, and those are very fascinating, so to say. I mean, fascinating, of course, often in a very disturbing manner, and because I mean many of them, of course, would tell you how they actually didn't know that they were actually being sent to Ukraine and how they ended up there, and also some of them talking about how they were complicit in war crimes, and some of them also expressing quite profound regret about that. So this is all, I mean, these are very human stories which are kind of fascinating to watch and fascinating to hear, but I think they are also not allowed, and if Ukraine is really strict about observing the conventions, then I think those should also not take place. Although I really don't know in which convention says so. It's just that I have it in the back of my mind that one of the conventions also says that kind of depictions of those prisoners of war, exposing them to in this kind of way is also not allowed. Yeah.
I think that there is there's a line, isn't there? It's parading them for propaganda and not giving them dignity and things like that. I think there's an interpretation to be made. If you show good treatment, I think that goes in some way to calming the public perception. If nothing was shown at all, people might query what was going on, but yet they've allowed news organizations to go and into some of these camps where they're keeping the prisoners and speak to people. I think even with blurred identity, there's still there's grey areas, shall we say, but they're not showing the pain or torture or anything like that. They're showing these guys doing some work and being fed properly and given correct medical treatment. I think as propaganda goes, it's a very good thing to show that part of it.
I mean, Sorry, what Zolkin does is actually something different. He does these lengthy one-on-one interviews, which are, I think, mostly not translated, so they probably don't make the rounds in kind of the English-speaking sphere.
There is a guy that dubs those videos into English, and his interpretations are very good.
Okay, I didn't know that. And I think, I mean, those, when you watch them, you find that it's actually a kind of a respectful conversation. So I would kind of, from a purely human standpoint, I would say this is fine. I just wondered whether it's actually still in violation of the Geneva Conventions. I know that YouTube took down at least one of his videos with a Buryat soldier who talked about how he ended up in Ukraine, and also how he was complicit in a war crime in Bucha. So these are really kind of very gruesome things to listen to, and I think also very important ones. But I was wondering whether these are actually in line with the convention or not. And I thought that most probably they are not, because this is a kind of public exposure which is disallowed. But I really don't know. I would probably have to read the conventions.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes. The exact prohibition under the Geneva Conventions, it forbids the exact wording is: prisoners of war must at all times be protected, particularly against acts of violence or intimidation, and against insults and public curiosity. So the prohibition against public curiosity is the key here. There has been comment that the sharing of videos of Russian prisoners, crying into camera, etc., making tearful phone calls to their parents, is a violation of the conventions. So, yeah, there's your answer.
So would you say that those lengthy interviews where no such thing is happening would be in line with the convention? Just wondering. I mean, that's also, I mean, I'm certainly curious, so to say, to hear the story. I don't know.
Technically, doesn't that come under public curiosity? And
It
I
would
think,
do, yeah.
Yeah.
It would do. It does make me wish we had a lawyer up here who could take us through these things in a little bit more detail. But yeah, public curiosity, using prisoners' images and voices, and interviews and things like that for propaganda purposes. Yeah, I would say that violates the Geneva Convention, and other people have commented that this does as well. So yeah.
Simo?
Yeah. Listen, guys. Yeah, there is Geneva Conventions, true. There is, but what would you do in a Ukrainian situation? Is it so harmful if they give their consent? I want to just say, as some sort of expert on this international humanitarian law, yes, there is this Geneva Convention, but you know how old they are, and it's very easy to say how the Ukrainians should behave. They've been extraordinarily humane treating Russians, even in face of this monstrosity. So these actually have been very helpful for us as a pro-Ukrainian community. So we shouldn't kind of lose too much our sleep about if there is public curiosity about these people who have been misled. Since the beginning of the first days of the war, I remember one Rosguardia guy who was very, very. I was really like emotionally touched when he was testifying how they didn't really know anything. And it might be true that these people have been propagandized for years and years, and they really think that they really, really believe that the Ukrainians have to be liberated from fascism and this kind of thing. So it's like, I don't know. Let's not be kind of Monday morning quarterbacks for Ukrainians. I know that international law should be respected, and it should be, but there is also like, if I am a lawyer by profession. I kind of also touched upon this space as an operational lawyer in UN and in KFOR, in NATO. And the question is that how could you give consent? Because maybe a lot of these people, I know Russian, I listen to how they say, some of them, they don't want to, this guy from Bashkortostan, the latest video was very powerful. He was like, not a Mobic, but he was this Wagnerite, I think. He was taken from prison, and I don't think he wants to return to Russia. Maybe that he doesn't have a choice and he will be exchanged, and what kind of repercussion he will face. I mean, it's a difficult case, but let's just say that for us, as a watching this in horror, we gain a lot of valuable information that Ukrainians provide, putting these videos out, because we really see how sometimes dumb these people are and how misled they are. And lately, also when I see these attacks in the south, the counter-offensive and shaping operations, how absolutely angry they are with their commanders, how much they hate their commanders who are just, sacrificing them. So yeah, so let's not be from, Switzerland or UK or Estonia or Finland. Let's not be too judgmental of Ukrainians. I know the international law should be violated, but let's also remember, I don't want to be kind of prickly here, but Iraq war was a legal war. Waterboarding was torture. This was done by Western powers also. So I don't want to go into this discussion how much international law is sometimes broken. Everybody does it sometimes. I don't want to say that this is like inconsequential, but this is unfortunately what happens, and the international humanitarian law needs updating, because this when Geneva Convention was negotiated with this kind of aristocrats and bourgeoisie and diplomats, there was no social media, there was no YouTube, and YouTube, by the way, Johannes, is no kind of measure stick for any kind of morality. They are suppressing all kind of voices. So if they're taking away this video from this brilliant Ukrainian journalists who are taking, it's not a nice work to interview hundreds of these kind of guys. It's very tiring to listen to their story. Everybody tells the same story. And then the YouTube even filters in. YouTube is here to blame, okay? Yeah, sorry about the rant, but it's an important topic.
Thank you, Simo. I mean, I think it's important to clarify a House position here that we do not condone or advocate breaking international law. It happens. I don't think it's true to say.
Yeah,
that
but you have to
does
know
it.
first what the international law is, and we are not like international court of law here in MriyaReport. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
No, we're not, but it is plain there for everybody to see, and we shouldn't be advocating actions that or excusing actions that appear to violate it. Is my point, both in terms of our conduct as a media operation in the West, and also our presence on a platform like Twitter, where presumably there would be terms of service issues in doing so. So I think we don't. It's best not to have any ambiguity about what is being discussed here. We believe very strongly that international law should be respected to the letter, and that violations of it should be at least frowned upon, even if they seem to be fairly minor, as these videos of prisoners are. And of course, there is a danger here, right? The old way of doing this used to be that if your enemy broke the rules, you would break the rules in retaliation. So you saw this during the Second World War, when if one side started shackling prisoners or taking their boots away or something like that, then the other side would hear about it and do the same thing. And of course, this got to the point where if an enemy formation was known to be shooting prisoners, orders would come down that you would start shooting your prisoners as well. And it can spiral into a kind of tit for tat reduction in humanity. And we know that morality is on our side in these circumstances. Russia is the aggressor, Russia is the war criminal, and we do not stoop to their level either in our advocacy. Would be my word on that. Mockers, I've had an interesting question from a listener.
Oh, go on then.
It slightly chimes with the previous conversation, which a listener asks. The UK, the West, particularly the UK and the US, are constantly dealing with Russian violations of airspace or attempted violations of airspace, continuous threats about nuking us. You remember there's been a few segments on Russian television, that Soloviev chap, where he has advocated nuking, destroying the whole of the UK except Wales. So not Wales, but including the Republic of Ireland for some reason, best known only to the Russians. Why don't we retaliate? The listener asks. The listener asks, why don't we respond in kind every time these things happen? That's an interesting question. What do you think, Marcus?
Generally, they are gently escorted out of the area, aren't they? I mean, they've been doing this for absolutely donkeys, so it's more of a regular thing to just, you know, fly up alongside them and point them in the right direction. You know, it's never gone beyond that yet. If you know, we know what they're like, and if they feel that a provocation is coming their way in the same way, that they might do something stupid, because, well, we've noticed that they do a few stupid things from time to time. For example, taking umbrage at the drone and basically knocking it out of the sky over the Black Sea. That's you know, the sort of thing that they might do to, you know, harass somebody and then end up in a bigger pickle than they meant. So I think generally the idea is, if they come near us, we will tell them to leave. And other than that, it's like a drunk in charge of, you know, some sort of circus ride, that you would give that a wide berth, wouldn't you? You would just decide not to bother. And for the safety of everyone involved, I think they go with discretion being the better part of valor here. Do we really want to keep poking idiots so that something idiotic might happen? I don't know. That's kind of my general thought on that.
I mean, I think we're talking about two very different things here, right? So there's the approaching another country's airspace at speed in order to test their air defenses. That's basically what you're doing, and maybe just annoy them a bit. My working assumption is we do that as well, right? So the information you can glean from doing that, you know, how capable is their air force? How quickly will they respond? What assets will they throw up against you? I think we probably do that as well, but I don't really know. I don't really know either way. Then there's an entirely separate issue, which is the propaganda of threatening to nuke people through your through your official state channels. Now, I don't know. I can't imagine that happening on the World at One. It would seem a little absurd. Yeah. So today on the Today program, the Prime Minister unveils a new super weapon, which we can use to destroy Russia, and let's discuss it in rapid. Our enemies with nuclear annihilation. It's not very BBC. It's also, you know, it's as behavior, it's beneath us, right? It's a fool's game, just rattling your nuclear weapons all over the place. Particularly talking in the UK's case, the UK pursues a policy of nuclear ambiguity. So there are various ways of well, the way you treat the public's view of your nuclear weapons is known as your nuclear posture. And different countries have different pictures. Different countries have different views on this, and it's largely philosophical, and it's largely a navel-gazing exercise about what the best way to use, what the best way to have these weapons is, and what the best way to announce your policy on them is. Now, these vary enormously. So I guess the Russian and the US posture is no first strike. So they won't fire first, but they will retaliate in enormous force if they're struck. The French policy is very, very aggressive. So the French policy is, as soon as a hostile foreign soldier sets foot on our soil, their country is getting destroyed. That's it, game over. Because for obvious reasons, the French are a little sensitive about being invaded, given the previous century and the century before that, for that matter. So that's their posture is, yeah, if you invade our territory, it's good night. The British posture is nuclear ambiguity. So the British posture is, we will not reveal the circumstances in which we will use nuclear weapons. Just keep them guessing. Now there was a slight change in that policy earlier on in the war, when Ben Wallace indicated very heavily that Ukraine was under effectively a British nuclear umbrella. So if Russia used nuclear weapons in Ukraine, then the UK would respond with nuclear weapons against Russia. But generally, the UK pursues a policy of ambiguity. So you can't, within the framework, that's something that the big brains in London have, the big brains in Horse Guards and the Admiralty have come up with as the best way to do things. And you can't really threaten people on television while maintaining that policy, right? So it's kind of philosophically contradictory, as well as being a really stupid and childish thing to do. So yeah, we leave that kind of silliness to the Russians and the Iranians and their strange little friends, I guess.
Well, yeah, I'll be honest. I know the UK has nuclear weapons. I couldn't tell you an awful lot about them, and I think that's probably for the best because, it's not up to me. But yeah, the ambiguity, I suppose, is just the way the British like to deal with it. I suppose it's better than going out, up in all guns blazing. It's better to leave people guessing, perhaps. Good morning, Doman.
Good morning. Marcus, all you need to know about UK nuclear weapons is that they're basically, hard, white, kind of square, and they have a juicy core.
I don't get it.
Trident, Tim. Trident.
Yeah.
And the Marcus gets it.
Yeah, it's also a chewing gum, my friend.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. No, sorry. Went straight over my head.
Yeah, Tim never gets any up-to-date references. He lives in the wrong century, unfortunately.
This is very true. Okay, now we've got a Dominator up. I will leave you for the day. So thank you very much, everybody. Thank you to Mockers. Thank you to the panel. And as always, Slava Ukraini. And we'll see you probably on Monday morning.
Hello, Slava.
Some news of well, shall we say, incidents on some areas of the left bank of the Dnipro last night. Now that's all I can tell you about that. There was gunfire recorded. That's all we know. And there was an awful lot of Russians being very concerned about what was happening there. Let's just say that, yeah, that there may have been some action. However, I will hold off saying anything until the armed forces of Ukraine announce it, because you know you never know what might have happened. And me cannot speculate.
It's all very interesting, isn't it, Marcus? Marcus, I'll be right back. I just need to fetch an invite. Let's get rid of some phantoms.
Okay, that's no problem. You deal with your ghost problem, and I will speak to Karen. Good morning, Karen.
Good morning. I've got insomnia again in Alaska, so I thought I'd tune in. You were saying something about nuclear weapons earlier, and does anybody does the name Stanislav Petrov ring a bell to anyone? I'm showing my age here. This incident took place in 1983 in September, when I was only the tender age of 30. And what happened was this man, who was a lieutenant colonel for the Soviet Union's air defense force, was monitoring his country's satellite system, looking for any possible nuclear weapons launches by the United States. Well, he was on the overnight shift in the early morning hours of September 26, 1983, and the computer sounded an alarm indicating that the U.S. had launched a 5 nuclear-armed intercontinental ballistic missiles. And he just sat there for a minute staring at the screen, and he was supposed to push a launch button, and he didn't. And thank goodness it didn't, because his equipment was malfunctioning. At least that's the story. And this happened not very long after the Soviet Union shot down a Korean Airlines plane that had drifted into Soviet airspace, killing 269 people. And so the Soviet Union was not real good at making quick judgment calls, but this young man made a very good call, and he did not press that button. And we owe him a great debt. But my point in bringing this up is could something like that happen today? Could there be a glitch in the system where somebody gets a false alarm because you've got all these nukes being toted around? Like, I heard a bunch of nuclear weapons were being moved to Belarus. And it just seems like the more nukes you've got in more hands, the more possibilities you've got for errors. And I can see Daman wants to say something, so I'm going to be quiet. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Good morning. I'm glad, in a way, that you had insomnia, because this is an amazing story about what was it? Petrov was his name, wasn't it? That averted something that could have been a great disaster, caused by, frankly, substandard, malfunctioning Soviet systems. And he basically said, "Wait, 5? They would launch 5 at us. They'd launch 500, or 5,000, not 5. That's not how it works." So that was his logic why it didn't. It's an amazing story. It's one of my favorite little tidbits of history that not so many people might know about, and I'm glad that you brought it up, especially because it ended literally as well as it could. There's a fun coda to it called Able Archer, which was conducted same year, a little bit later, and that made Russians again think that something was going to happen, which was quite interesting, because of the way that some communications were constructed. I forget exactly the details, but I remember reading up on that. It was quite interesting. So next time you have insomnia, maybe read up on Abo Archer. But what I want to tell you is, it doesn't. So just because weapons are being moved to Belarus, that doesn't really change anything. It's not like Lukashenko is going to be given the launch code. They're going to be controlled from exactly the same bunkers that they've been controlled thus far. Possibly the very same bunker where Petrov said, "Nah, Americans would do that." That's not the Americans. That's a glitch. It's nothing is changing with respect to that. Nothing at all. This it is going to be very much the same system controlling it, as for everything else that Russia has. Could more glitches happen? It's always possible, especially when you're working with a bit, less than perfectly designed systems. However, it's a whole lot of posturing. It's a whole lot of walking around and screaming from the rooftops. We have this, that. On to Warsaw and Berlin. You see what the rhetoric is, and this is just a part of it. It doesn't mean that they're actually going to do anything, because they don't really have the capacity to. They do have the capacity to do it technically, but they don't have a way to work with everything that follows, and they know that it would spell the end for them, and they quite like being them. They quite like being up and in where they are. So it's not really an issue, if that makes sense. It's not making it any more likely. If anything, frankly, as time goes on, I would argue it's making it less likely that that's what they'd go for, because if they were going to use it, they would have used it, and that's ever more true as time goes on, because it's not really changing anything in tangible terms either way. So there's little point for it. I hope that makes sense. I think Ming has some more to add to that. Ming?
Well, I don't know how much. I wasn't going to add directly to what you were saying, Dermot, but there's a very good German television series called Deutschland 83, set against the background of Able Archer that you were talking about earlier, the NATO exercise that sent the Soviets into a frenzy. And it's about an East German who's sent to infiltrate the West German military forces. It's very interesting, particularly the feel of the era, the general sort of fear of nuclear confrontation in the background and all those things. So if you ever get a chance to watch it, very much recommend it. It's called Deutschland 83.
Interesting. See, I've never heard of that because I don't watch that much stuff. But that's very interesting. Thank you, man. I'm sure that a version with English subtitles can be obtained somewhere in the expanses of the internet, right?
Well, thank you. That was very interesting, and I'll step down now. And by the way, is anybody else's icons not working properly? I can't do a thumbs up, but so I'll say it. Thumbs up to you all. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you, Karen. I hope you can find a way to fall asleep. And in the meantime, we're here for you. Don't worry. Now, Marcus, have we raised the question of, or the news that the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is in Kiev, apparently?
No, I have not at this point seen that news. So, please.
So, I'm kind of confused at the whole thing, but apparently he's in Kiev today, and then he's not the only one. It's a delegation of presidents or similar of South Africa, Egypt, Senegal, Congo, Brazzaville, Comoros, Zambia, and Uganda. They're meeting Zelensky on Friday, which is today, and then Putin on Saturday. I don't know how they'll get. Well, I guess they can. And it's a bit odd because quite a lot of these people. So they're saying it's a peace mission, hoping to bring the war closer to an end. Now, unless they're bringing lots of weapons to Ukraine, I don't know how they can hope to bring war closer to an end. So I think they're mistaken in some of their assumptions. But it's quite, I don't know, quite curious that they're doing this. He says that the aim is to start a dialogue rather than resolve the conflict. Okay, so this is really self-serving, isn't it? More than anything else. And also, they say that they want to urge Kiev to help find ways to ease restrictions on the export of Russian fertilizers currently being held up in ports, which isn't even true, I don't think, because I don't think there are any Russian fertilizers in any relevant quantities held up in Ukrainian ports. And Russia's been exporting plenty of stuff from its own ports and from even occupied Ukrainian ports. So I really don't know what their beef with that is. If they're talking about the pipeline, Russians just shelled it a bunch of times, so the ammonia pipeline's out of question. I really know what they what they want to do with all of that. Now, both South Africa as well as Uganda have been quite Russia friendly. You might remember Lavrov visiting both recently. South Africa specifically, kind of obfuscated, the South African government kind of obfuscated whether it would follow through with its obligations under the Rome Statute, whereby it would have to arrest Putin were he to come to the BRICS summit later this year in South Africa. Said, they'd be given diplomatic immunity. And then the High Court said yes, and he would still have to arrest him, because rules. Then they weren't quite all too happy about that. No real surprise, I guess. But yeah, I'm looking at this, thinking, hey, this is interesting. But then I do hope that visiting Ukraine is going to help unveil and get rid of maybe some of those sympathies that some might hold deep within them for Soviet Union as it was. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on this. I'd be very excited to hear them. Prince?
Well, I did see an article, I think yesterday or the day before for you guys, that laid out what part of the peace plan that that the African delegation was planning on proposing, and part of it was not too bad, and then I got to the rest of it and I said, oh well, that's rather disappointing. So I hope, I desperately hope that the visit will help them to see what's really happening. I don't know how much to hope for that. We were talking about this earlier today. Visits from countries that are not as supportive as they should be or as we would want them to be. They can take them to Bucha, and that's what we see them do. That's what we see happen when somebody comes to Ukraine, is they are taken to visit Bucha. But just in recent weeks, we've seen new pictures from Bucha, comparing the street as it looked the day of liberation, as it looked, to comparing that to how it looks now, and it has been totally repaired and looks like a new development in a middle class environment, and does not show any of the horrors that took place there. I wish there was a place. Well, there is a place. I wish that they would take these people to more recently liberated areas to witness firsthand some of the horrors that have been found when the places are liberated. I just, you know, them being farther east in the country, I don't think that's practical. I don't think that will happen, which is unfortunate. But they have to be able to find a way to convey, to get to these people's hearts what actually is happening in Ukraine, because I don't think that they are seeing the entire truth. And my hope would be that if they saw the entire truth, that they would be able to change their views a little bit and support Ukraine more wholeheartedly. But you know, like I said, there are parts of the peace plan that was released that weren't bad. And you know, number one was Russia needs to leave Ukraine's territory, and but there, I can't remember the bad parts because I just started rolling my eyes, I think, and I quit my ability to read for a couple of lines. But yeah, so it's a mixed bag, but I hope that it encourages them to start supporting Ukraine more.
So, I mean, I take them to Kherson.
Absolutely. You know, Ryan.
No, that's why.
Yeah, hey, take them to Kherson. Ryan actually even said Kharkiv. Ryan, we were up talking about this several days ago, and Ryan was on the space, and he said, take them to Kharkiv. There are places that they can see in Kharkiv that will help to change their mind.
Yeah, it's a good one. Or, you know, Izium, right, outside of Kharkiv. That would make a lot of sense as somewhere that isn't currently being shelled. But no, I think they should take them to Kherson. But they shouldn't tell anyone. They should just go to Kherson, and they should see how it is. You know, a city under shelling while still dealing with the fallout from the flood. You know, the waters are receding. Waters have largely receded from the city, not entirely, but mostly. And yet there's still, you know, great efforts they're undergoing, and they're being shelled. So take them to see that. Just be like, yeah, do you think this is normal? Because you know, they'd have to literally say yes, and you know, Russia is right to think this is Russia because it declared that this is Russia. So unless they say that, which is going to be kind of difficult, you know, to go outright and publicly claim that, they have to then, you know, be something, be a little bit more outright when it comes to Russia. Maybe that's the way to do it. I don't think they'll have the time, and you know, scheduling these on back-to-back days, but with how long travel in and out of Ukraine takes, it's not really going to be an option, which is really a shame. But beyond that, I just don't think that this is entirely in good faith, because the guy leading it, you know, his government was kind of, yeah, you know, maybe we wouldn't arrest the guy wanted under the an ICC indictment, which we are legally obliged to arrest, and we have a precedent in the same country of 8 years ago or 10 years ago or whenever Omar al-Bashir went for an African Union summit while under an indictment and ended up being you know, allowed to leave. So in that context, I think that's that's really not an option. I don't think so.
Well,
no. Ming, what do you think?
Just,
Prince, yes, please.
real quick. You know, I did notice yesterday a news article that they were visiting Duda in Poland yesterday. So I wonder, and I hope that perhaps there's a little bit of double teaming going on there, and that Duda, who I think is very tuned into what is happening in Ukraine, would try to do sort of a pre-impression upon them as to what the real situation is, and hopefully, you know, maybe teeing it up with Duda, giving them some information that they really needed to know, and then following up with Zelensky today. Maybe that will help.
That's a good point, friends. I quite appreciate that. You know, no one's ever going to say that the president of Poland is on the side of Russia. That's not an option. But definitely, definitely, exact opposite of that. So that's possibly helpful. That's a good point. I appreciate that. It's a good side point. No, but I think, you know, it's when people already have alternate motivations, and these are mostly, I think, motivations for their own domestic environments to be seen as though they're doing stuff, and then they're being, you know, pro peace. That's where and why. I think this is there's the bulk of the reason for this. Good morning, Nale.
Good morning, friends. You obviously don't remember the 11 Ukrainians that are being held in the territory of Hungary. So the news regarding them is that the Ukrainian authorities has now said that they have established the location where they are. What do you think about that?
That's very interesting, Nale. Would you be so kind as to, at some point in the coming hour, send me whatever links you have to that? Because I have not seen that. I had abdicated in my responsibilities and haven't been tracking that. But that's, you know, a week later, literally a week later. Marcus, did you have more on this?
Yes. So I saw something yesterday. Let me just bring up because I did actually screenshot it, so I would remember to talk to you about it. Screenshot. There it is. So yesterday, information was received that the Hungarian government denied the release of Ukrainian prisoners of war from Russia, stating that neither the Ministry of Foreign Affairs nor the Prime Minister's office knew about this. And there was serious indignation in the government about this action. The interlocutors of the Hungarian Service of Radio Liberty say, explaining this in particular by the unwillingness to further worsen the already very poor relationships between Kyiv and Budapest. All the sources of the publication unanimously state that the release of the prisoners of war was carried out under the sole leadership of Deputy Prime Minister Semyon and his personal contacts with the Russian Orthodox Church, which sounds to me like they've found a scapegoat. What do you think?
Yeah, Semyon Zsolt is the prime minister, is the deputy prime minister. That's interesting. So they basically said, we know this is sketchy, so we're gonna just have this guy do it, and he's not gonna tell anyone because we know it's sketchy. That is interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, I'm okay. So first of all, they say, you know, nobody else in the government knew anything, but wait a second. They had a week, right? So this came out yesterday evening. So they had a week of this being in the news. It definitely reached bits of Hungary because I know that I had pro-Urbanite Hungarians complaining at me for bringing this up on the internet. So somehow they could have, you know, known, even if they hadn't known ahead of time. They had known for many days beforehand. And not to mention, you know, what else? So the Russian Orthodox Church, or Orban knows when they're giving him an award, but he doesn't know when they're sending him 11 people. No, that's an interesting. That's an interesting riddle to solve there as well. Very interesting. I think they were chased away from doing a big show and tell and a big statement because they knew that would be too visible and too sketchy even for them. So at least that is good, I guess. But goodness me, that's a different one. That's definitely a different one from what we've seen before.
It seems like they're trying to sell something quite flimsy there to me. But you know, the very fact that they're attempting to sell it tells me that their heart is now gone out of this idea, and there's a possibility those 11 men may be being released in the near future.
Maybe, but the thing is, you know, they had to get to Hungary somehow, so they had to enter Schengen. Now, the easiest way for them to do this would be put them on an Air Serbia flight from Moscow to Belgrade, and then put them across the land transit from Serbia to Hungary, which is very straightforward. That would be the easiest way for them to do it somehow. I don't know, without involvement of other European countries that are a lot more pro Ukraine, let's say, and would be like, wait, what are these 11? What are you doing? You know, would be a very common question by most border guards when encountering a group of 11 Ukrainians without any documents traveling from Russia to Hungary. You know, and they would probably be like, "No, we're not letting the Hungarians take you. You're staying here, you know, in Estonia or whatever, and you'll have a very, very pleasant hotel here, and we're going to figure it out with someone else in Europe first. What's going on here, and you know, the Ukrainians, what's going on here? So that's an interesting one." I suspect they probably went the Serbia route because that's just the easiest one technically. Anything else would be a little bit more difficult. No, but it's interesting. So in other news, so I'm just reading I'm not reading. I'm reading a Google translation of the of the Hungarian edition of Radio Liberty here, because I don't speak any Hungarian. No, I drink Hungarian. I don't speak Hungarian. And here it notes that Semyon gave an interview for the Hungarian television, in which he said that, you know, this is a gesture of a humanitarian gesture by the Russian Orthodox Church. And that was done on the 9th, and the 9th was a week ago. That was Friday, right? So they knew by then because it was on the telly. Like, how much more do you have to do? Like, does the government not pay attention to what its deputy prime minister does on national television? That's a new one. The trope historically was that there's people there to check all the papers, right? What all the papers are writing about what the government's doing and be able to respond to it. And surely somebody watches the Hungarian telly as well to figure out what the government themselves are saying on the Hungarian television. It's very, very odd. Very, very, very odd. Now, Semyon Zsolt, is he from the other party? Yes, he is. He's from the coalition party that's in coalition with Orban. So he's from the KNDP. He's not from Fidesz. And I guess maybe that's why they have a bit of an excuse of how this evaded them, because he's from the other party. Okay, that's maybe interesting. That's another interesting interesting catch in there. This is very interesting. So apparently neither Siarto, the foreign affairs minister, nor Gulyas, the prime minister. Wait, prime minister? He's not the prime minister. Orban's the prime minister. Why is okay? This is a poor translation, clearly. Okay, whatever it is. So Gulyas also didn't know about the transit here. He's the minister of the prime minister's office, so he's kind of like a permanent secretary, but he's not a civil servant. That's an interesting one. So apparently the 11 were captured near Kupiansk in northeastern Ukraine. All 11 have Hungarian names, but not all of them considered themselves Hungarian. Well, no wonder there. It says nobody knows what the details of the route by which they got to Hungary. But the deputy prime minister was apparently able to set the Schengen border protection system in motion within his own authority so that no one else in the government knew about it. Now, obviously, no one else in the government would know about the details of border crossings per se, but that's very curious. Did we have a chat about this yesterday already, Marcus? Did I miss entirely? Because just curious. I'd love Nick's thoughts on this. I'll bring this up to him later.
Yeah, no, not really, because it was something that came out quite late, just before I went to bed, to be fair, and I passed on the information, but then I don't really know if they particularly discussed it. I think Nick did comment, though. I'll have a little look and see what he said. That he had missed the news, and he asked, did the actual parade of these prisoners ever take place? I confirmed that
that's a no.
Yeah, I confirmed that it didn't take place, and that was all he said on the matter at the time. So I don't think it's been discussed in detail with him.
Okay, I've pinged him, and hopefully sometime today in the afternoon we'll talk about this, because this is very, very interesting. Florian.
Good morning. Regarding the strange Hungarian prisoners of war, or Ukrainian prisoners of war in Hungarian custody, we had a discussion last Sunday, and the two aspects. One is if the Hungarian government is holding them under the Geneva Convention, they're entitled to all the protection of the Geneva Convention. If they're not holding them, so they're not held back, arrested or something, they're actually free to go. And if they're held, also the Ukrainian government has the right to see them under the Vienna Conventions on consular services, because they're then are held back by the Hungarian government in some form of arrest, so not free to go. So Kiev has the right to actually use its consular service, its embassy in Budapest, and talk to them. And otherwise, you either violate the Geneva Convention or you violate the Vienna Convention, or if they're not in arrest, they're actually free to go.
Yeah, it's very curious, isn't it? I mean, they kind of should be under arrest, I guess, because that would have been the component of the agreement, presumably. But I just think that they're looking to do something messy here, something to do with citizenships and whatever. I'm almost certain that has to be a component of it. I don't think they're figuring out how to do it now, because it's got too public, because the Russian Orthodox Church screwed them over by making it public immediately.
But even if they're awarded a Hungarian citizenship, that doesn't make them not Ukrainian citizens, and this doesn't make them free. So all the consular protection that the Ukrainian government and its embassy in Budapest can claim still holds up, and denying that would be a feat.
So yes and no, but it's a little bit complicated, I think, because of two things. First of all, if you are a dual citizen, what's usually done, right, is let's say you, Florian, right? You're German and Swiss citizens. You've mentioned that before, so I'm not breaking any news here. When you're in Switzerland, because you are a Swiss citizen, Germany isn't going to offer you consular help for anything.
That's the point, yes.
Right?
But were they Hungarian citizens before, while they were fighting, or they're just being Hungarian citizens as of now?
Well, so this is the thing. I think what Hungary would claim is that Ukraine doesn't allow for dual citizenship generally, and people who acquire non-Ukrainian citizenship can be or may be deprived of their Ukrainian citizenship, because they should be renouncing it, right? The rule is if you're a Ukrainian citizen, you take up another passport, you should renounce your Ukrainian citizenship. and basically you should notify Ukraine that you're no longer a Ukrainian citizen because you have acquired a different citizenship, and it's impossible in general under Ukrainian law to have dual citizenship. So I think what Hungary would want to do is to say that these are Hungarian citizens, and they were Hungarian citizens before.
I might just have lost Omen mid-conversation there. What do you reckon? It sounds like I lost him.
I don't hear him.
But yeah,
I can't hear him either.
yeah, I had a feeling that was probably the case. But yeah, what he's saying is a very good point, that these people are probably Ukrainian citizens with some Hungarian roots, perhaps. And, this is something that it is being twisted into making a point. And I don't...
But if I make one short point, but it doesn't remove them the protection rights from the Geneva Convention. Then they were handed over as prisoners of war. Very simple.
Yeah, exactly. And because there's not that official designation, they're sort of in some strange limbo, and that doesn't seem to be acceptable. It would appear Hungarians are already looking to...
They want to get out of the situation because they've created a mess.
Yeah,
Another mess
yeah,
with the rule of law.
that's the one. I was trying to say weasel out of it. And, well, yeah, that's how it sort of looks to me, as though they'd sort of thought this was a good idea at the time, and now they've realised that it's a horrifically bad idea. And, oh, look, it was nothing to do with us. It was that guy over there. We didn't know a darned thing. Isn't that strange? That's the kind of, feedback I get from that.
Implausible deniability. You have to lie better.
Well, exactly. It's really flimsy as far as I'm concerned. It's just disgusting behaviour, as though they expect people to buy that rubbish.
This is the find out portion.
Is that what you think? That yeah, they effed around and now they're going to find out. Well, yeah, they're certainly twisting themselves into pretzels to try and figure out how to sort of play the next move on this one, I think. And let's hope they make the correct decision and find a way to have their men released properly back to their families. Gosh, I'm seeing... Sorry. I'm seeing fun things happening in Russia. There's a guy filmed here quite openly throwing a grenade into the police department in the Amur region in Russia. It happened on the night of June the 8th, and apparently these guys were quickly found and detained. But the whole point is, wonder where they're getting their grenades from. Could it be that these things are being sneaked back into the country from, distribution on the front line? I get the distinct impression that they don't keep a very close inventory of their weaponry.
I wonder if he was a prisoner at one time.
Well, you just don't know, do you? You just don't know. But he was obviously very annoyed with the police. So, yeah, he's obviously got some personal beef there. Welcome back, Doman.
Thank you, Marcus. I am very frustrated with Twitter. I was going on this excellent explanation. I explained everything from what the Hungarians have been doing to what they intend to do to the meaning of life, and none of you got to hear any of it. It was very rudely interrupted by technical difficulties. But now I hear I hear something about Amur. And Amur is, of course, one of my absolutely favorite rivers, favorite areas, for it gives a name both to a tiger as well as a species of grapevine. And but I missed what happened. What was there? Was there a smoking accident in Amur somewhere?
I wouldn't call it an accident. It was very
was
much
it the smoking intentional?
Yes, well, it was a grenade. Some young chap decided that he would chuck a grenade into the police department over their very high fence, by the way. And I just wondered where he managed to find a grenade. You know, just some bloke on the street there. I just, yeah, I think it's interesting.
Well, I mean, these things just exist, don't they? Pretty much anywhere you can find a grenade. It's hardly a rare thing out in the world. Grenades, are they? I don't know. Seems pretty reasonable to me. I mean, mockers, who among us can say, in all honesty, that they hadn't, chucked a grenade over the fence of a police department? I mean, everybody's done it once or twice, right?
I can't say it's something that I partook in at any time. But yeah, it would seem that in Russia there's no holds barred with regards to showing your feelings, and if you require a grenade to do that, apparently you can get hold of them now.
Yeah, this is what happens, I think, when you give lots of people who aren't terribly happy with being made to go fight the war lots of weapons. Then some of those can end up leaking elsewhere sometimes. That makes perfect sense there. Perfect sense.
Yeah, well, this unfortunate leak of weapons back into Russia. Well, some of that's probably got to do with prisoners. I would imagine if you're a prisoner, you probably have some contacts. If you've been put in prison for like corruption or gun running, perhaps maybe you've got some contacts that might be able to help you out with a bit more of that irregular activity in the future. So yeah, they kind of made a mess there, and I'm hearing more and more about these. What are they called? They call them the Storm Z unit or companies. These are generally the prisoner units, and they've had to start breaking them up and sort of squidging them into other units, partially because they've been really ineffective, but also because there is a huge increase in the number of cases of deserters from Storm Z companies, stealing weapons and equipment from their units and fleeing. In the Luhansk region, there has been a notable rise in the sale of arms, with deserters taking small arms and munitions with them as they escape. This phenomenon is also becoming more common in the regular Russian army, likely due to the intensity of fighting and the high number of casualties. For some reason, they're deciding that it might be best if they don't hang around. And I am hearing and seeing quite a bit more of this now. And, well, you know how snowballs roll downhill and they get slightly bigger as they go. I'm hoping for some sort of snowball effect.
Sure, I hope so. So these Storm Z units, Storm Z units, they're basically people who are they the ones that are harvested from among the wounded and similar, and then be sent back into the fray? Do I remember that right?
These are mostly prisoners, these guys. So they had some unfortunate souls put with them, but I think they were mainly prisoners of the untouchable variety. And so it was a real sort of dishonour to be amongst them, I believe. And funnily enough, their morale is horrendous.
No, I mean, no surprise there, obviously. Yeah, it's a right mess, isn't it? There's always something new that they invent, and you just need to keep track of it. So I'm just looking through this to try to identify how exactly they. Oh yes, mostly remaining convicts. Okay, fair enough. Well, there won't be that many remaining very shortly, I presume, because that's how it generally works, doesn't it? It just doesn't. Not for long. They don't do things for very long.
Well, exactly. They've been particularly singled out as being especially rubbish in combat. And as a result, what's remaining of the Stormzy units, Stormzy, hello, sorry, wrong guy. What's remaining of their units have been broken up and put into new training with some of the recently mobilized, and they're having to bring in some sort of armed police from Russia in order to watch these camps and ensure that they don't continue in their regular alcoholism and infighting and generally just escaping with everything they can carry, including trucks sometimes. So yeah, because of all that being going on, they've been trying to sort of like keep them down a bit. And so this is their next venture, that they're going to retrain them by basically surrounding them with armed guards who beat them regularly, no doubt. However, if they're trying to keep corruption out of these training camps, surely they wouldn't put the police in charge, because those guys seem to sort of enjoy a bit of corruption themselves, don't they? So what do you reckon? I have a funny feeling that although they're supposed to be sort of keeping the alcoholism down and stuff, for the right incentive, they'd be quite happy to deliver some alcohol to the camps, don't you think?
I'm sure they would. I'm sure that's something that's quite easy to arrange. If you 1-800 Mr. Cider, I think is the appropriate address.
Prince?
I may be wrong about this, but wasn't it a Stormzy unit who recently shot their commanders and stole a bunch of stuff and just took off?
It was, yes. So you can see that they've gained quite a reputation for being tad rebellious.
So why wouldn't they just shoot the police and just take off?
Yeah, I think they might not be given ammunition for those guns until it comes to the right point.
Well, like they couldn't steal it? Considering the, population we're dealing with? Maybe say like a hand grenade or something?
Well, these things do happen, don't they, Prince? It's amazing how these things tend to happen. It's terrible luck that they have. But we just have to sort of get in some extra popcorn and wait, I think.
I was just thinking sometimes the entertainment value is just priceless.
There's been a number of times where, they've said or done certain things, and I've gone, you know what? I'm no military expert, but what the actual heck? And even from my point of view, I can see that they were making mistakes, but
Carry on, carry on.
Do you have the meaning of life back for us now, Doman?
Oh, I can go back to Belarus, back to Hungary. Sorry, Freudian slip, or just a slip, you know, for whatever reason. So what I wanted to say is, and I don't know where you lost me, but what I wanted to say is, I think that it comes down to sort of that citizenship law, right? And Hungarians would probably, if they want to be really devious, and I'm certainly not putting that past them, would go with something like saying, you know, these were Hungarian citizens for many years already since 2017, and you know, they just backdate whatever documentation and say, you know, you've taken our citizens, put them in your military. Yes, they were resident in Ukraine, but you know, now they're in Hungary, so they don't get to benefit from consular services from another country while they're in a country that they're citizens of, and etc. etc. That's probably the way that they wrap it, and then it would just be very complicated. You know, there's the obvious right and wrong, but beyond that, it just makes it very complicated because you're putting, you know, different bits of law kind of up against one another, and that just really complicates things for anyone trying to, in some sort of serious, measured, and structured way, address it. So that's the other bit, really. No, it just makes it more complicated. I hope that explains it. Sorry, I'm not quite on the same level of a role that I was earlier trying to explain this. I don't quite have the meaning of life anymore now.
Was it 47?
42.
42. Oh, I knew I was wrong, see.
Yeah, it's very amusing in a sense, stuff, isn't it? No, but it's quite odd, right? It's quite an odd story, really, and I'm wondering, you know, is it trying to distract us from something else? Because it is just such a very odd story. Is there actually something else going on here that's more interesting, perhaps, that we're missing out on altogether as a consequence of this? Hard to tell. Hard to tell. So yes, the visit of Cyril Ramaphosa and a number of others, um, African leaders are visiting Kiev today before they head off to Moscow tomorrow. It's a very curious situation. Now, you know, they say they want to advance peace, which is you know, fine, whatever you want to say. But what I'm very curious about here and very very confused about here is that you know, that this is being kind of covered as well as a straight up kind of intent of a visit, rather than, you know, something else. It looks to me like it's a little bit of a, you know, little bit too obvious a stunt. And the problem for Ukraine is, of course, they couldn't just say, well, no, we're not letting them come. Right? Of course you can. And Ukraine has been trying to advance its case among countries in Africa recently. You know, Kuleba's gone on a bit of a trip. I need to look up exactly where he went, because I kind of forgot exactly where he went. But especially with the very, you know, anti-US in a sense, and quite strongly pro-Soviet, and now Russia having inherited this stance among many of these, it makes it just more difficult still. Let's see, James. Maybe you have something to help us uncover and unravel this.
Morning. Yeah, look, Zelensky, as well as being a brilliant lawyer, apparently a great writer, an actor, and the finest war leader we've seen since Eisenhower or Churchill, is a brilliant diplomat. He's a really clever politician. I mean, you just saw his invitation to Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump, without naming them, that any potential candidate for the US presidency should visit Ukraine before they make a decision on military aid. I mean, it's a total G move, right? It's put the onus upon them to say, no, we're too cowardly to go to Ukraine, or just to ignore it. It's going to make them look really, really bad unless they engage. And the same with Cyril Ramaphosa. You know, who's to say that, on his visit to Bucha today, which he's apparently seen, that he doesn't have a change of heart, that he might think, actually, I'm being a total asshole here in my hope to get money out of Russia. This is a humanitarian question. And with the right gentle nudging from Zelensky and his team, I mean, who knows what could come of it. Certainly a softening of the support of South Africa for Russia would be very helpful. Thanks.
Now, there naturally completely agree, James. Of course, it'd be very helpful if that were to actually be happening, right? The other note that I see in a lot of this reporting is, the thing that they're most interested in is reducing inflation, reducing costs, which again makes sense. That's kind of actually well in their purview. What I'd love to hear and see from them, though, is to say, well, the easiest way to achieve that, to accomplish that, is of course for Russia to stop fighting in Ukraine, Russia to depart Ukraine, and then, because I think the best takeaway that they can have from Kyiv isn't the Russian atrocities, because I don't think they care. I think the best takeaway they can have from Kyiv today is to say, the Ukrainians will not stop fighting. The Ukrainians will not cease to advance their cause, and they will fight for as long as there's a Russian soldier on Ukrainian land. So the only way that we can have what we want, that is to say, from the perspective of Ramaphosa and so on, a drop in inflation and so on, is just for Russia to give up. And I don't think they'll get that far, but I think that is the most useful thing that can come out of this. What do you think, James? James?
Yeah, I think you put your finger on it. For Putin to hear it from what he hopes is a sympathetic ear, that Ukraine will not stop and will fight until every single Russian is removed from their territory. To hear that from someone who he feels he has a rapport with, right? We know that Putin's in an information bubble. He only gets information from yes men and from people who are telling him stuff they know he wants to hear. And it's possible that Cyril Ramaphosa, he's clearly a clever man. You don't become leader of I think it's the ANC, isn't it? And the leader of South Africa, a country with the power of South Africa, without being devious, without being convincing, without being a good orator. There's every chance that he could reinforce Putin's growing concern that he's not going to be able to win this. Thanks.
Thank you, James. That sounds about right. Ming, what do you think? Where do you think that this is going to go today?
I'm sort of torn about this. I mean, there's a piece of me that thinks, well, what a waste of time, because the South Africans have more than enough problems of their own that they need to attend to before they can cast themselves as global peacemakers. But that said, I liked the discussion earlier about, showing them Bucha and or maybe Kharkiv or Kherson. And I think the best context in which to show them those places is the imperialism issue. So the South Africans in general cast themselves as anti-imperialist, and they kind of see themselves as fellow travelers on the anti-imperialism road as the old Soviet Union, and therefore the Russians are also anti-imperialist. But that's the easiest lie to puncture if you show them what's actually happening on the ground. So that's what I'd focus on them, having them in town, then send them home and see what they make of it. I mean, see if they change their attitudes.
I've not lost audio again, have I?
I can hear you just fine. Nobody else was speaking.
I can hear you.
Okay, might be Delman.
I think basically what Ming's trying to say here, and I would agree with, because I sort of went down that road a little bit, but I didn't word it in the same way. And maybe the idea should be to show them things that will give them nightmares, things that we haven't even seen yet, but we know have happened. But I'm sure that people in Ukraine have seen, and I'm sure President Zelensky has seen, and I'm sure criminal court investigators have seen. Show them something that will give them nightmares. Maybe that will change their mind.
But I mean, it certainly showed them, that they'll have huge amounts of documentation of the various atrocities that they've been, preparing prosecutions over. But I think at an intellectual level, I mean, that works. Obviously, that's highly effective. But at an intellectual level, what the South Africans need to be weaned away from is that the Russians are somehow in the anti-imperialist camp, and that they are not just a totally imperialist project, and that's just obvious if you're on the ground. I mean, there's so many ways you can show them that.
Yeah, I get it. I think probably just a little bit of anger in me is like, all of these people who aren't throwing the support, I want them to see what's really happening to the point where it gives them nightmares, because those of us who aren't even seeing everything, well, I don't have nightmares, but I know there are people who do, and I know that there are people living in Ukraine who do every night, and just make the people who don't get it understand a little bit of the pain. And that's from an emotional standpoint. And I realize you're coming at it from a much more intellectual standpoint, which makes a lot of sense in this situation.
So I have a couple of requests, but I don't see the tick button to let people to come up and speak. Is that a common problem? I'm just wondering. I haven't seen this one before.
Sometimes that happens if you click on their actual profile. You can still add them as speaker even if there's no check mark.
That's how I add people anyway. I never go to that second page, Ming. It's really annoying. Yeah, you just click on their avatar and bring them up that way. It's seems to be a bit easier. It seems to work for me a lot better. Of course, I'm dealing with severe case of Android phone, and Spaces don't like Android phones. So I found many a workaround.
So I've got now 3 requests, including German, but I just can't seem to work out how to get them up. Hold on, give me a minute, and I'll try and sort this out.
While he's sorting that out, Mockers, I was going to ask if there are any new booms this morning that you've heard about that are good to share. Besides people throwing things into police stations.
Yes, there are a few booms actually. There is something very much on fire in the Kursk region. Now, this is the Belpol warehouse. Previously, it's reported that a drone hit the communication tower there and then flew into the administrative building, setting 1,500 square meters on fire, which I think is, well, it's a terrible shame for them. Put it that way. That's kind of how I was going to say it. There has been some sort of information this morning. Be aware that there is a launch of Caliber cruise missiles been recorded from the Black Sea this morning, and there is a current air alert. So just to note that as well, that you know, these things continue. There's what I was looking for, and it is the same fire in Kursk. Last night or yesterday, there were booms in Donetsk, Volnovakha, and Tokmak. And it was noted that in the whole of Kherson, Zaporizhia, Luhansk, and Donetsk regions, there was a proliferation of artillery and possible HIMARS. So it would seem there are a lot of booms going on. Very many indeed. Doman, have you returned to us?
I have. Thank you, Marcus. We need to figure out how to make this into more of a shipping forecast format.
I need the beeps and, you know, like, yeah, I need to be able to.
I did that for you. And now we have beep, 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 the boom report with Mockers. Beep, 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 beep.
No, there's that, but there's a certain no order and tenor. Never mind.
Yeah,
for those
like
of you unfamiliar with it,
like, yeah, sort of Kursk, Major Bavovna, and so on. Yeah.
exactly something like that. If you're not familiar with it, look up the BBC shipping forecast. It's a radio thing. It's been going on for decades. It's a very particular format. I think it would suit this place. Dan John, morning.
Morning. Yeah, to mock us about the calibers over the Black Sea, shocked us. But yeah, there you go. It will continue happening. But I tried to get up when there was a discussion about how to convince other nations like South Africa that Russia is actually not anti-imperial. I think that might not help. To be honest, I think it's they probably know that Russia wants to take colonies in Europe, and I think it's probably something that they don't. I mean, they probably don't care. Maybe it's like, yeah, now you see how it is to be colony. So I think, I mean, it's evident. They probably know that, and it won't help to tell them that. I think what they need to be made to understand is that they are not friends to them as well. Even though now maybe it looks like it, but going forward they won't be friends to them. So, but how to get them to realize that, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it's out of spite. they ignorant to Russia's real shape as an imperial empire.
What do you think the purpose of this visit is, then, John? Do you think it's mostly for their own domestic purposes, or an actual upfront, wanting to have peace, or for altruistic purposes?
Yeah, I think a little bit of both, because obviously this war is impacting them, even though it's not really Ukraine's fault. The war is impacting them with higher energy prices, and well, I don't know if that's true anymore. Maybe they would be lower if the war wouldn't be there, but and food prices. So there is an impact, and so if the war stopped, it would be positive for all of us, but not for Ukraine if it stopped the way they are suggesting. So I don't know, but I think it's a real attempt as well as just playing along, I guess.
Night, night, my friends.
Good night, Prince.
Nighty night.
Sleep tight.
Someday I need to remember to say, good night, sweet Prince, or something like that. Anyway, then John, what I wanted to raise is, there's the line, right? There's the official line, which is one thing, and one of the things that they explicitly said is unblock the Russian fertilizer stuck in ports. All right. Well, first of all, fertilizer is not sanctioned. Secondly, Russia's been exporting all manner of things in great volumes from its own ports, including things that are actually under sanctions. Thirdly, I don't think there's any Russian fertilizer stuck in Odessa, and if it is, it's not a relevant quantity to anyone. And lastly, what? I mean, even if they wanted the pipeline is out of action because the Russians shelled it, so you can't actually use the pipeline. So whatever it is, it just seems like such a disingenuous argument, because it comes from an information space, in the sense that it just isn't factually correct. The basis for it isn't actually there.
No, totally agree. But I mean, what's the chance or likelihood that some nations have been promised very sweet deals in the event that Russia actually takes Ukraine? With all the food production and so on, and whatever they have that could be something for them to have. I'm pretty sure that there's such promises made that if you support us and we take Ukraine, you will be thanked. You will benefit greatly from this.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, that's possible. What I would say to that is, wouldn't they be kind of turned off now by all of the destruction of land that Russia has been doing? So as a consequence, wouldn't that make it kind of difficult for them to still keep on hoping that anything will come off it?
Yeah, but you see next year or the year after. So I don't think that's. I mean, it's not a permanent damage. Obviously, yes, there's great destruction, but there's still a lot of land, right? A lot of farmland.
So in that context, I think the best thing for Zelensky to show to the people visiting today is that Ukraine will not give up and will not cease fighting, right? That's the best thing for them to illustrate. They say, no, there's no way. And this will keep going on. So clearly, the best thing to do is for Russia to withdraw. I mean, I think that's the best thing for them to illustrate.
I think, I mean, this needs to be won without the support from, the air quotes global south. And then after that, actually show that it's actually been, the victory of Ukraine actually benefited them more than the, victory of Russia, which didn't come. I think it has to be proven with the pudding at the end.
No, I mean, I agree with that. That's a general point. There is no, the only way that they can help bring the war closer to an end more quickly, literally, is by giving Ukraine weaponry, right? Which they're not going to do. So it's kind of a nothing all in all. But yeah, it's an interesting one, I think. And let's see what all comes from it, especially since tomorrow they're going to Moscow. If they're really genuine intent on anything other than just messaging for their domestic audiences, then we would hear very, very strong words indeed coming from them. Chris, good morning.
Morning, Doman. Morning, Mockers. Ming, Denjon, Beefeater, Dimitri. I was in two minds about this myself, actually, Doman, and I've just been listening to you talking about it, and then I made up my mind, I think, and I thought, well, do you know what? That delegation is walking into the lion's communication den, because if anybody's going to put across the right message in the right way, it's the Ukrainians, isn't it? And they'll have done all their research and that on these folks and they'll have got all of the arguments. And as you say, they'll be going to Russia with what should we say? Well, the full pitch in their heads, won't they? So so basically, I came down on, this is actually a good idea, right? Come on in, guys and girls. Let's have a chat and let's give you something to take to Russia.
Maybe, Chris, but no, as you'll see in Beefeater just posted something, and you might want to go and read through that. I really don't think they care. I really don't think that anything that can be shown they'll care about. And the only thing that they might care about is to see, seeing the result that Ukraine isn't going to quit and saying, hey, maybe it's not really worth it to us to push Russia on or to help them in any way, because they just don't have a chance. They actually don't stand a chance. I think they're very cynical, and that cynicism is very thoroughly pervasive, I think.
Yeah, Damon, but the fact that they are actually seeing them, I think, says a lot. Because if they didn't think they could achieve anything, I don't think they'd even bother seeing them, would they?
So, Chris, the thing is, they can't really, opt out of it, because they'd look really silly if they did. And they'd look bad in front of the world if they did, just say, oh, we're just not playing, we're just not letting them come. So they have to let them come, even when they know it's not with the best intentions. It's like when I think it was the Austrian prime minister at the time who visited first Moscow and then Kiev or whatever it was, It was clear to Ukrainians that isn't with the best of intentions, but nevertheless, it kind of had to be allowed to happen. I think it's kind of along those lines, really. Mockers?
Yeah, I was just going to add something that they might be concerned about, these African countries. So a warehouse containing wheat worth 15 million hryvnia has been flooded in Kherson, resulting in the loss of 200 hectares worth of crops. So perhaps that's something that might make them consider being, concerned.
Maybe, yeah. And 200 hectares isn't that much in the big picture, whatever you want to say. But I think that's a good point. It's only very tangible, very real things that I think they'd ever really care about in any real way. Then John?
Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit more cynical, but that could easily be blamed on Ukraine from their side. I mean, come on, you're defending yourself. That's why this is happening. If you just give up, then there would be peace. We wouldn't lose that. And I don't know. It's crazy, but yeah, again, to win them over, I think that would be a stretch. But maybe I'm just pessimistic. I don't know.
No, then John, I agree. That's exactly what I think on this point as well. That it is entirely a case of Ukraine showing that there is no way that Ukraine will stop, that Ukraine will lose. That's why I think that's so important.
And actually, does anyone have any data on if there's some direct foreign aid from Russia or investments in Africa? I mean, compared to what?
Rosatom, South Africa.
Yeah, okay, South Africa maybe being the exception, but I mean, if you look into other nations, is it? Yeah, it's South Africa and it's Nigeria looking for nuclear power as well, maybe. But I mean,
Rosatom's in Egypt building a power plant.
Yeah. Maybe we should build them instead, but we don't want to build here. Well, maybe that's changing now.
No, so actually, this is a big strategic mistake and big strategic loss by the West, having ignored the nuclear power component of things quite willfully, and Russia, going to building in Hungary, Turkey, in Egypt and South Africa and a couple of other countries around the world, is actually getting a bit of an upper hand on all of that, and it's really frustrating. One thing, pipeline gas is one thing, but with these things, you don't need to be geographically proximate. And it's fundamentally the same logic. Dependence, how to drive dependence.
But maybe if they lose and actually have to aim all their sort of initiatives inwards just to survive as a nation, then maybe all those foreign investments will be sort of forgotten or not paid attention to.
Yeah, perhaps. Either way, quite an interesting case. I think quite an interesting case. The way they provide financing for it and enable the building of things that otherwise wouldn't be an option. Is very much a part of leading to dependency of causing dependency where dependency certainly shouldn't exist. I've got a different question for you. We have a Sweden kind of Norwegian. I heard something about Mondelez, that they're constructing a new corporate structure so that kind of fake divest from the Russian from the Russian operating branch, but not really. I'm very curious about. Does anybody have more detail on that? And obviously, surely people can't be as blind as to think that that's actually a real change that they're going for there.
No, everyone. No, I don't know everyone, but in media, it's reported as false. How should I say? Well, it's not approved. Put it like that. It will not help them. It will actually make them look worse in a way.
Yeah, it would be kind of a very fake one, right? I don't think it's going to make any difference to anyone. I'm just thinking they're just refusing to even go the Turkish way, right? Whereby things are still made there, but they're made under pretenses that it's a different company that's doing it rather than the one that actually is, and kind of sell the licensing and the like. So, quite.
Yeah, and also Petter came up as well, but I mean, in the Swedish case, with Marabou, the CEO, if I'm not wrong, she said that, but we can't. You have no idea what we would have to remove from all the supermarkets if we were to, not to sell anything that's also sold in Russia. But I mean, that's you can look at it like that, but you could also say that, well, we're not going to sell there. We're going to continue selling here. So instead of, you get what I mean. I mean, all they have to do is make the decision not to sell in Russia. Then there's no problem here at all. The thing
exactly.
is they're trying to have it both ways. That's the problem. And there's no understanding. Yes, a few chocolate stands removed from Russia won't tip the scale, but nevertheless, if everyone did it with everything, then that would be a completely different situation.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. The point is leave Russia. That's not, the point isn't leave our supermarkets. The point is leave Russia. Peter, welcome up.
Thank you, Domen. I encourage everyone to read the press release from Mondelez because it is, the war is really horrible. We condemn it. But we have to think about our 3,000 employees in Russia and the 10,000 farmers that supply them, and that's what we care about. And actually, what they are saying has been interpreted by naive journalists as some sort of divestment. But what they're saying is that they're going to build independent supply chains in Russia that are going to be cut off from the rest of the world, which basically means that they're going to make an extra effort to help the Russians be self-sufficient for the products they supply. So that's, in my book, even worse than just staying and continuing as before. They're actually building up competence and supply chains in Russia. I think it's really despicable, and the boycotts should just pick up. But it's probably a clever PR move because journalists aren't able to interpret it. It's sort of vague, and it sounds like they're doing something. It sounds like they're responding to the pressure.
Wow, I'm sorry. I didn't read the press release before that. That is particularly shocking, Peter. I'm really astounded by that. That's also some goal to go with an approach like that.
Yeah, I think I've already been when shopping been reading very carefully on the back of the products I'm buying to make sure that they're not from this company. And actually, I put what was it? Some crackers that I was intending to buy, and I put them back because it said Mondelez at the back, and I'll keep on doing that until one of two things happen. Either Mondelez actually exits Russia, or I die.
So what I keep missing here is, What is it in Russia that's worth so much to them? That's the bit that I really don't understand.
Yeah, and then the question is it about the company as a whole, or is it about those individuals, right? Is there some, you know, the CEO, does he have some, you know, has he had some lunches in the Hermitage that has felt very luxurious, and you know, does he feel like a world player when he's wined and dined by the Moscow or St. Petersburg elite? We don't know. But Russia is a tiny market. The economy is smaller than Italy. I think it's smaller than the Nordics together. Yeah, why is it so important for them to keep supporting genocides when it's actually a very small market? But I actually think that I do think that the companies that did stay have been enjoying a market share growth and all sorts of good stuff, because the competition sort of left the market to them. So they're sort of profiting off others being more ethically sound than they are.
Yeah, exactly, right. And I think that's a good point. They do get to gain, you know, market share now, but the more this goes on, in a way, they get the more incentive because they get fewer, you know, fewer competitors as time goes on. But really, as a big picture, it just seems like, you know, you're literally looking at what proportion of your revenues and profits is this? It's tiny. It's very much minute. Yeah, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Nordics together had a higher GDP than Russia. But it's not just about GDP, right? Because these are branded goods. They are not of the cheapest market segment, right? Because branded goods never are. So there's much less disposable income that's able to consume goods from this branded segment. So the GDP the GDP or GDP per capita question isn't even the most relevant one. It's really a question of you know, who actually goes for that market segment of products.
Yes, I agree. There are two aspects to sort of or two benefits to being an ethical company these days. So one is that you don't get boycotted by consumers, and you might even be preferred if they think that what you stand for is great. But the other, which is often overlooked, is that people increasingly select their employment based on values. They want to do something that makes a difference, that's valuable, and that goes especially for talented people who actually have a choice of employment and that are hot commodities in the labor market. So I imagine that if we can create enough awareness about the moral bankruptcy of Mondelez, that will probably hurt them in the war for talent, as it's called very nicely, and that might be an even bigger impact than the consumer boycott. I would like also to add two other companies that we should be very aware of on that list. One is Procter & Gamble. Important brands being, for instance, Always and Tampax, which are women's health products, and yeah, Omo detergent. There's a long list. I'm not so good with these things, but Procter & Gamble should be avoided, and also actually Pepsi company, PepsiCo. They have been sneaky because they've stopped producing and selling Pepsi and those other Pepsi branded sodas in Russia, but they have so many other products, all sorts of chips and crackers and just a huge range. So the drinks are actually quite a limited part of all they sell, and all the rest they've stayed in Russia with it. So they sort of claim that, yeah, Pepsi is not being sold in Russia anymore, but PepsiCo is very much involved there. So I've actually reluctantly gone off my addiction of Pepsi Max and reverted to Coke Zero now, again, to support Ukraine.
So that's really interesting. I've had a suggestion from one of our listeners that, you know, maybe it's the cheap cereals in Russia that they're interested in. The thing is, you know, the stuff that they manufacture in Russia, that they process in Russia, they sell in Russia. It's for the Russian market. They don't export it to, say, the rest of Europe, for example. The exports that might happen might be to some countries in the Caucasus, in Central Asia. It doesn't really matter, quite small markets. The only way this would be relevant would be if they were, you know, buying grain from Russia at some very discounted price, having it shipped to somewhere else, and then the production, the processing there would be taking advantage of it, which is possible. So I wouldn't discount that altogether. What I would say is not that many places really, not that many places in the world really import that much grain. So you'd be really looking at places in the Middle East, North Africa. That's kind of the critical ones. So unless, you know, Mondelez Egypt does a lot of processing of that and they have some special deal, it's not making that much of a difference. So I don't think that that's it. I really suppose it's likely some sort of you know, direct interaction with the leadership. And then
I agree. I agree, and I also think that if you have a really tanky CEO or leadership group who are sort of a bit in the under the spell of Russian influence operations, they might believe that Russia's going to finish this war soon, and they are going to be victorious, and if we can just, you know, weather this for a few more months, then everything will revert back to normal. So if we exited Russia now, we would be throwing away, you know, decades of investments into that country, and you know, we just have to stick with it a few more months, and everything's going to be fine.
Yeah, Peter, and if we could flip that argument around. I'm just sort of thinking around how this works. Just put aside all the moral issues and that kind of thing. How does this look as a business decision? So what I'm trying to say is, you know, as a thought experiment, if you put yourself in their shoes, why would they make a decision like this? One, and obviously, you've pointed out the reason for that being the capex and investment over decades in developing a market, and then point two, you know, the pros and cons of staying in Russia, and then how you communicate that externally. Could you not flip it around and say, look, we think Ukraine are going to win this war and it's going to be over pretty soon, and we want to be there to help rebuild a new Russia? And then, so in that scenario, you end up with getting your products potentially boycotted in Russia, but not in your more important markets, and you preserve your investment. So I just from and look, I'm being cynical here. I'm just making it's a pure thought experiment with no moral considerations, just purely how does this make sense economically, and how is this best for the shareholders? And actually, I think that approach was would be more effective, you know, because you know, even if they do have a tanky CEO, you know, they need to have really tanky shareholders too.
Yes and no. I don't know the shareholding structure of Mondelez, but I assume they're a publicly traded company, and so their most vocal shareholders will be, large institutional investors investing people's pension money, and those don't tend to get involved with even these kinds of decisions or have strong views on them. So I don't think these shareholders would get involved. They are represented in the company by the board of directors whom they have appointed, and as one of my business strategy professors once said, which is an extreme view, but the role of the board is to make sure that the CEO has a strategy, and as long as they have faith in the strategy, confidence in the strategy, they support him, and when they think the strategy is bad, they fire the CEO and get a new one. So it's a binary question. It's not how boards really work, but that's sort of an extreme view. But yet, I think if the management insists that this is the best way, unless the board is sort of activist or has very strong views to the contrary of their own, they're going to stay to this course. So it is the corporate, the C-suite of the company that makes these decisions by and large, unless it becomes really a global problem. This is right now sort of a local problem in Norway and Sweden, I think. And actually in Norway, the pendulum has swung a bit back from boycott. Some of the supermarket chains maneuvered quite adroitly to weaken the boycott, and the deputy foreign minister played very well into their hands, and now sort of some of the companies that were taking the Mondelez products out of their shelves are putting them back, etc. So this is not, I think, I think this is corporate management that drives this, and nobody else. To respond to the other, yeah, there's going to be some sort of logic why this makes business sense. I think whatever that logic is, it's flawed, and it's a bad business decision, even from a cynical point of view. But I'm not in the corporate management of Mondelez, and apparently those who are there think differently. I really think they're wrong. I think in this day and age, value-based management and being the thinking about not only your short-term bottom line, but also what good are we? Why is the world a better place with our company than without it? It's critical for the long-term thriving of any company, and I think Mondelez has put themselves squarely on the wrong side of that. And I think long-term, in ways that they might not even themselves attribute to this morally bankrupt decision, long-term they'll suffer because of this.
Petter, there is one party I can think of who are highly likely to be a shareholder of Mondelez, who might be open to outside influence, and if they could be persuaded to sell any shareholding they might hold in Mondelez, that of itself would be a really big, strong signal without necessarily any PR attached to it. And that is, of course, the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. They might be open to people like you, Norwegians approaching them saying, look, if you have a holding in Mondelez, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, sorry, that's not an avenue. The Sovereign Wealth Fund has been targeted politically for all sorts of causes and purposes, and the result is that they have a very rigid process for ethical considerations. There's an ethics committee of actually very competent people who can be trusted to sort of make sound judgments, and then they get a very clear mandate from the government on what kind of ethical considerations they should be making. And the current official line of the Norwegian government, which is pushed by this deputy foreign minister, who who is not being helpful to Ukraine, I believe, is that our sort of condemnation or our economic warfare, if you like, on Russia is expressed through sanctions. So anything that's not sanctioned, it's a free for all, go ahead, no problem. So I don't think with that kind of attitude, and that's why, sorry, I'm digressing, but that's why that's what he communicated to the business community, and that's why they're backing off from the pressure on Mondelez. But with that kind of attitudes in the government, I don't think we will be getting any changes to the ethics mandate for the sovereign wealth fund. So the sovereign wealth fund doesn't have any leeway at all. They just, either a company is green, and that means that all the fund managers that are working for the sovereign wealth fund, which is basically third parties, it's investment companies or investment managers on Wall Street, in the city of London, everywhere around the world. Not employees of the sovereign wealth fund, but managers that are contracted to maximize profits. They're free to weigh their portfolios with these companies as they like. Once the ethics committee says, well, this company is unethical according to our mandate, then the sovereign wealth fund communicates that to the fund managers, and they divest from that company. And I'm sorry, I have to drop down because I have a dog that needs to go to the vet. So I was sitting in the car outside the vet. So I'll be back later. But yeah, thanks for the chat.
Thank you, Peter. And Ming, I agree with you. I don't see the real business case. I think there's something else going on here rather than an actual out-and-out business case that would make them, want to do this, or make them actually do this. I think that's why, right? That's why I'm particularly confused and surprised that this is actually a thing. Hawaii, go ahead.
Doman, the Dominator, one of my two favorite men in the world. How are you tonight?
All right, go ahead.
This the talk about Mondelez and all these other corporations. I actually work for a global national company based in London. They are operating in 120 countries. They make products in many of these countries. Our company actually made products in both Russia and Ukraine until the war started. And our company announced that we were going to be leaving Russia, and they were already deducting the profits and the forecasts from the Russia business for the entire group. And that was made at the start of the war. And it's been over a year, and there were questions from employees within the company asking, why are we still in Russia? And the answer was that it's complicated. Either Russia wants to nationalize all of your factories and assets and business and just takes it and you get nothing, or what they're trying to do is, negotiate some sort of deal where they could sell their assets in Russia for, below cost, but to get something out of it, or a buyback clause where that when the war ends and the economic climate changes, they're able to get back into Russia when the time permits. And that's kind of where our company is right now. Basically, they don't want to have all of their assets nationalized by Russia. But at the same point, Russia is not making it easy and is dragging their feet in putting together some, propositions that would be beneficial for both. And so I just wanted to share that's something that's happening here. That maybe is what's happening with Mondelez, and they're kind of like hedging their bets and looking at their options and kind of being like, hey, maybe we just gotta wait. But I'm not too in tune with the details of Mondelez. But for our company, that's exactly what's happening right now. They're just in limbo. They don't know when it's gonna close.
Thanks, away. So that's exactly the setup that you described about figuring out some sort of a way and then be able to re-enter afterwards. I think a couple of car companies have basically agreed to exactly that sort of setup, right? Which somehow they could. The thing is, saying, oh, but what if this gets just taken, just nationalized? Well, the thing that's being missed is this is the cost of operating in, let's call them less than sanguine regimes, right? Because that's exactly the thread that you always had, and certainly that's the thread that you had when you were entering that market, and certainly after 2014, people should have started realizing, this is actually a real possibility, that at any point really something like this can be done, whether it's for a reason or not even for a specific reason, and that's immensely possible. That's immensely probable. So I just want to say, these aren't really news in that sense, and of course there's people trying to take advantage of that, right? Or trying to say, well, but we don't think that this should apply to us, and we'll try to find a way out. The problem is there is no way out, because they're basically being, in a way, kept hostage, and they're refusing to extricate themselves from it with at least their reputation. And I understand why. It's because you have no one to sell, because nobody wants to buy stuff there, right? There's only one buyer, and that buyer will buy it for nothing then, which is the Russian state, or someone very closely associated with them who gets the permission to do that. I completely understand that. I just don't think that's a very good argument, because that was the risk when you entered the market. So you're not, either you've misassessed the risk at that point, or you've said, well, yes, but we're not going to be willing to pay for the risk that we incurred in the first place. So the comparison between the two just doesn't make too much sense to me. And of course, it's probably a different board in every country having entered, in every company having entered to compared to now, but nevertheless, right. I don't think we have much more on that, but it is how it is. I do consistently wonder, though, how is it worth it to get the negative publicity in some actual rich markets compared to one which is actually not that rich. It's shrinking, and if anything, it's likely to just continue shrinking in the coming years, rather than expanding. I just don't see the mathematics in that, and it almost seems like it's economics that are being focused on a quarterly report and a yearly report, rather than anything that looks even 5 years out. And yes, on the quarterly report, it will look bad if you need to do the write down, or write off of an asset, a set of assets like that. But that doesn't mean that that looks bad in the longer term, I don't think. Anyway, right. So it's interesting, to switch gears rather. It's interesting when Guterres visited Kiev. That's the UN Secretary General. There were attacks on Kiev. There was rocketing of Kiev by the Russians. And now, when the presidents of South Africa and 4 other presidents from other African nations are in Kiev, the day before they head to St. Petersburg tomorrow, and Russia is attacking Kiev with missiles, seemingly a combination of cruise and possibly also ballistic missiles. Are they just trying to get them all to see how well patriots work and how they protect Kiev from being hit by those missiles? Is that why? Is that what they're trying to achieve? No, it's very it's a very interesting decision to be making. Now, people who are inclined to like me, when they're somewhere where they don't particularly want to be in the first place, let's make sure that I try to hit that city with some really big heavy cruise and ballistic missiles, because that's gonna make them like me even more or something, right? And see, this is it. Anyone who looked at this remotely clearly for the last who knows how many years, but at least since 2014, would have thought, wow, this doesn't seem like the stablest of countries to work in, to operate in, the most sensible one with a state government that isn't going to interfere in our business affairs. I mean, who did that, right? Who would have looked at that? Well, it's quite curious. Fancy, good morning. If you are visiting somewhere, and then you're going to be visiting somewhere the next day, would you enjoy that your upcoming host is trying to kill you while you're at your current host's place? Would that make you like them more?
Good morning. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I personally have Russophobia to the maximum already. So them trying to bombard me is not changing anything. And I can hardly empathize with South Africa, as they have been Vatniks all along. So I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna change their mind. I don't know if it's gonna make them buy Patriot missiles, because apparently Patriots are the best air defense that you can get. So it's probably a sales show for Western weapons. That's what I can make out of it. But yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand much of the South African visit, anyways. I don't understand the relevance of their visit, because as I heard, they just came up, or Africa came up with a weird peace plan suggestion that can be just put into the shredder and ignored. Um, I don't understand it. Um, I don't think that being bombarded while in Kiev is gonna change their position on Russia. To be honest, that's as much I understand of them. I don't think it's gonna change anything.
Yeah, I don't think it really changed anybody's thoughts thus far, right?
Oh, one more thing, though, man. One more thing. We remember that when some higher person of United Nations was in Kiev. I don't know who it was. When Russia bombarded
Guterres,
him,
the Secretary General.
Guterres. And did it change anything in the United Nations? No. Did the Novakovka terrorist attack by the Russians change anything in the United Nations, in the international community who is not pro-Ukraine? No. So I think we have what we have. We have the nations who support Ukraine, and we have the nations who are with Russia. And I think there is not going to be any change in any direction. Losers stick with losers, I would say.
I agree, Fancy. I think that's exactly right. And this is the really silly thing, because so many are so willing to look past their own interests to just go with the most ideologically acceptable position, I guess. Because what else can you call that if not just the most ideologically acceptable position? Surely that's the real description of it, as opposed to something else. No, it's a very silly concept, I think, that you go somewhere and somebody tries to hit you with tries to hit you with cruise and ballistic missiles, and you say, "Yeah, this is fine. This is normal, right? This is just how it is. No worries. I still like them just as much." What like literally what's wrong with you? That's your response, Fancy.
So I don't know, like a year ago or 2 years ago, I would have thought that it's clownesque what Russia is doing, right? To bombard people from international organizations, B, now to bombard allies of them who actually go to propose a pro-Russian plan in Ukraine. I would have thought, how could someone be so crazy, right? But now, nothing that Russia does surprises me. I mean, they are absolutely unhinged in any way, shape, or form. And we also see that they are willing to go as far to destroy their whole own country, to take it in the abyss just to achieve some ideological goals. So anything goes with Russia. It's like a person in a madhouse, right? I think the best thing would be to put Russia into a straitjacket, and how that concept looks for a nation might be that we just surround it with patriots and make sure nothing can fly out of there, and we build a nice wall around them and make them pay for it. I think that's how you can deal with Russia. We can't unfortunately prevent them from hurting themselves. That's up to them. But I think to assume any reason, any logic from them, I think that ship has sailed, as we would say in Austria.
Yes, down the river. Thank you, Fancy. Chris.
Hi, Dermot. I was just this conversation just reminds me of like very early on in the invasion, and that there was a recording of like a Russian woman calling her well, she might be a Ukrainian, but she was obviously pro-Russian. She was somewhere like Kherson or Mykolaiv or somewhere like that, and she was basically calling her obviously Russian boyfriend in Russia, and she was saying, she said, why are the Russians killing and raping all of the women? And the Russian guy is like, no, you must be mistaken. She goes, I'm not mistaken. I'm here and it's happening. No, that can't be happening. You must have got something wrong. And it's just like, that's like absolutely crazy. I don't know what happened to that woman, but in the end of that, but it just always stuck with me, that phone call.
Thank you, Chris. Indeed, there's a very different attitude and approach to things in various places, and there's a lot of willful ignorance, very willing, very willful ignorance indeed, very willing, very willful. Peter. In which case, I'll just interject and say today, at the various times which you can find the tweet in the nest, or tonight rather in Europe, we'll be joined by, I think again, by Alex Voronin, who's helping with evacuations and many other things. Mockers, would you like to add to that? I believe at present in Kherson. So we'll be able to hear from someone else there on the ground, helping out in the most affected bits of Ukraine very shortly. Mockers?
Yeah, I've got a couple of things, but I will add something that I saw this morning, which totally made me feel like humanity is worth something. And it was a 90-year-old lady who was evacuated under shelling, and she wouldn't leave the water's edge because her dog and her cat were left back in the house. And she said, they're the only thing I've got now. That's the only thing that matters to me. And, you know, I imagine that they've died in the flood. And within 24 hours, she was reunited with both pets. So a little bit of a heartwarming story there. Please don't cry on me. Also, I have something else that I just wanted to add, because this question comes from a Ukrainian, and he says, I wonder if the delegation has changed their minds about suspending the arrest warrant on Putin and easing the Russian sanctions after the shelling of Kyiv while they were there. It is a good question, I think.
And that's from Alexander Sherba. I think his current title is Ambassador at Large, a veteran Ukrainian diplomat, who was recently the Ukrainian ambassador in Vienna until recently. And now, you know, he's what does ambassador at large mean? That means he holds the rank of ambassador, but it's not any particular country, right? So it's kind of like a minister without portfolio. If you're familiar with that, basically, he's sent as a senior diplomat to sort out things, various places when needed, as needed. Because they need some sort of high-level diplomatic representation that's not political in nature. So basically, not a president, not a foreign minister, but a little bit more on the technical side and a career diplomat side. Yeah, I really like. You know, also we've had him here before, of course, but I really appreciate his thoughts on matters as well. He tends to distill them very well. Not at all diplomatic speech most of the time, which is quite interesting. You know, maybe it's all this pent up inability to express yourself fully when serving in you know designated specific roles, but then this allows for a little bit more. Not quite a full Andriy Melnik, not at all, but very very direct. And very clearly spoken.
You see, I think it's really important to be direct and clearly spoken and, you know, just honest and straight about things. I mean, it's pointing out the obvious, surely, that these people have arrived, and obviously in previous visits, there were no such, you know, for example, there was definitely no bombs around Kyiv when President Biden was there, for example, and a number of other people. But certain leaders have received the "we're sending you some missiles" greeting from Russia. And it's just interesting that it's this particular delegation who, I mean, they're all potential BRICS buddies, aren't they? Including Egypt, who are thinking of joining the wonderful thing that is the BRICS. So yeah, maybe this might just be a strange diplomatic move on behalf of Russia. But you know, if it damages their relationships further with these countries, then yeah, go ahead, carry on. They seem to be doing a very good job of trying their best to rule by fear and finding out that the world around them has changed, and that's not how things are done anymore. Yeah, perhaps in some places you can get away with that, but we're in a different stage now, and I think, you know, but bullying, it generally only gets you so far, and eventually somebody will step up and say, actually, no. And well, this is the finding out phase, yeah.
So I don't think it's really going to change much, because they're already decided ahead of time. You know, I don't think he's you know, for whatever, or any of them particularly for helping Ukraine or see the real issue at hand. And I don't think this is going to change their minds particularly either. They'll just say, oh, you know, this is how it is, but see, you're well defended, so why are you complaining about? Look, nothing actually got through, so what are you complaining about? And, you know, why can't you just have peace? Wouldn't you rather if this wasn't happening? That's probably the more likely reaction coming from this. As to BRICS, did we have this chat yesterday? Oh, but you were away yesterday. So yesterday we were chatting a little bit with who was it? It was Freight Monkey, I think, about these matters, and it's kind of it's more something that feeds sort of tanky propaganda than it is anything of actual use. You know, it's kind of a make believe. It's kind of a make believe organization, which isn't so much an organization, and they all have very divergent interests when it comes to real interests. It's all the other stuff, you know, the more political ones, the more nebulous ones that feed into primarily domestic messaging for them. You know, that's one thing that happens quite a bit. But anything serious, nah, not really there. Chris?
No, I understand what you're saying, Damon, but you're also saying that they've got to do it, right? So you said earlier on, look, they can't not see this bunch, right? So given that you've got to see them, what you're going to do, right? You know, you're going to obviously try and make the most of it. However, you're going to do that. Whatever approach you're going to take, you know, whether it's, you know, look, why are you messing around with the Russians? Because like they're no benefit to you long term, you know, or you know, like another approach is like if you don't get yourself on the right side, you're going to get yourselves in trouble, guys. Or yeah, I don't know, whatever approach it is, Doman, right? But if you've got to do it, right, how are you going to handle it?
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's a silly one, right? It's a really, really silly one. Beyond that, Chris, how would you feel? Tell me this. How would you feel? You know, you go to your you know, it's Friday night tonight, right? You might have a friend called Bob. Maybe you'll pop around Bob's place, and then for Saturday night, for tomorrow night, you and the missus are planning to go off to Peter's, right? Off to Peter's for dinner. How would you feel if Peter shoots at Bob's house tonight? Would that make you more, you know, enjoy dinner tomorrow better, more or less? Because I'm leaning towards less.
Yeah, I'm also leaning towards less, Damon, than that. Yeah, so I think, you know, I see your point to that. So, so they, what is the situation? Are they there at the minute? And did did missiles arrive and drones arrive at the same time? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, correct. That's exactly what happened. So the delegation was there. It was in Kiev and near Kiev, and then the missiles arrived. Various kinds of missiles. It's unclear exactly what all kinds of missiles. Mix of missiles, it seems. Possibly a mix of caliber cruise missiles from the Black Sea, and possibly also some ballistic missiles as well that were coming from somewhere in the north, right? So the combination of those looks like they were intercepted, to the best of my understanding, unless I've missed something. You know, the Patriot system in Kiev is rather good, and as Pendolino noted, and I really like this attitude to it. You know, one of our Swiss friends here said, thanks for advertising superior Western air defense systems against Russian Wunderwaffe in a live-action fire demonstration to African leaders representing a 1.5 billion customer market. I think this is really the way to take all of this. They say, hey, you know, this is actually serious, and it actually makes quite a bit of a difference.
Actually, that is interesting, Doman. You're right. Yeah, a great opportunity for the West to demonstrate its weapons prowess. I totally agree with that. Very interesting. I take it they had a bit of a tour of the air raid shelters then, did they?
Presumably, yes. Must be very nice. Must be a very nice experience. Must be a very pleasant experience, I'm sure. And it's interesting. It's very, very interesting. Peace for Ukraine. Morning.
Good morning, Dulman. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Marcus. Hope everyone is faring well. And what can I say? But Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smetvoram.
That's what we want. So they are again back at it, of course, whenever there's a delegation that they throw a shit, and then of course they throw some missiles. Am I allowed to sort of shift to announce a small news?
Absolutely.
I'm going to blow a bit Luxembourg's horn because this was and I don't think we spoke about it or mentioned it because, of course, it's just the beginning. And to make it clear, basically, it was announced last evening during and Defense Minister Reznikov tweeted about it, that together with the Ministers of Defense of Luxembourg and Estonia, he was supported during the meeting with the Defense Contact Group, the Ramstein format. They supported his idea of creating an IT coalition. So within the Ramstein framework, and both countries are ready to take a leadership role in creating this coalition. So basically another coalition to ensure Ukraine's victory is in the horizon. And so he mentioned that this is sure to evolve into something exciting. So stay tuned. And I will note that 2 days ago, Luxembourg announced doing a quite large investment of circa 200 million euros into satellites, of which Luxembourg actually has quite a solid base right here. So very good. And they are going to do this via the NATO procurement agency, which very, very fortunately is located in Luxembourg. So yeah, integration and NATO future with Ukraine is on the horizon.
Very good. And beyond that, there's been ever more, a little bit more positive mentions of NATO future for Ukraine as well, and that's not something to be forgotten either, right? There's been there's been commentary of a number of different things that are changing, and more positive comments both from Germany as well as from the US. Of the major countries, the two that have been the most skeptical of giving Ukraine too clear a path to NATO going forward as well. So that's all very good. Now, this IT coalition, I think that's quite interesting. Now, one thing I will have to correct you on: you don't have the satellites right there in Luxembourg. They're somewhere far up above, way up above, because otherwise they wouldn't function very well. But other than that, of course, the linkage is down to Luxembourg. Other than that, that is something that is going to be ever more present and ever bigger a deal for Ukraine going forward as well. Ukraine has already excelled quite substantially on various on employment of modern technologies to be able to better counter Russia. It looks like, at least to the best guess of anyone involved or anyone observing it, the ability of Ukrainians to suss out where missiles are going, and to have integrated their air defenses to a much greater degree than previously, but also to have integrated their counter battery capabilities to a much greater degree than previously, certainly goes some way to evidence that. So lots of good news all around, at least in a way. Peace for Ukraine.
Indeed, the satellites are high above us. What I should correct myself, and thank you for that. I would say that let's say the largest satellite telecom is based in Luxembourg, namely in Betzdorf, and there is a very, very, very large satellite dish area that you can see once you're coming from Trier, from Germany border. You actually, when you're driving into Luxembourg City on the highway, you actually see it on the side. So it's a very large facility. So yeah, so it's one of the unknown bases of investment and development in Luxembourg, which also is extremely, let's say, invests a lot into research and development. And has quite a few financial advantages for research and development entities. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, Peace for Ukraine. Absolutely, and no, it's good to show also countries which are on the smaller side, that don't have very extensive stocks of military material, being able to help, in somewhat different ways as well. And Luxembourg has done that in all the different manners, both with military material directly, both with things that they were able to procure on the more or less the usual markets, many on the less usual sides, and then of course this as well. Supporting both the cyber defenses of Ukraine, which have been doing very well, but this is one of those things that always needs more work, more improvement, more thought, more effort. Is very important, as is trying to simply get a technological advantage in other ways. And reconnaissance, including satellites, is immensely important, and that just absolutely immensely important. Which very, very good. What else can I say? Belgium has a lot of catching up to do. A lot of catching up to do.
It always makes me laugh that the tiny, teeny Luxembourg is able to do as much. But let's say in this country we are quite fortunate to enjoy a very well developed economy, and therefore put the power of that economy to do good things, and in this case supporting Ukraine in many manners. I suppose one less perhaps unknown is that since the NATO procurement agency is local, and Luxembourg has quite a few and very roomy Cargolux planes, so that's also a bit of help there to help picking up things in some countries, taking it up to Poland, etc. So it's always good help and positive help. So as much as we can, for sure. I think last year I even sent a small email to the government mentioning that I would be happy to be lifted a solidarity extra surtax from the pay, so that we could help additionally. So I'll be happy to do that. It might be an idea to float to the, let's say, to the people who are more fortunate or enjoy a more, let's say, a higher pay or a higher level of income, that we could help in addition to already the private donations, but make it something more bulky, more general, because the reality is that Luxembourg has participated in the past with quite a few business with Russia, and that business has helped building the Russian war machine that is now attacking Ukraine. So I think it would be only fair that as a country, Luxembourg having the economic power it has to help out, and I would happily agree to stretch it out as much as we can as a private employee and having that surtax. Unfortunately, it did not came through, but we are helping in other ways. So it's the best investment that Luxembourg, any country in Europe, in the world, and the entire coalition of the willing of the Ramstein allies and partners is actually helping Ukraine and give everything they need. So yeah, I'm very, very happy about. And yesterday there were quite a few announcements from Ramstein, and yeah, keep it going and keep it increased. You gave 1 today, give 2 tomorrow, give 4 after tomorrow, give 10 next week, give increase. Do not stop. Just increase and keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peace for Ukraine. Absolutely, and it's. I'll say this much: there is still so much spare capacity that just isn't being released, and really easy low-hanging fruit to that. 1,000 Bradleys could very well be allocated, and they just haven't. Chris, before we go to you, Mockers has a bit of news, and I would really think that everybody should hear that last little bit of news first.
Yes, according to preliminary data coming from the Air Force, 6 Dagger aerial ballistic missiles, 6 Caliber cruise missiles, and 2 reconnaissance UAVs have been destroyed this morning in the attack. That's 6 Kinzhals again, I believe.
Yay!
That is no, but this is insane, right? The last they don't have that many Kinzhals. They already tried with 6 Kinzhals, and they were all shot down. And that was during nighttime, right? And now during the day, if this really, if they come back and say, yeah, these were actually 6 Kinzhals, they weren't ground launch Iskandars, any of them. They were all that's. Then that note from Kindoliva was talking about $1.5 billion customer market being demonstrated some top quality air defenses really is correct in also many ways. But also, if they can't portray this as an intent to have to kill the visitors, then I don't know what else they can portray it as, and that is something as well. Chris.
Yeah, that's just funny, Damon. Well, I need somebody with graphic skills to produce a nice little graphic for us on that. But yeah, what a demonstration. Putin on the phone to African delegation. I'm going to send something over that you'll be really impressed with. Did you see it? Yeah, we saw it got shut down. That's what we saw. That's funny. What I was going to say actually was I was looking through Peace for Ukraine's timeline, and I saw this thing. And sorry if I missed this in the discussion earlier, but I saw this thing about Kuleba saying that he wants MAP eliminated or taken out of the NATO process. What is MAP, Doman?
Membership Action Plan.
Ah, okay.
So what that is Chris. So what that is a big binder that has all of the bits and pieces that need to be implemented in order for a country to be deemed ready for NATO membership. And it's a lot of administrative stuff. It's a lot of training and regiments and basically interoperability. it's a big component of it. But quite a lot of that is a little bit superfluous when comparing it to sheer compatibility and experience, and it's a little bit rigid. It's a very peacetime kind of thing as opposed to a wartime kind of thing as well. And it's a question of how useful, how necessary it is, and basically by kind of saying, look, we like this, we know what it's good for, but also are there a few other things. I think you had a follow-up, Chris. Peace for Ukraine?
Actually, in addition to that, Chris, what I've read a couple of hours ago from the Kyiv Independent, and they reported from Axios Media, it stated Biden supports simplified procedure for Ukraine's NATO accession. The US president has supported NATO chief's proposal to announce that Ukraine does not need to implement a membership action plan, famous map, to join the alliance, Axios reported, citing its sources. The map envisages a country being assessed step by step to meet specific criteria for NATO accession, which may take years or even decades. If Stoltenberg's proposal is accepted by other allies, Ukraine will follow the path of new member Finland, which skipped the map process. The simplified procedure would still oblige Ukraine to carry out reforms and, contrary to the wishes of Eastern European allies, would not set any time frame for Ukraine's accession, wrote the Washington Post, which had first reported the White House tentatively backing the plan. Sorry.
Okay, thanks both. And so that is like, how positive is that then? So it basically means the process is going to be short, but we won't start the process while the invasion is still on, or something. Is that what it means?
I'll be tempted to say that. Oh, sorry, Darwin, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I would be tentative to say that nothing prevents NATO to launch the process now in the Vilnius summit. That's my perspective, with a clear understanding and let's say gentleman agreement that the finalization of the process would not take place under certain conditions, meaning the end of the war, but providing certain guarantees. At least the bare minimum would be the nuclear umbrella, for sure. But I think that nuclear umbrella, Ukraine already has it, because Russia has been warned multiple times that it's absolutely no-go, and that's why they only keep mentioning once in a while, but they know it's completely useless, because they will be in a conventional manner. Their Black Sea Fleet will be completely smashed. But I don't think the full acceptance of the or at least in some parliaments would not be approved until or ratified until actually the war is over. That's my feeling or my impression, but maybe I'm wrong. Tillman, over to you.
Yeah, so I think what it basically means is that it will be a case of looking at what's needed, in terms of votes for membership, but not having to focus at the same time so much on anything else, because again, the map is a very peacetime thing. Now, Finland didn't have to go through that, because they basically said, yeah, but Finland's already compatible. It's already There's no point in putting them through this. No one's going to gain anything from it. It's just a delay, right? So those maps were actually very important when it came to a number of former Warsaw Pact states or former states under Soviet rule, more generally. And that was quite important for a while, right? Because it was really necessary to get them out of the sort of post-Soviet funk, if that makes sense, and to actually construct sensible defensive plans and outlines. The thing is, with Ukraine, obviously that isn't needed in the same way, right? Because Russia is the one that got Ukraine out of that post-Soviet funk already, because it invaded Ukraine and it forced them to kind of change things very much in order to be able to survive in the first place. And that's kind of the reasoning here. So normally the map needs to be fulfilled, and only then the accession voting starts. Kind of only then the ratification votes start coming in. But here it just really isn't necessary, and it would be unnecessarily burdensome on the Ukrainians to have to try to do this now under the current circumstances. So they just avoided it, and that's, I mean, I think it's very sensible, and I think it's frankly for the best that it goes this way. So it all makes good sense. No, and again, with these bit more positive, I think that's absolutely tremendous, and actually something that's difference making under the current circumstances, much more so than any of the other talk about any of it. There were the two big countries that were kind of unsure, let's say, as to what is the right thing to do here. Well, if they're both well on board, that really helps. And let's just see what gets turned from. Today's an important day in this context. Today's the day when there's the NATO ministers meeting in Brussels. So follow up to Ramstein, or rather separate to Ramstein. So it's a smaller format, but that's going to be quite important in this respect, because it's, I think, the last NATO summit of any sorts before Vilnius, or the last NATO meeting before the Vilnius summit in July. And because of that, today is kind of the day to figure these things out, and then figure out rather what still needs to be worked on in this month between today and the Vilnius summit. Peace for Ukraine.
Indeed, I 100% agree with the 137% agree with you. With what you're saying, and indeed today there's second day of meeting of the defense ministers, and maybe we'll have some additional announcements, at least as far as ramping up industrial capabilities, because if I recall, today there's a meeting with the defense ministers and 25 representatives of the industry. So maybe we will have some further results about that sort of tour that Thierry Breton made. Like I think it was April and May. He visited like 12 countries and 12 different industries to ramp up production, increase production, or double it, or sort of rethink it so that that 2 billion hefty EU peace facility is properly spent into ammunition for Ukraine, and maybe some other capabilities as well. Who knows? Let's hope today brings more good news.
Very good. Thank you, Peace for Ukraine. Mr. M, good morning.
Good morning, Dortman. Everything okay?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Marcus just posted a post with a new Lada, and it's laughable because the Lada won't start. It's from Slavo-Ukrainian. But what I saw at the last seconds, if they open the back door, the driver's door also opens and directly gets in the back door. So that's also laughable. It's not even good fitting.
Well, no, you see, Mr. M, it's a new design feature. It's a new design feature. It's so that if a child who might be in the pack opens the door, the driver is immediately alerted to it by the door next to him vanishing as well. And it's a safety feature, really. It's to prevent kids from falling out of cars without their parents' knowledge. No, it's very odd, right? There's that Lada has a certain aura of decrepitness.
Yes, I can imagine if they drive it too hard that it will fall in parts on the highway. So, this is a dull moment. Everybody, please retweet this space. You're listening to the Maria Report space. Domen is our co-host. He will be here until he's had enough of it, and
until he's not.
Until he's not, of course. I want to ask you, please. Take in considering a donation. It doesn't have to be much. A small thing is also a thing. Please visit MriyaReport.org. There you can donate. The donations go to several organizations who are doing a good job in Ukraine, such as demining and as for the mayor in Kherson, where the Russians flood the region. There is also a dire need in a lot of stuff, humanitarian stuff, medicines, everything you can think of, generators. So please take a moment and consider a donation, please, and thank you upfront.
Thank you very much, Mr. M. Absolutely. There's something else that we kind of touched on this whole membership path for NATO, for Ukraine. It's an interesting interview with Kurt Volker, who used to be the U.S. ambassador to NATO back in the day. He also used to be the U.S. special representative for Ukraine, and he's echoed similar thoughts to many before, saying there's the only way, and the only way forward is that Ukraine becomes a NATO member state. Now, he did say that it's unlikely to happen already at the NATO head of state summit in Vilnius next month. However, he says that, as far as he's concerned, he thinks that the Vilnius summit needs to put Ukraine on a clear pathway to it. And I think that's exactly it. That's exactly what I've been arguing for, Axel's been arguing for, indeed President Zelensky has been arguing for. Right? They want to have a very clear path forward when it comes to NATO membership, rather than kind of continuing on with the current state of maybe, but no. It needs to be well defined. It needs to be a well devised path. And part of the reason for that is you don't want to be in a position. You don't want to be in a position where you're allowing someone else from the outside to dictate to you what you can and cannot do, and what countries within the space can and cannot do. And why is this important? It's important in exactly the same way as it's also important For example, when last week there was the summit, or was it 2 weeks ago now? 2 weeks ago now, when there was the summit of the European political community in it wasn't quite in Chisinau, it was at Castelnimi, just out between Chisinau and the eastern border of Moldova, somewhere quite close to Tigina, that is to say Bender, as some people also know it. What I want to what I specifically want to note with all of that is the following. Josep Borrell, the European High Representative for Defense and Foreign Affairs, at that summit, at the entry to it, at the very start of it, his initial comments said that the EU membership for Moldova, and we know EU membership is not the same as NATO membership, different considerations therein for sure. But EU membership for Moldova will not be dependent on the situation in the occupied eastern Moldovan areas, that is to say, more commonly known as Transnistria. It is to not be dependent on that. And that, I think, is very important to take heed of, right? What did Josep Borrell say? He said that that's besides the point, that there is precedent for countries joining the European Union without being in full control of all of their territory, Cyprus being set precedent, and critically that we cannot allow Putin to be the one deciding who can and who cannot join the European Union. Anything else is fundamentally a strategic failure, right? And the same goes here. I would argue the same exact thing goes here for NATO. It would be a strategic failure if Ukraine was kept out of NATO at Putin's behest. If he had an ability, an opportunity to block that. Now, I'll ask you all to cast your minds back to the 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest, where pretty much exactly that happened. So it wasn't just that Russia was a part there of the summit in Bucharest, that was invited to the summit in Bucharest, but it was kind of at the behest of Russia that it was said, Georgia, Ukraine, they can't be on the path to NATO membership. This isn't really possible, and they just gave them the very, very far out. Oh yes, maybe someday. Doors are not closed. Kind of response, and anything like that now again would be very much a strategic failure. So I think this isn't something to ignore. This is very, very important, and it needs to be taken well into account as well. So I just want to highlight this, with Ambassador Volker, former Ambassador Volker, highlighting this as well. I think that we're very well aligned on that. It just isn't an option. It just isn't an option to allow somebody from the outset to dictate who can and who cannot be a part of an organization like NATO or like the EU, which I think is very meaningful here indeed.
Who was the head of the state in Ukraine in 2008?
2008, it was Yushchenko.
Wasn't he a Russian asset? No.
You're confusing Yushchenko and Yanukovych.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
No, it's quite all right. I know many people confused it. I remember back in 2004, 2005, when that Ukrainian election happened, around the time of the one that then precipitated the Orange Revolution, then the election happened again. People in quite a lot of media outlets across Europe, I remember following that quite closely, but obviously the internet wasn't nearly as much of a thing as yet. So, television, and you watched various news in different languages. And television, who does that nowadays? And I remember in at least 2 or 3 occasions when hosts were kind of stumbling over themselves of, oh, you Yushchenko, Yanukovych, they thought they were basically the same name. It was kind of difficult for some of them to distinguish between the two. Eventually, they learned. But no, Yushchenko definitely wasn't a Russian asset at all. He was indeed poisoned by the Russians just before the initial election there. And indeed, definitely couldn't be considered a Russian accent. I think it was dioxin poisoning.
Yeah,
Ming, maybe you can help
like
me out.
that. I remember it now. His face was turning, giving some information that he was poisoned with that. So I remember that.
Exactly, Mr. You see that there we go. So he definitely wasn't the Russian asset. I'll also note that he was one of the delegation there going to Tbilisi during the Russian invasion of Georgia in 2008, together with the presidents of Baltic states, and I forget who the President Kaczynski then of Poland was there, and maybe a couple of others as well. So yeah, quite a significant moment there, definitely. Marcus.
Hey, I've just heard that some of the South African delegation, including the president, Cyril Ramaphosa, maybe, have visited Bucha. So they're not shying away from showing them some awful truths, shall we say.
No, definitely not. But the thing is I think Prince was saying this some hours ago, right? It's it no longer looks like a massive crime scene, right? Because they've done such a good job cleaning it up as well. So I don't know how they went about doing that. Right. Other news, completely separate from all of this, and I do hope that they have the correct response to, trying to be rocketed by the Russians with literally all the stuff that Russians had. So again, the Ukrainian Air Force reports 6 Kinzhals as well as 6 Caliber cruise missiles having been shot down over Kyiv, thanks to the highly reliable and excellent Patriot air defense systems. But what I want to really point out here is that I don't think that there will be much of a change. One place where there could be at least a little bit of a change is in speaking of NATO, is in attitude of certain countries to NATO accession of Sweden. So Vilnius summit, of course, being the big point for which we're looking at for Swedish NATO accession, and there are 2 countries still that have not yet ratified Swedish NATO membership. So out of 31 NATO member states, there's only 2 outstanding. In a sense, 3 countries of the 31 haven't ratified Swedish NATO membership because Finland doesn't have to ratify Swedish NATO membership because they applied jointly at the same time. And therefore, Finland doesn't need to ratify it in order for it to come into force. However, let's remember that on the ceremony in Brussels, where Finland was brought into NATO formally, immediately within seconds, the Finnish representative also the Finnish president handed over the paperwork needed for Swedish NATO accession as far as Finland was concerned. Literally within seconds of Finland getting admitted to NATO. So really, there are 2 countries that are still standing in the way, who have not yet ratified Swedish NATO accession. The 2 countries being Hungary, under the dictator, and Turkey, the country that has just re-elected same president and government of Recep Tayyip Erdogan yet again, albeit with quite substantial differences and changes in the cabinet after this past election. And there's a couple of interesting things. So in Turkey, the parliament yesterday, if I recall correctly, voted to extend its sitting into the summer and into July, so that it actually will have the possibility of voting on Swedish NATO accession. And today it's been formally announced that Hungary scheduled the vote for its parliament on Swedish NATO membership for the 7th of July this year, which is 4 days before the start of the Vilnius summit. Now, the real question is, I think, how are they going to vote? Because having a vote, scheduling a vote is one thing. Now, of course, that doesn't yet mean that that vote will be in affirmative. It depends on how exactly they wanted to play with. They wanted to play this one. Now, Denjon's with us, for which I'm very, very grateful indeed. Denjon, how many times before has the Hungarian parliamentary vote on Swedish NATO accession been scheduled?
Was it 24, 25 times? I can't remember. No, but I don't know.
I thought it was only 3 or 4 times, but you know.
Yeah, actually, I thought it was maybe five or something. But yeah, it's in a low 1 digit, or in the 1 digits anyway. But still, yeah. Let's see. Let's see what they do. But yeah, there's.
So, are you expecting anything from this one? Anything different?
I mean, I don't know what to expect from Hungary. If you look at the track record, not only on this thing. I mean, the most pressing thing is the behavior against the rest of the EU with sanctions and so on. So I don't know what to expect, but I assume they will probably make a vote and probably vote yes. But I don't know. I don't know.
See, I think I know what to expect. Denjon from Hungary. I'm to expect paprika. I'm to expect images of a country long gone per Treaty of Trianon. I am to expect many such things, and I think that's pretty reliable as far as expectations go. So what I think this is Hungary scheduling a parliamentary vote, whereby it's going to see what the Turks are going to do, and then if Turkey votes yes, then Hungary will also vote yes. And then if Turkey doesn't vote yes before the Vilnius summit, then Hungary will, postpone the parliamentary vote yet again for maybe another session, because that's sort of their modus operandi there.
Yeah, they're not really reliable, I guess. So I don't think it means it's going to happen. But yeah, I mean, we're all used to it by now. So let's see what Daniel has to say.
Well, what is Hungary's official reason for pushing this back? I mean, how do they rationalize this?
Well, what I've heard is that they are a bit annoyed about Swedish stance towards them. We have, complained about their non-democracy and so on within the EU and being loud about it, apparently, and so that's not a good thing for them. Initially, they didn't have any reason, but that's what they come up with.
So one of the reasons they had initially, because initially they said they will confirm, of course, and then what they said is, we won't confirm because not everyone will confirm, as soon as Turkey came out with their objection. So their objection was basically a proxy of the Turkish objection, and they quite explicitly said that. They said, well, our problem is that not everyone will vote yes, so we won't vote yes until everybody else also votes yes, which is just being basically obstinate for the sake of being obstinate. I want to go to our dear Swede here, our other dear Swede, before he turns into a turnip. Daniel, please.
I am not a turnip already then. Yeah, you said it basically all. I'm just, this is sort of confirming what I've said all the time. Authoritarians are transactional. And I think that we in Sweden and the rest of NATO has been approaching this in the wrong way. Because both Erdogan and Orban, they will try to get something out of this. We need something from them. We need a yes to get into NATO. And then they see the opportunity. If they need something from us, we can get something for that. And they are now trying to get as much as possible. Orban is weak when it comes to this. He doesn't really have a stance, and he's really not very good at it, I would also say. And I think that he might actually cave because of the US Congress is not going to approve them. Was it HIMARS they wanted to have? And they're not going to get it. And there is a good chance, I don't say it's definitely going to be that way, but there's a good chance that they now realize that we need to do this because we really don't have anything else to benefit from this. We are losing otherwise. But Erdogan, he still can gain stuff from this. I heard an analysis of where they were saying that by not approving Sweden, he makes it, he guarantees that he will sort of be in the center of the meeting in Vilnius, because everyone will be on his case and trying to persuade him. And then he can get favors from that. They even were some speculations that they want to have a Turkish general secretary for NATO after Stoltenberg. Now that is quite unlikely, but this is what they're doing. And the approach that should have been done, instead of saying, as they are doing now, you're not going to get the F-16s unless you say yes to Sweden, then he can drag it on until he really, really need those F-16s, or until he feels that they are actually going to go, that he can't get them if he doesn't say yes to Sweden. And that's what we should have been done from the start. You need to turn it around and make him want something that he feels that if I'm not doing this now, I can lose this. And then you will see him say yes immediately. That's how you handle transactionalists.
Exactly. It's all down to, well, if Turkey's confirming, they can't just stay there alone, wailing and waving and doing nothing, and just screaming and shouting into the void. That's
yeah. I mean, say to them, if you don't approve Sweden before Vilnius meeting, we will remove the F-16s from the table. Then you will have to wait years for that. Or say that we're giving F-35s to Greece or Patriot systems to Greece or whatever. Then you will get a reaction.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only way it works. And no, I really think Turkey's coming around to it because they just have not much left to gain from it, if anything. And then when Turkey does, Hungary will likewise. Let's just hope it happens before Vilnius. It's being quite expedited now. Then John, quick comment, and then we'll go on to Mete and Peace for Ukraine, and then we can circle back to more of this. I think it's a very exciting topic.
Yeah, I think one of the problems for Turkey and Erdogan is that the statements he's making is I mean, they're quite hard to back down from, because now he's basically saying that if there's any anti-Turkey protest in Sweden, then it will not be supported, and obviously that will not be stopped unless it's a violent protest. I mean, but it's freedom of speech is quite a good thing to have, and so they will not be stopped. And he has said that has to stop. So how we can back down from that, I don't know. And obviously this will be used by the the anti-NATO and anti-Turkey groups.
See, in a way, I think it's funny because you can read it inventively and say, "Aha! No protest by vegans." No protest against Turkey meat. Mete,
Yeah, it's such a theater. It was same when Finland finally got in. Orban flying to Turkey the day before, and then they giving the accession just before Turkey. So 7th is probably a day before Turkey will accept it. But they are they try to get everything out of this situation, and this meeting they had this week, Sweden, Finland, and Turkey. It was just typical Erdogan saying we will not be told to do something by NATO, but they know very well that they won't get them F-16s without giving their access to Sweden. But it's just his way to show that he's got power, and I'm not arguing with that. He has power. He is Turkey's. So
Thank you.
yeah.
No, you're quite right. It's exactly the same pattern as always. Peace through Ukraine.
I just wanted to mention what Daniel actually already mentioned, that HIMARS deal that was suspended by US Senator that Hungary wanted. And indeed, totally agree that the best method is to not cede 1 millimeter, but simply take out something they want. It's not, oh, I will sign if this is it. No, you will sign because if you don't, you won't get this. It's not you getting additional. You will actually be taken something that you really, really want. So that's indeed the best squeeze, the best negotiation possible with people who just want to basically do some I'm just remembering the French word extorsion. I don't know if it exists in
Extort.
English.
It's literally the same.
There you go, extort. I was just thinking extortion, but I said no, it's not right. They just want to extort something out of you. So no negotiation in such case, and in particular with the shady governments or governments that actually support genocidal countries. So hence, therefore, you have no basis of negotiation. So sign, otherwise you are not getting this, and we know you really, really want this. In the meantime, the panel is quite full and very, very accommodated with wonderful people, and I just wanted to say thank you so much for this wonderful space, for this wonderful conversation, and I wish you all a very good afternoon. Maybe we speak later, and please, please, please do tweet out the space. Let people know that we are here every day, all week, all month, all year, until Ukraine is victorious and free. And then afterwards, we'll see if we carry on another mission. But tweet out the space, donate to MriyaReport or to any other cause that is dear to your heart. But I just can tell you, please continue to support Ukraine. Please continue to donate to Ukraine. Please continue to amplify Ukrainian voices and Ukrainian cause, because this is the good fight. Have an excellent afternoon. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you very much, Peace through Ukraine, and have a very nice afternoon yourself. Then John.
Yeah, actually, what Peace for Ukraine was saying there, and we hope not to be here in a week's time because there's no need to be here. But that's wishful thinking, of course. We will stay here, but hopefully we will not have to stay here for very long. But yeah, regarding this NATO session for Sweden and others, I mean, this is. Can you imagine when the turn comes for Ukraine to go through this process? So I think a lot needs to be learned from what's been going on with Sweden now, and Finland to some extent, and that has to be prevented when it's time for Ukraine and others to become members.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Let's see if it's yet again the same as always. The scheduled and then gotten rid of. But by the way, I just tweeted something out that you guys might be interested in, my dear Swedish friends, because Orban's estate is apparently ready for moving in, and it reminds me of somebody else's recently constructed, some other president for life seemingly, who's recently constructed a new lovely palace as well.
Is that his private estate?
Unclear. I don't know. I think this one might actually be private as opposed to Erdogan's that isn't. But the design of such things is always kind of interesting. Mette?
Yeah, sorry. But I was thinking, it was very, I think it was a bad decision of Sweden to prolong the grievance to Hungary because, they are still not accessing them. It's sort of, they could do much better in Ukraine, but okay, it was probably have to be done, but it's just such a show, and they just want EU to give the money, and they see Sweden as one possibility to get EU to approve the money they are withholding from them because of the non-democracy in Hungary. But they are such bizarre dealers, these two. So it's very tiring. But let's hope they come to senses, and I think they will, because US has a hook on both of them. So 8th of July is my guess or my bet. I bet I will donate $50 if they don't access. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mette. Daniel, Tenjon, remind me, didn't the lease get extended about like a month before Russia invaded Ukraine on a full scale?
Yeah, it was on December. I don't know about the lease, but there was a contract to upgrade them. I think the lease was already there until 2026 or something. But there was a upgrade approved to whatever, if it's to the D version or whatever. I don't know, but an upgrade, and that's what's being delivered now or has been delivered. I don't know, but the lease was probably there. I mean, I don't assume that they leased for 2 years or 3 years at the time. So yeah, but I mean, regarding maybe I'm a little bit sinister here, but because but Sweden and Finland applied at the same time, and there was like promises before that no problem, within the next few weeks you will be members if you apply, blah blah blah, and then Finland got through. So I think there was a lot of pressure, from the US or whatever, on Turkey and Hungary to actually approve Finland because of the border. I mean, it's obviously more important to have Finland there because then you have a continuous border through Europe. So I assume that happened because of a lot of pressure on the Turkish and Hungarian governments, which was not applied in the same way for the Swedish case, because by doing so you're actually forcing. I mean, it's supposed to be a nice club, where everyone has a say. So if you force unwilling governments to allow it, then sort of takes away some of the shine, I guess. But that's just my thought. If you follow me there.
Absolutely, Daniel.
Yeah, I'm trying to find sorry find anything about the leasing agreement, but the new they had an extended agreement signed in early February, I think was 2000. No, this is a different one. But it was somewhere there in February 2022, and they upgraded their Grippens to, well, as far as I understand, they have already the CD version, but they are upgraded so that they can carry a larger array of weapons, and that they have, I think actually Link 16 was included in that enhancement. It's enhancing Link 16 functionality, so it actually existed before that, but it's been updated. So I don't know exactly what that means, but I had some recollection of also the leasing contract being extended somewhere around that, but it might have been this that I read about. But it was just before the war started, or the full invasion started.
And John?
Yes, I found an article here on defenseupdate.com. I don't know what it is, but sounds legit. So they initially started a lease in 2003. And then in 2012, they extended it for 10 years. Voila, that takes us to 2022. And then it was extended again until 2026. So meaning, yes, probably that upgrade and the lease extension of the lease was done at the same time in 2022.
No, the 2026 lease extension happened in 2017. So halfway through the 10 years, they already pushed it forward.
I think that there were ideas of, actually the intention was that Hungary would buy out their Gripen, so they would stop leasing them and actually own them. But I think that instead of doing that, they extended the lease agreement, and as you said, it was 2016, I think. Yeah. But anyway, as a comment on yeah, of course, it would be nice to say to Hungarian that yeah, you're not going to be able to have these airplanes anymore unless you approve Sweden for NATO. But there's two really impossible things with that. First, that would make us transactional, and I don't want us to be that. I want governments and countries in NATO and in the Western world to do things because they are the right thing. And of course, in business transactions, you are transactional, but you should not go beyond that and always have something tit for tat. I don't want to live in that world, because that is really not a kind world. The other one is that it's not really good for business. If you have already a country that is a user and you have agreements with them and so on, even if they are up for renegotiations, you don't just break them, because then if it's not something really bad, because then you're not selling aircrafts to any other countries anymore after that.
Absolutely. Daniel, what have you around? Because you like air stuff. I had a theory that I developed yesterday a little bit about Russian strategic bombers, and I'd love your thoughts on it. I don't know if you got to hear it yesterday. I don't think you did. Speaking of aircraft, we've had this mystery of Russian strategic bombers only launching like 1.5 to 2 missiles per bomber on average on a lot of these sorties. And it was kind of puzzling, right? Because why would you, it's a bomber that has a max loadout of, I think, 16 cruise missiles, maybe even more if it's optimized for it, and then they launch like 10, but they use 7 bombers to launch 10 missiles or some silly things like that, when clearly one could have done all of it. And then it's like, oh, but maybe they're coming from different places, different directions. No, they're all coming from above the northern Caspian Sea. So that's not the reason why. So I've had a bit of a thought, and I kind of found a bit of a pattern, which I thought was quite interesting. So back when they were targeting Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, right? Back when they were targeting Ukrainian electrical infrastructure, they used like almost as many bombers as they did missiles. Not quite, but sort of 2 missiles per bomber kind of ratio, right? And then when they were just targeting Kiev more recently, they were actually using about 4 or 5 missiles per bomber. And in these most recent strikes, not today's, obviously, there are no bombers involved in that, but the most recent strikes, they were again down to about 1.5 missiles per bomber. And the strikes were, let's say, more widespread. It wasn't all at Kiev, it was at several different places around the country. So I have a theory then. Because we spoke a lot about, they're trying to preserve their airframes. That's what they're doing. But that doesn't make sense. Because if they were trying to preserve their airframes, they would be putting fewer flight hours on their airframes. They would be putting fewer pressurization cycles on their airplanes. So the Tu-95s aren't fully pressurized, but they have 3 pressurized compartments each, if my internet research got it right. And that actually might be worse than a fully pressurized aircraft, because it means that bits of your aircraft are moving and stretching and shrinking relative to other bits of the aircraft. So if anything, this might make it, more complicated from a airframe stress dimension. Also, when it comes to mass isn't it? These aircraft are meant to carry vast quantities of fuel for a 10,000 nautical mile trip, plus a massive loadout of weapons. There's no point in this. They're doing like a 1,000 to 3,000 nautical mile trip at most, at the absolute most, if they come from the north, from Olynia, to the Caspian and then back. There's really no point in that. That math doesn't work out. It's lightly loaded. Whatever you do, it's relatively lightly loaded. So I have a theory here, and my theory of all of this is the following. I think that, and tell me what you think, Daniel. I think, because you like computers and in interaction of computers with planes as well. So I reckon that Russians can only deal with 1 target per bomber. And it's either their procedures or it's their computer systems or something is limiting them to 1 target per bomber for all the waypoints and whatever else it is. And I think that's why. Because when they were hitting, a very tight cluster, everything in the middle of, aimed at more or less the middle of Kiev, they had many more missiles per bomber. But whenever their targets are far apart, are spread across the country, there's very few missiles per bomber, because they're sending, 1 at Dnipro, 1 at Kryvyi Rih, 2 at Kiev, 1 at somewhere else, right? And the same kind of happened when they were targeting the electric infrastructure, because they were sending, basically 2 missiles after each substation, right? So hoping that 1 of the 2 would get through. And I think that's why. Could it be, Daniel, that it's their targeting system that's the reason why they sometimes send very few missiles per bomber? What do you think?
I don't know. It could be. But at the same time, I mean, I wouldn't say yes or no definitively on this. At least not without thinking a lot about it for some time. I'm really slow in answering this kind of questions, but yeah, it could be. But at the same time, if you look at how we're arguing about the Su-24s and they're carrying Storm Shadows, we were talking about it doesn't really matter that much how you sort of the communication between the aircraft and the missile, because they are already pre-programmed. You're not really doing that in the aircraft with this kind of missiles. You're doing it before, and what you really need to do is to go to basically sort of the position where it's ideal to fire them and where they think that they are fired from, so that you don't mess up their navigational system internally on the missile, and then you drop it and you let it know that you drop it once you drop it. So that's basically what you need in interface with them. So you should be able to drop more of them, and you should actually even be able to just like manually navigate to the point where predetermined point where you should release them. So I'm not sure, actually, to be honest. It could be, but what I was thinking was first, this could be a way for them to actually get flight hours for the pilots. They don't get that many flight hours otherwise. So it's sort of a way of getting those flight hours, but also showing for everyone above that we're doing something. We've flown these and these many aircrafts and these many sorties. And that's sort of giving them a possibility to show how much they do to their commanders. But it could also be how they put the missiles on the aircrafts, because when it comes to an aircraft like the B2, I think it's also for the B-52s, they have this revolving magazine inside the aircraft where you can put the cruise missiles and you drop them, and then it turns, and then you can drop another one. But I'm not sure they have that on these. And if the aircraft's base, where you have the bay inside the aircraft, where you have the bombs or the missiles, if it is not in the size with the right kind of attachment for this kind of missile, maybe you have to have them under the wings or something like that, and then you can be restricted in the amount of missiles that you can fire from one aircraft of that reason. I don't know. What do you say about that?
I think that's interesting as well. I like the thought of the flight hours. I think it's also a part of, not just the pilots, but also all the armorers and all the other guys. No, we had a chat yesterday with I think Mark, right, the RAF armorer, and he basically said, if you need if it's a job for 2, and then there's an extra 20 guys around with clipboards, looks like it's a job for 22, and it keeps people from being sent to the front as light infantry as well. That's could be just as simple as that. But I really think that the limiting factor somewhere will be the targeting system, either the way it's programmed or the way it interacts between the plane and the missiles or whatever else it is, or maybe it could get confused and put them in the wrong order, or maybe it's their procedure, maybe they don't trust themselves. Right, could be just that. Might not be the computer itself, but maybe they just don't trust themselves as to it. I think that could be it as well.
Maybe they are actually having more of them, but they have so much malfunction, so we get the impression that they only have a few for each aircraft. Well, that's a stretch.
Yeah, that's a big one actually. I don't think that's unlikely at all. Then John?
Yeah, are they not? Now maybe I'm completely wrong, but are they not firing the same cruise missiles from the subs? And
no, those are caliber cruise missiles, whereas the ones fired from the air are KH-101 and 555.
okay.
Generally.
Okay. No, but, okay.
Yeah.
Then my
What aircraft model is it that they are firing from?
Bear 95.
Oh,
they have used some blackjacks. They have used some Tu-22 M3s, but they principally use the Bears, the 95s. Did you hear that, or did I speak to a muted mic?
No, I heard that. So I'm thinking it should be possible to research how they carry different cruise missiles on that.
I mean, the Bear wasn't natively made for cruise missiles, right? Because it predates the concept really of cruise missiles.
That's correct.
So I think it's a targeting thing. It could be just a procedures thing. It might not be a technical thing fully, but it's kind of the only thing that slows them down. Right? It's the only thing that actually genuinely could be a limiting. I don't see any other rate limiting steps effectively, if that makes sense.
Just when we have the subject, what? No.
So Daniel, come again. I lost your connection altogether. Is it just me, or are we losing Daniel?
Daniel is lost.
Oh no.
He's had some real trouble lately, hasn't he?
Sometimes, yeah. I don't know what's going on here. Odd things, I'll say. Odd things. Daniel?
I see him reconnecting.
Yeah, he'll be back in a second. Sometimes technical difficulties really are hard.
I can't hear Daniel at all, but I can hear you, Demon.
I think we'll have him back now. Daniel, try again.
Yeah, I was wondering what kind of what is the cruise missiles they are firing right now, because I found some pictures of the Bear carrying cruise missiles, and it seems like the internal bay, which is originally made for bombs, does not carry cruise missiles. So they seem to have mounted hard points on the wings, and they are dual. So the most I've seen is 8 cruise missiles on the same aircraft. I don't really know what this is so small, so I can see really what type it is. But that could actually be a question of wing loading, because they are quite old, these aircraft, and having them mounted under the wings is not really what these aircrafts are built for. They are built for having them internally in the bomb bay. And if they are old, that could put an extra stress. So that might be why they are not willing to have that many on each aircraft.
That's interesting, but I'll again say, sometimes we see them with more, right? And when we see them with more, it seems to be more concentrated, and the targeting seems to be more concentrated. Whereas when we see them with fewer per aircraft, it tends to be more dispersed. And I think that's the leading indicator. I do agree with that. I think that's why they don't do a full loadout, which I think would be 12 or 16, right? Why they go to 4 instead of 1 or 2. But it just seems so. I mean, flying a plane to just launch one cruise missile. What is this? A giant plane like that? You just do it from a jet fighter if you wanted to.
But you're talking about the Air Force that tried to down a drone by dumping fuel and then giving a medal to the pilot for crashing into the drone. So maybe rationality is not really the high point here.
Yeah, that's a good point. I have underestimated that component of it altogether. You're right. You're very right. Yeah, maybe just doing silly things is the real solution. The real solution to the answer. Something different and something ridiculous is the more the more likely, the more reasonable one. Could be.
Delman, did you hear that Germany have responded to the recent air attacks and have delivered an additional 64 missiles for the Patriot system? Just in case.
So I think that was actually announced beforehand. I think that some people just reported it slightly after the missile attacks. But I think I read it before the missile attacks were even, suggested, let alone actually happened. Now it's a bit difficult for me to resolve, exactly what happened when. when it's slightly unrelated things. But I think that it's actually a part of what was planned out yesterday, and the announcements that were coming yesterday or from yesterday about various, especially air defense supplies for Ukraine, because it came at much the same time as a bunch of other countries like Denmark, Norway were also pushing forward that they're providing additional air defense missiles to Ukraine as well. So I think it's just kind of fortuitous that it happened at the same time. Makes sense. Right. So, Ming, do you remember which airline that was that caught on fire in Thailand back in January?
Yes. Sound check because I was having
Loud and clear.
Yeah, great. No, that was Azur Air, which is a Russian Turkish owned operation which concentrates on tour operator holiday traffic.
Well, there's news to do with Azur Air, and they're firing over 130 pilots and flight attendants.
Yeah, and closing their base in St. Petersburg, and apparently they cannot re-employ those people in their Moscow operation. I understand, though, given the nature of their business model, tour operator traffic, holiday traffic, that's a highly seasonal model year round. And it's basically telling us that economically, they are not getting a lot of demand. So that's presumably holidays in Turkey, because I think the Turkish side own a number of hotels in sort of Antalya, places like that. And I guess the demand for the other hotspot, Thailand and Egypt, is dropping off, probably to do with as the economic pinch sets in Russia and people have less disposable income, and as a result they're quite dramatically downscaling their operations. There might be another factor in it, which is that was mentioned, I think, in the same report you were referring to, the Aviato China one, that they can only operate, I forget, is it like 7 or 8 out of their 15 aircraft, because a number of them are under threat, either of being seized or abroad, or are not on maintenance condition to be able to be operated anyway.
Oh no! But on a serious point, it's kind of funny that that's that's the situation they got themselves into. Sadly, it's not one reflected across most airlines, because, as you say, it's much more to do with their business model than really anything else. Though I do wonder what happened with all of the aircraft that they say that ended up getting seized at other airports. 35% of their fleet got well, not quite, right? So 11, 22, literally one third of their fleet got seized at the airports, and then some let's say another quarter is not operational because it's too short. They don't have the legs to get out of Russia. They had the legs to go to somewhere nearby in Europe from St. Petersburg, I presume, but they just don't have the range to go anywhere that they're allowed to go out of Russia, that they're flying from. So that's quite interesting. No, I do wonder about the third that got seized at other airports, because that's quite atypical. I don't think with any other airline there were quite so many that were arrested.
Well, again, that's probably to do with the business model in that, they fly across Russian borders always. So they're not offering holidays on Lake Baikal or anything.
Magadan is the future.
Yeah, Magadan. Yeah, the schoolroom in Magadan that the Indian flight ended up occupying overnight. But
No. I've explained this to me. No. They were only in the schoolroom because the hotels were fully booked with Russians as it was.
Oh, there genuinely is Magadan a genuine holiday hotspot in Russia? I had no idea.
No, of course not. It's definitely not. It's the exact opposite of that. That's why I keep making jokes about it.
But separately, the broader Azure Air group also has another airline, Azure Air Ukraine, I think, with roughly about 6 or 7 aircraft. And obviously, the Russian sources won't be reporting on what's happening there. But the fact that that airline has effectively been shut down, not able to operate at all, has a much heavier financial impact on the overall group finances.
So is the ownership entirely Turkish, or at least mostly Turkish?
I haven't looked at it in detail. I know they have Turkish shareholders. You're not allowed to, if you're foreign to a country, typically you're not allowed to own more than 49.9% of an airline. You're not allowed to control it. So they'll probably have some sort of Russian interests in Russia and in Ukraine, respectively, sort of holding the other piece. Whether that party is fronting for them or they have some other kind of arrangement, I simply don't know. But that's not uncommon. I mean, that has been known to happen, where you've got a party basically fronting for you, so that overall control stays with the minority shareholder. The classic example is the old Swiss Air, which bought a number of airlines across Europe, really sort of quite small ones, but all of them ended up sending Swiss Air into bankruptcy, especially after 9/11.
Yeah, they tried to kind of do the initial kind of alliance, right, by just literally going out and buying up all manner of carriers, and that really ruined them. So that what was it, Crossair took them over, or whatever it was called, right? And then
Well, Crossair
to Swiss.
Well, that was a bit of a naughty thing, and everybody was very upset at the time because Crossair was their own subsidiary. So it looks like they were basically cheating their creditors of their just returns in the event of a liquidation of the Swiss Air. But yeah, they turned their own subsidiary into the new Swiss. I think that was called Project Phoenix. But no, the original strategy of going around Europe buying, a minority share, but effectively controlling any old rubbish airline across Europe, that was a McKinsey recommendation, and it's actually, I believe, it's studied in business schools as exactly the sort of advice that McKinsey should not be offering.
And it can even get quite difficult to do much of to make much of a difference in the airline world, right? What would the margins mean? What they are? No, quite interesting. I just find it fascinating. One day the plane catches on fire, leaving what was it, Phuket, Bangkok, wherever it was, and another day the what's left of the company starts getting liquidated. It's almost as though two components were connected somehow.
Yeah, it's pretty clear they're feeling the pinch. The sanctions, the restrictions on where Russians can fly. It's all that the chickens are coming home to roost.
I guess they can't fly as far anymore in most cases, much like chickens.
Yes, fly chicken air will take you places.
Places, but they can't be more than about a meter further up than where we are now.
But their fleet on the whole, I mean, that's a fairly long haul fleet, the 7.5s and the 7.6s. You don't really want to be doing, short flights in those kinds of aircraft. Although you can, it's just economically makes zero sense.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I'm guessing everything else are what, like old 7.3s that just couldn't go most anywhere. Is that the rest of the fleet? Is that what they're saying, that they can't go? Use them for anything else?
No, they only have 7.5s and 7.6s from memory. No 7.3s. That's not in their business model.
Okay, but then I don't get the comment, right? When they say of the 22 aircraft, only 13 are able to be used. So what are the other 8 then? Are they just damaged?
No, there'll be maintenance issues, so they won't be able to use them because they. Do you remember we came across Azure Air about a month? Was it a month ago? 6 weeks ago, where they were applying to. I forget. It was either Rosaviatsia or the Russian government. I think it was a Russian government for authority to export aircraft engines so that they could get them repaired abroad, because on top of everything else, the Russian government has put a prohibition on exporting any aircraft parts to presumably keep their hands on the fleet as much as they can and not expose it to either any risk or, if it goes out of the country, and something happens, the sort of broader fleet decreases. So, sending an aircraft to an engine shop in, say, I don't know, China or something, to my mind, that doesn't technically count as an export, because all you're doing is you're sending it somewhere to get it fixed and then you'll get it back. But obviously, this Russian law is worded in such a way that it's preventing them from sending aircraft engines, for instance, abroad for maintenance. So I suspect that if we looked at their fleet to the extent that we could, we'd probably find, of those 7 or 8 aircraft sitting around doing nothing, half of them only have one engine on them.
And the other thing, Ming, like you've told us previously, it's not just airframes that get leased. In a lot of cases, it's also aircraft engines that are the ones that get leased. So what I'm curious in that context is, if there's leased engines on an airframe that goes to another country, is then the aircraft at risk of getting seized because it has critical bits of somebody else's property on it?
Yes, no, very definitely. I mean, it's obviously slightly more complicated, and you have to make the local court understand what it is you're after and why. But yes, it can be. And in fact, in Azure Air's case, I happen to know, and actually, I don't think it's any great commercial secret or anything, But most of their engines are owned by a company called Fortress Transportation and Infrastructure, which is a listed entity in New York who specialize in CFM 56 engine leasing.
Yeah, I think it's maybe another component as to why they can only safely fly certain aircraft out. Yeah. Do they own their aircraft, or do they have them leased?
No, they're pretty well all leased. They're all leased
From the
pretty well.
Sberbank people.
No, from Fortress.
Oh.
And for professional reasons, I have a relationship with Fortress, so I kind of know a bit more. But I don't think at the moment I'm subject to any NDAs, and it's very easy to look this up in public sources. But pretty well, the vast majority of their fleet is leased from Fortress with one or two other lessors in the mix, and the
That's quite
engines
interesting. That's quite interesting, because then that then additionally says, well, okay, you can only fly to 4 or 5 foreign destinations anyway without a good chance of getting into trouble. So no, even more difficult. Do you think this is something that's affecting their planning generally? Saying, okay, well, this aircraft we can send to there, but these other aircraft we can't, so we need to work around that. Not just them, but other Russian operators.
Oh no, absolutely. I mean, doing scheduling for Russian airlines must be an absolute nightmare these days, because you've got to look at who owns what. So each engine, who owns the APU, whose airframe is it? Is it, where are they? Are they friendly? Are they not? Which country are we flying to? What's the law say in that country? What's the process for a repossession in that country? All sorts of factors come into play. And then there's the other one that came in that we saw with the Georgians, that the Georgians are only allowing superjets in because they don't recognize the airworthiness of anything else in the Russian fleet.
Yeah, really fun times, right? Really, really fun times, I think, for all manner of Russian airlines. Why do they care so much that they have connections with other countries? I mean, certainly for as long as other countries' airlines are flying in, then that's kind of taking care of that. Or do you reckon that they might think that they run a risk of getting Russia completely cut off if it isn't their airliners that are operating, or their airlines that are operating connections with other countries like Turkey?
Yeah, so I don't know so much about this. I don't know, for instance, how slot constrained Sheremetyevo and, say, Istanbul are. So one of the things about slots, a slot is a kind of rough time slot in which you have a right to take off, and you have a certain number per day. But slots come with rules with them to use them or lose them. So we saw the effects of that over the COVID period, where airlines were flying empty flights just to keep their slots, keep their slots out of places like Heathrow and Gatwick and whatnot. And obviously that was nonsensical, so the rules got changed to fix that. But I don't know. So there might be an element of that here, but I can't say for sure.
Something tells me that Sheremetyevo suddenly has way more available slots than it ever did before.
I think you're probably right, Dermot. But Istanbul, on the other hand, probably doesn't.
No, indeed, probably not. Probably not. It's a very good point. Speaking of Istanbul, the new Turkish defense minister, Yaşar Güler, has had some quite high level meetings on the side of Ramstein yesterday and the NATO defense ministers summit today in Brussels. Yesterday with the British Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, today with the Dutch Minister of Defence Ollongren. He's rather making the rounds, but I think at least part of that is also the broader effort. See to play nice, but a few carrots to the newcomer that he might be more interested in. Playing nice with the Swedes, among others as well. So I think it's all interconnected there, but also accepting perhaps of Ben Wallace as the next NATO secretary.
Did we run out of words for a moment there? I am back and ready. I am just pretending to be on my lunch. So whenever you're ready, Ming.
Speaking of the summit, not the summit, the visit of various leaders from Africa to Kiev today, there seems to be some disagreement between whether there were actually all those missiles in the air above Kiev or not. Some people from the delegations surrounding them seem to be saying, no, well, actually, we didn't hear any explosions. It's all perfectly normal. There weren't any explosions at all. So almost as though the Ukrainians have made up the incoming incoming missiles, which is quite an odd one, I have to say, quite an odd one. Peter, I'm trying to bring you up, but it's connecting, but nothing's happening. Freight Monkey, you too. If you can maybe restart your apps, that might help. Let's see if I can bring any of you up. Freight Monkey might be in better luck. Okay, I still need to wait out for Freight Monkey and for Daniel. I can see you're connecting correctly, but I'll just need to give you a second before I can actually hear you. As soon as I can, I will pass it on to you, but I won't be able to for another few seconds because, technology, it requires a little while for everything to sync up correctly. And so all these peer-to-peer relations that need to be figured out. And let's see who's going to win this particular race. Because I see 3 hands up. I just see all 3 of you gentlemen still technically connecting. So don't worry, just stay nice and put. And in a couple of seconds,
I'm seeing them as not connected.
And now all 3 of them are speakers. Perfect. So let's start with Peter, who was the first one, then Freight Monkey, and then Daniel. Peter, go ahead.
Good morning, Diamond. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm a member of your fan club. I've been listening to you for, I don't know, probably almost a year now. And I've only started speaking recently because I've only managed to get the blimmin' app on my phone. But I'm in awe of your intelligence, eloquence, and your general understanding of the whole situation, knowledge. And the fact you do it presumably in not even your first language is amazing.
Thank you, Peter. But as Axel would say, flattery will get you nowhere.
Anyway, well, I just thought I'd say that because I think it's the first time I've come up to speak on your spot. Anyway, I did hear a couple of things that were interesting. One was about the Sukhoi Superjets. I wasn't aware that Georgia are only allowing those types of aircraft, not allowing Airbuses or Boeings into Tbilisi. Is that right?
That is right. And Ming can explain why. And it's to do with Airbus and Boeing not supplying spare parts, if I understand correctly, being to Russia. Therefore, the manufacturer's certification has been withdrawn as far as most ICAO states are concerned.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a bit more to it than that. So the foreign fleet, pretty well without exception, didn't matter who owned them, whether they were leased or owned by the Russian airline. They were all registered in either Bermuda. Most of them, the vast majority were in Bermuda, or Ireland. And when the full-scale invasion kicked off, the Russians said, right, well, what should we do now? Because the sanctions started kicking in. And they said, okay, we'll re-register all the aircraft in Russia. Now, the effect that has is that moves the responsibility for the regulatory technical oversight of the maintenance condition of the aircraft from Bermuda or Ireland to Russia. But the Russians, because they haven't done it before, aren't familiar with the aircraft types. The re-registration in Russia, it was illegal because the owners of the aircraft, for the vast majority, did not give permission for that to happen. So that's a bit like me buying a house and saying,
I get it.
Yeah,
I get
yeah.
it.
And
Okay.
yeah, and
but whereas the Superjets were all Russian registered, despite the fact they've got a hell of a lot of Western kit on them, including all the engines, of course.
Exactly right. So Bermuda and Ireland revoked the certificates of airworthiness of those aircraft, and Georgia are playing by the ICAO rules, and they're saying, we don't recognize the airworthiness of these aircraft, but since you're the certifying authority for the Superjet, and they're legally registered in Russia, we're fine with that.
Yeah, it's ridiculous that they've allowed airlines to be re-established, but that's just a factor of the Georgian government being a bloody stooge Russian regime, by the sound of it. Okay, thanks for that explanation. That's explanation. That's very good. I also heard Magadan mentioned about 10 minutes ago, which is quite interesting. I'd probably say that historically speaking, Magadan has been quite a popular Russian holiday destination, but there is a twist.
Long stay only.
These holidays were one-way holidays.
Yeah, that's my joke, really, right? Because I keep saying they won't be allowed in the French Riviera anymore, so it's going to be the Sea of Okhotsk is going to be the next hot destination.
Yes. Righty-ho, well, thanks very much. I'll stand down, keep up the good work, and I shall carry on listening.
Thank you, Peter. Join us more often. It's nice to hear from more wonderful people. Just a quick comment as to languages. Of course, for two Daniels here, it's Swedish and Romanian. For Freight Monkey, it's Romansh, and for Ming, it's Vaz. So we're all usually in a second or third language. Freight Monkey.
I don't speak Romansh. Where did you get that very strange idea?
I know, it's the only one you don't.
It's the only one I don't, but it's definitely the strangest language out of all of them. What do we make out of this? I think it's not only South African delegation. Is it several African countries that have sent a delegation at the same time? Did I understand that correctly, or is it only a
Correct. I think it's Uganda, Zambia, Egypt, Senegal, Comoros, and I think I might be forgetting one.
Wow. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. No, I just saw a picture posted by this Alexander Sherba, where they're walking around downtown looking at the destroyed
Congo Brazzaville
as well.
Was I was forgetting. Yes.
So they're going to Ukraine first and then to Russia. Is that is it something to do with St. Petersburg Economic Summit, or?
They are. Tomorrow they're going to the St. Petersburg Economic Summit, but they're basically saying, because that's where Putin is, right, for his wonderful, great event. But the thing that they're doing is basically saying, we want peace and we want fertilizer from Russia, which is stuck in Ukrainian ports, which it isn't, and it can't even flow down that pipeline, and it's all kind of nonsense. I think they're posturing for their domestic audience to say, peace and whatever.
No, I mean it's good. I mean, actually, even if nothing really positive comes out of it, the fact that the Ukrainians are quite welcoming, and I think it was mentioned on this space a few times that that Zelensky will meet with absolutely anybody, and the fact that they show a bit of hospitality, I think it makes it a little bit more difficult afterwards for these people to be as pro-Russian. At least they'll see another side of the coin. Let's put it that way. I mean, especially for someone like Ramaphosa, which could use a decent dose of what are we going to call it? Democratic values or something like that. So anyway, we'll follow that up quite closely. Otherwise, I had a very nice time listening this morning to the Thomas Tyner update, because I keep missing it because it's 8 o'clock at night where I live, and I'm always in the middle of something else, a dinner or something like that. So I listened very carefully today to that, and I really, as feedback, I really love that the longest 20 minutes that you'll ever listen to, because it lasts about an hour. But it's really great work. So keep that up.
Thank you for it, Monkey. Yeah, it's I'm glad that they're up and that they're dripping up onto the Spotify feed, even if it's a couple of days later. It's a great listen, isn't it? Daniel, afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. Oh, I am glad. Almost to answer you in Romanian. What do you want? Africans or dictators? Because
let's do both. We have time for both. Let's start with the visit to Kiev today, and then we can go to the other stuff later.
Okay. Before this visit, I read it. African Union want to mediate. I don't know, 1-2 weeks ago, and I was extremely pissed. Extremely pissed because African Union, what they don't do best, peace mediation. Let's start it with Western Sahara, Mali, Central African Republic, Sudan. What is happening there? A lot of good stuff, killing people. What? How African Union solve this bullshit? They don't. Today, in the night, early morning, I read that idea. Let's put this condition. We raised the International Criminal Court indiction for who. And I wonder if South African...
So wait, they wanted to get rid of the indictment?
Yeah, is a condition, And they were unhappy because they slipped the press. Or maybe it was just intoxication from SBU, I don't care. But the idea itself is so stupid because I remember very, very well, very few years ago, a Rwandan killer indicted was arrested in South Africa. So after months of talking, let's break the law, they go there. Let's stop a bit. Emergency step.
Yeah, let's take a break for a second, Daniel. Rwanda, I don't recall that. I recall when Omar al-Bashir went, and then he was allowed to leave despite the ICC indictment against him. I don't recall any Rwandan ones.
Yeah. And what pissed me off is coming from one of the most corrupt politicians in South Africa. He's a moron, total moron. And National Congress Party become a club of corrupt dipshit. And South Africa is totally destroyed by his administration because he's a moron. Everybody knows. Everybody knows he is totally in love with this buddy Chinese and Russian. And there's another thing which is horrible. Him, like the Uganda delegation also, they'll say they don't see any missiles. Let me explain you something like this. Many
Oh,
people...
and that already happened. I saw a report saying exactly that from one of his delegates. Yeah.
Which is a fucking lie. And I will explain why. In the morning when I drink my coffee at 4 a.m. with my cat, yeah, at 25 kilometers from me, where is a firing range, my army fire shells. Usually are not 155, are anti-air shells, which are small caliber. I can hear them at 25 kilometers. Imagine aeroballistic missile at sound of speed impacted by another big missile to intercept. At what range can be hit? Even if you are in a bunker, you'll hear it. So I call the new bullshit. And if Uganda, which the son of the president, he said he will go to fight in Zaporizhia against Ukrainians, they can be seen like mediators. I don't know. Maybe Egypt delegation is a bit embarrassed. I hope. Because this bullshit will not work. And again, you cannot come to mediate conflict when your bullshit unions cannot do this in Africa. If I remember well, even Ethiopian civil war didn't see too much involvement from African Union. Not at all. And Sudan, I didn't need to reply to everyone to remember Sudan is still in civil war. How can you? And I will explain why. In their ideology, especially South African regime now, they blame for, apartheid, which is the main ideology to stay in power there. They fight apartheid. Not them. Previous administration, yeah, they were heroes. Not them, these corrupt assholes who destroyed South Africa. And they blame United States and European countries. That's why they took the side. For Uganda is no explanation. There is a military dictatorship there. But it's funny how they try to dress it. They have a moral high ground. You don't. You're just corrupt person, totally corrupt. You destroyed your country. Don't come here to play mediator. And this applies for Chinese prime minister who comes in Europe soon. Shut the fuck up. Don't play lessons because you are not positioned, We don't forget about Uyghurs. And about dictator, caught with red-handed by SBU. This will play nice. I think at this moment will be very interesting to see the talk SBU NSA. It will be very, very interesting. Extremely interesting because this is one of things we can tip the balance. And if dictator is imagining he will enjoy his palace, he's a total asshole.
Sorry, Daniel, before we go on dictator, and you need to explain to me how he got caught red-handed. Let's just jump to Denjon on an Africa comment, on an African leaders visit comment, and then we can switch back to the guy with the nice new house.
No problem.
Yeah, thanks, Dom and Daniel. So I left Daniel when you said that the African Union didn't even intervene in Ethiopia. I guess where the headquarters for the African Union is. I've been outside it. It's in Addis Ababa, which is Ethiopia. I spent quite some time in Africa. I lived there for like 6 years in total, different countries, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Uganda. And I came up before when this was discussed. What's going to be the outcome from this? I think nothing will change. I think yes, you have the apartheid, which is blamed on obviously on Europe because it was Europeans at the time. But the same goes for the colonies. I mean, Uganda used to be a British colony, so I think out of spite.
So it's Belgium.
Huh? No, that was Rwanda. Uganda.
Oh yeah, I thought you said Rwanda. Sorry, you said Uganda.
No.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, and actually before Belgium, it was German colony, Rwanda. They even have a German butcher in Kigali, which is a very nice butchery. Anyway, yeah. So and now they were walked around, I guess, in Bucha and other places. But you know what the narrative is going to be, because they will soon enter Russia, and you know what the Russians say. Oh, this wasn't us. That was Ukraine doing it to themselves, basically, and that's going to be the line. It's not going to change anything, and I think there is a spite. They stick to Russia for the spite of punishing Europe. That's my strong belief, and I need to be proved wrong. I'm pretty sure that's how it's going to go. They're not going to change anything.
I agree, and they already said, oh, there weren't any missiles. We didn't see any missiles. It's all normal. It's all made up. Daniel, carry on. So Dictator, he's hiring. If you'd like to be his pool boy, literally, I'm not kidding. That's one of the advertised positions. He's hiring, and he has a lovely new house, which apparently he built himself with perfectly legitimate funds. Nothing untoward at all, and it's all because the Hungarian property market is very cheap, right?
Let me give you first a low blow for the applicant. And this will be very low, and I will piss everyone who has a darker skin. And it's not a racist comment. Things like Bucha and Irpin are usual politics enough. Idea to go to massacre enemy tribe is normal politics. Look at Ethiopia. Is the usual stuff. They are not impressed with it. If for us it's a horrible thing to see Mariupol, for them it's day-to-day dictatorship there. Sorry to tell you that, but it's real. And I don't need to go big dive in Rwanda or the guys who eat their enemies. No. Just Ethiopia, a well-developed country. Let's say, not in the darkness. And they go to exterminate a tribe. That is usual stuff in Africa. It's accepted. It's the same morality like in the Gulf. Sorry to tell you. Their people are cutting their hands, their heads for criminal stuff. That is usual politics. That's why we'll never move them with moral appeal. Maybe you are very impressed when you see somebody suffering. For me, even when I see animal suffering, for me, this thing. For Africans, I don't say everyone is like this. But to say different things than this is usual politics there is an understatement.
No, Daniel, we can put it this way, right? We can put it this way. There's a lot of pride in Africa that there aren't really wars between countries. There's a few, but there's not very many. What there tends to be a whole lot more, conflicts and wars within countries. Reasons for that are complicated fundamentally, but in a lot of cases, it comes down to who can, on the basis of one ideology or another, mobilize a sufficient volume of population to go and do something with them, and Russia is a very useful supplier for things like that, because what you need is mostly small arms and some armored personnel carriers and some big heavy machine guns and BMPs, and you're done. And that's generally enough for countering mostly civilian populations. And various Vanguard methods are very good for that as well. They don't particularly care for who invaded whom. For example, they don't particularly care for, if it's between countries, Russia should probably win. And by they, I'm mostly referring to the people who, let's say, agree with the chap running Uganda, right? And there's a number of such. Other than that, it doesn't particularly matter, because what matters are prices of food and fertilizer. It's not these bigger picture things like who the Ukrainians think that they get to govern themselves anyway. When we remembered last they were governed from Moscow. Why aren't they governed from Moscow still? Because that's kind of the attitude, and that fits well within the logic of we're not going to change borders, but we're going to change how stuff is done. And because memory only goes back to about 1960s, 1950s anyway. We're not going to change. Why did the borders of the Soviet Union change? Why isn't all of that territory still governed from Moscow? That tends to be a lot of the attitude that goes forth. So anyway, Daniel, would you like to be Victor Schoolboy?
I think what distastes me more than anything about dictator is he usually is the natural example for every moron in Western democracies, including mine. He is a flag to die for. Was a symbol and still is a symbol for any anti-Semite, any anti-gay, any different people who come and invade us when maybe possible. I don't need to counter his politics. He's a moron. But the idea to see SBU declaring, we know where they are. We know who took them there. We know what condition they are. That is bad for them, extremely bad. Because if people in America wake up, Hungary doesn't have a border with Belarus or Russia. This means they need to go to other countries. And I know the suspect is the only one. Turkey. I think it's a moment for Sweden make a call to Mr. Budan. And there's another thing in this. Yesterday in the evening, there were a lot of declarations like Hungarian government didn't know what the vice premier is done, was not official from our government, and probably was a particular business of him talking with Kirill, was not sanctioned by Budapest government. And I will believe this when I will vote the moron. Because if you tell me the vice premier of Hungary can do anything behind Viktor back, I doubt it very, 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 very much. And I doubt it they are enough courageous to push what they want, TV show. If they do it, like I said, for me, it's not breaking just European rules, democratic perception, international laws, all the international relations. And don't forget, Ukraine doesn't have an ambassador. It's waiting for months to be confirmed by Budapest. Sorry, this is a reason for conflict. And I mean real conflict. You cannot play with this. You cannot take. Imagine, we have a guy in Mali, right? He's kept by ISIS from Africa, or Al-Shabaab, or some Tuareg, I don't care. But that guy is for 8 years kidnapped, and people forget about him. But let's imagine that guy will show in Budapest because they made a deal with, I don't know, a Hamas leader. How do you think it will be perceived? You understand me now?
I
That
agree, Daniel.
you cannot play with this stuff. You can help. You know, when Iraq was full of explosions but full out of American and British soldiers, there were a lot of cases of kidnapped people, right? Same in Syria when ISIS rose. And I remember very well French Secret Service, British Secret Service, Americans, Turks, Kurds, Jordania, and Israel collaborate to save these people. Because you don't let people in this psychotic, militaristic destruction sect. Yeah? You collaborate. You try to save people. Don't want to have another, live execution. Right? So people collaborate in this situation. And again, what was the Azovstal defenders fate? A part of them. A collaboration from Saudis, Turks, Ukrainians who were very close to the guys separatists from Donbass, some parts of Russia, no? And nobody took the decision, we don't talk with Zelensky because we don't like Zelensky. Or, let's intern them in Riyadh. Even Mohammed bin Salman didn't try something like this. We understand now the gravity.
Right. Thank you, Daniel. I want to turn back to the issue of Hungarian taking POWs, and I think Zsolt Semyen was, it's a ridiculous excuse. But let me just pick up Peter and G-Man first. Peter.
Right, I just lost you for a moment, but I hope I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah, just go ahead.
Excellent. The comment on Africa is quite interesting. That obviously Africa's been plagued by these civil wars, a lot of which, of course, Wagner have made worse in Central Africa, Republic of Mali, etc. And they're now sending a delegation to Moscow or St. Petersburg, where on the civil war front in Russia, presumably, I'm of the opinion things are probably about to kick off, and civil war in Russian Federation, in my view, is probably inevitable. So wouldn't it be poetic justice if the African delegation bring that with them?
Yeah, that'd be an interesting one, right? To ask, hey, although I wonder, actually, do you know what makes me wonder now that they're going to spiff? Wenger just got into quite rough waters in Russia. Does that is because the African Union didn't necessarily love Wangerites being around. They were quite tolerant of them, but they didn't necessarily love them being around. Maybe this is also kind of a point from Russia saying, these guys they won't be around anymore. Not so much. It's it's not so bad, and maybe that's an extra bone thrown to them, or an extra sweetener, let's say, with everything else.
Yeah, you certainly think it ought to be in the mix of discussions there somewhere, shouldn't it? Given what bloody Wagner have done in Africa.
Yeah, and again, they don't necessarily particularly care, but certainly in some cases they're, more or less interested in it, and I think that's probably a component of it. It's less easy for me to judge exactly in what way, but because for some it might be more positive, for some more negative, but still, I think it's an interesting one. It's a good point, Peter. Thank you.
Maybe they could also drop in at Wagner's head office in St. Petersburg, where they've got this ridiculous public thing, if somebody hasn't set it on fire yet.
Maybe they'll bring a statue with them.
Yeah. Anyway, there you go. Just a thought.
Thanks, Peter. Good one at that. G-Man.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Afternoon.
And hope everybody's well. Just come up to say, anybody who hasn't done so already, please retweet this space, MriyaReport.org, and go and donate if you have any spare change. Listening to Chris Taps yesterday, and he said something about I think it was him, about serfdom in Russia, and how, and then I was reading, basically in Russia, it wasn't a thing until 1500, and then decided to make it. And I was reading an article yesterday in The Spectator about, why nobody talks about slavery in the Islamic world, the slavery that happened for over 1,000 years. And it was a good article. I tweeted out about it. But part of the reason, the African slavery is in more minds because it produced a lot of survivors. A lot of people died, yes, but there's a lot of people alive today who are descended from slaves that came from Africa to the Americas or wherever. And Britain's involved in that, and a lot of countries involved in that. And it's a conversation that can be had, but there's no conversation about the Islamic ones because most of them didn't survive. And I'm just wondering about the slaves in Russia as well. There's no real narrative. There's not as much narrative either. And I'm wondering why that was, because obviously, I don't think they made them into eunuchs. And, so there are survivors of that system, and people alive today whose ancestors were serfs. And yet it's still not, at least in Western consciousness, discussed. I thought that interesting. I might have to write about it.
I think all of these topics are incredibly complicated, especially in the context that what's not considered often is, and I don't particularly want to delve too deeply into it, but I'll say this much: the problems of modern slavery are very real, and they are definitely being under-addressed in some countries. Mauritania gets brought up as a particular example. It is still an absolutely widespread concept, and there isn't enough done to address that is within the context of the UN, within the context of the African Union and whatnot. And I think that if anything, there should definitely be attention paid to cases of, especially those that can still be helped, right? And that's, I think, where it's very reasonable for priorities to lie. I think slavery as a concept is abhorrent. I'm very disappointed in ancestors of many of us to have engaged in that, but at the same time, in much of the world, some 150 to 100 years ago, we decided that this is actually morally wrong, and I think that it's to great credit still to the likes of the Royal Navy to have said some 200 years ago, we're going to do what we can with the big stick that we carry to prevent this from being more of a thing any other place still. So that I think that's very good. It's very commendable. I'll kind of leave it at that. I will add one other little thing. So Pushkin, apparently, his grandfather was allegedly from I think somewhere in Cameroon, if I remember correctly. And if I remember correctly, he was enslaved in Cameroon, was sent to Istanbul as a slave, and then from there he was brought to the court of Peter the Great in Russia back in the early to mid 18th century. So if you want a connection there, you can have one from there. And also, I don't want to litigate, how which is worse, serfdom or slavery. They're slightly different setups of a very similar concept, and frankly, nowhere in the world has a perfect history of it. Far from it. Literally nowhere in the world has a perfect history of it, except for perhaps some very, very small isolated communities. And that's why measuring one against the other isn't a good idea. certainly measuring histories isn't a good idea. What is a good idea, I think, is to say, look, we've established certain protocols, certain rules, especially after the Second World War, especially in the modern world, and at the very least, it shouldn't be something that is taken lightly nowadays. And I think that point we can all very widely agree about. Do you, man?
Oh, definitely. It's just worth remembering that, and I know this from Timothy Snyder's lectures on Ukraine, that the word Slav means slave.
Indeed, I think it goes the other way.
Or
right?
it was used, so it come from that. But basically, it was this thing where, and in his lectures, he makes great pains that nations, or not nations, but peoples converted to Christianity because Christians didn't make slaves of other Christians typically, and Islam usually didn't make slaves of other Islam. So. But if you were a pagan, then and your neighbors were Christian, then all bets are off. You could be enslaved by them, sort of legally, and that's how he sort of explains how certain nations decided, or certain peoples, not nations, because there was no nation states, decided to become Christian, and even like Lithuania was one of the last. And it was only when the sort of Lithuanian Polish relationship started to build that they changed their status as well. Anyway, but you're right. I mean, it's not right. I mean, we don't have to go too far to find modern slavery. We find it, people smuggling, what happened is going on, and those people are often in a situation where they're not free to come and go as they really please, and so that's happening in our own societies, to our shame, and not talked about enough. But anyway, that's fine. That's fine. One other question was, I haven't heard everything come out of Ramstein. Was there any really big announcements yet, or is it still coming on?
Well, my the announcements that came out, tighter work of the F-16 coalition already around the time of the F-16 coalition. There was around the time of Ramstein, or a little bit before that, some bigger outlines came out regarding the training. Training is Stoltenberg said the training has already started. I don't think that any have sat in F-16s yet. But they certainly will very shortly, and they're working on that and expanding that as time goes on. So the fighter jet coalition is well on its way, which is very good. The other thing that came out is there were 25 industry CEOs there as well, who were work with whom is continuing on the point of sustainment, especially when it comes to production of artillery shells. So that's very good as well. But more work needs to be done with that, and tighter cooperation needs to be done there, and quite a lot in terms of air defense missiles came out of that, which is naturally very good. Because a number of countries have announced additional air defense missiles, including Germany with 64 additional missiles for Patriots, but a number of other countries also with shorter range missiles as well, presumably primarily for NASAM systems. A few things came out. I think a couple of other things came out that I haven't mentioned. Give me a second. I'll just check one little thing here, if and when I get to find it. There were some additional commitments, longer term ones. Spain sending another handful of Leopards and some APCs. Canada, a bunch of air defense missiles as well. So quite a bit. Quite a bit is going all in all, I think, G-Man. But yes, there's more to it than that, and there's been some work done, and there's more work being done at the NATO summit today regarding those. Regarding the Ukrainian path to NATO membership for Vilnius and later on as well.
That's great. Yeah, I was listening to the Telegraph podcast from yesterday, and they had a Ukrainian MP on, and I can't remember her name, but she spoke about the NATO thing, and she talked about the 2008 NATO summit in Bucharest and how disappointing. Plus, everybody was disappointed about the way it all went. And she would say, what was she saying? The expectations from Ukraine are pretty high. So I'm hoping that means, behind the doors, behind closed doors. I mean, everybody. I mean, Stoltenberg has spoken again. Biden, there was something come out of the Americas. What did I say? That they wouldn't insist on is it a MAP, membership action plan? Yeah, I think necessarily. So it might be more of a fast track like Finland, Sweden. Well, Sweden's not yet because we've got 2 holdouts, but I think I read that. So we'll see. When is Vilnius again?
11th of July it starts, I think.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right, that's okay. I'll go quiet here. I'm chopping stuff. So I'm cooking.
Shit, you man.
Cheers.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see how all of that goes then. But I do like the moves. All of the statements that were made were as or more positive as to it than they were before, which I think is significant and in a positive sense. Mikael, welcome up.
Thanks, Doman. Hey, Doman. Hey, Marcus. Hi, everyone. Hope you're all doing good. I've been on way too little lately, but I thought this might be the time. I hope the audio is okay. I'm driving at the moment. Doman, I've gotten myself into a number of sticky situations debating Ukraine on the very small but very active Danish part of Twitter lately. I don't know if you've seen it.
I've been tracking. I've been slowly tracking. Yeah.
Oh, I've gotten well. I mean, it's only because it's serious, and I've been kind of tired with some of, especially one of the commentators that they use a lot for his sort of wishy-washy, especially about the blowing of the dam, which ended sort of in the Danish discourse, and it's being somewhat about, well, we don't know if the Ukrainians did it, and everything was turned into this kind of stupid binary discussion of whether or not it could be proven with clear evidence that the Ukrainians did indeed not.
And that's what happens when people are driving.
Yes. You know what the problem is, right? Is there's nasty Swedes in their jammers.
That's why. That's what it was a.
No, we got you.
Number.
We got you back.
Cool.
Well, there you go. See, you go past the Swedish car, right? He has his jammer on, and yeah, I know how that goes. So no, but on a serious point. So tell me this: why was it? Why does something need to be, proven beyond not just all reasonable doubt, but beyond any question of a doubt? Why is that important? And why is the whodunit what matters rather than everything else? Why was that even the thing that developed from it?
I think it's a logic fallacy, and I think it's quite typical of this war and how things are debated out by experts in the war. That it becomes they put an extreme degree of significance all of a sudden on proving that beyond. We're not even talking beyond any reasonable doubt. You need the smoking gun all of the time. Whereas, and that might be my sort of background within intelligence. My standpoint is we have some logical indicators that the Russians did this, but you need to operate with multiple variables. You need to be able to sort of take a number of variables and apply logic and be methodological about it. You can't just go about saying this is a binary question: did Russia do it or not? You can have multiple indicators, and that gives you a risk assessment, if you will. That's sort of where you end up with a conclusion, i.e., if you take sort of one of the arguments I had was look, Ukraine has not been doing taking steps that would unnecessarily endanger their own population at all. So if they indeed blew the dam, it would be a first time. On the other hand, you have Russia, who's done nothing but doing that. That's a pretty strong indication. Is it proof? No, but once you tally up 7, 8, 10 of these indicators, the picture becomes clear. And maybe my brain is just, I'm not a legal dude. I'm someone who does intelligence analysis, and I've done it for a number of years, and that's a part of my job. But it doesn't make sense to make it to center the discussion around a binary argument and wanting ultimate smoking gun proof. But perhaps that's just me.
So, I obviously, but I don't want to go relitigate that, because you and I agree on this, and it's pretty clear that, Russia was the one that did it. Also, just in the context, look, Ukrainians were trying to evacuate people, were trying to get water to people that are still under occupation on the other bank. Russians were shelling and machine gunning down people who tried to evacuate. I think that's all the evidence you really need. Not to mention the engineering commentary saying, look, the dam was built to withstand any sort of strikes from the outside. You can't really demolish it from the outside unless you have a gigantic weapon. Ukrainians didn't have access to the tunnels. They were on the other bank of the river. Russians have, bragged themselves they have mined the place. Like, what more do you need? You have intent, you have the ability to do it, you have motive, you have all of those things, and you have a pattern of behavior fundamentally, because Russians are destroying dams left and right to gain marginal tactical benefit, and frankly to cause destruction, wide scale infrastructural destruction across Ukraine. Right? They've been blowing up a bunch of dams, smaller dams across occupied territories. They've previously rocketed the dam at Kryvyi twice just to get the trivial tactical advantage on the Inuklets when Ukrainians were crossing it back in what was it, September, October. They destroyed the dam at Oskil to stymie Ukrainian advances. It's pretty clear what they do. It's very much a pattern. And why is this even a question? At the end of the day, what does it even matter who did it or how it happened? Does it really make a difference? Now, what makes a difference is that it did happen, and that it just seems to happen, wherever Russians are, weird things seem to happen. And wherever in occupied territory, stuff keeps getting destroyed and people's lives keep getting ruined because, well, it's just so happens that it's wherever Russians are. So maybe, so much so expedite to get Russians out, mitigate the consequences for the civilian population in the area. And does it even matter how exactly it happened? No.
Yeah, exactly, and I know we agree on this, but I mean, my issue is an issue of how what happens in the war often ends up getting portrayed in this wishy-washy kind of way in a lot of Western media outlets. So when you have so-called experts who haven't done the analysis, who haven't gathered the evidence or the indicators that are available, who are not applying logic, you'll end up having someone like this guy that I know personally. It ends up, what ends up on the front page of the news outlets is we don't know who did it, might have been the Russians, which is the wrong, it's the wrong story. So the discourse on the war ends up being this, essentially what I think the Russians would really like it to be, being sort of a conflict between two parties, and everyone is sort of no one is a good guy, but Ukraine does wrong things as well, and it's total BS. So my problem is with these so-called experts not having the pardon my French, balls to go ahead and say what they really believe, who they believe really did it, and sticking to that. Yeah, that's oh man, that's just so frustrating. But I took the debate, and I sort of think I won a Twitter debate, so I guess that's a good thing.
Yeah, I think often there's only losers. Peter, did the same sort of thing happen in Norway as well? Did they have a look further north? Did sort of endless navel gazing as to how exactly it happened, as opposed to how to mitigate the consequences and how to prevent it happening more times in other cases?
Yeah, this is very similar in Norway, and I think I can describe how it happens a little bit for the non-Nordic listeners to explain, because you asked the question, how does this happen? And I want to emphasize that I'm explaining how it happens, not condoning it or supporting it. But there is a strong tradition in Nordic media, at least in Norwegian. I think it's similar in the other countries, to report claims that are ludicrous, and sort of trust the population to make up their own mind in the right way. So I've been watching this the past couple of weeks, and I've seen it in relation to stuff where also Russia isn't involved. Other conflicts where you have an obvious party that's lying, and yet the media will report, these guys claim such and such, without actually feeling the need to say, well, obviously this is bullshit, because they just figure that people will recognize that for themselves. So that's a part of it. And then I think that in this specific matter, there is a wariness now to attribute stuff in the conflict after Nord Stream, because I think, at least in Norwegian media, the media went quite far in attributing Nord Stream to Russia, based on sort of whose interest is it in, whose MO is it to blow up stuff. And now there's a creeping sense that, hey, it might have been Ukraine that blew up Nord Stream. And so I think the journalists feel sort of once bitten, twice shy, and they don't want to go back to attributing stuff because they feel like they were maybe misled, or they weren't cautious enough about Nord Stream. So now they don't want to fall into the same trap again.
Yeah, and actually, on that, I'm really frustrated whenever this whole German line gets repeated in media without even a comment, without even a note of what has been publicly announced, if reluctantly, by the Danish Navy and Danish military intelligence, which basically said, look, we have pictures of such and such Russian vessel, which is like purpose built for exactly this sort of stuff, with a submarine on board and everything, in the area, the couple of days before, right over where the explosions took place, and this gets ignored, on a whole scale. But I did quite like some commentary from the Swedish prosecutor, who was very tight-lipped, but basically, kind of said as much as he could to say, yeah, well, actually, this is a little bit more complicated than the Germans make it out to be. But yeah, I see the point, Peter. The fog of war and not wanting to be caught out in it being the guiding light of many in there. Mikael.
Yeah, and I just thank you for that, Peter, because I mean it's and I think you're right on the money when it comes to what sort of logic drives the journalists to act in this way. I think, and that's at least my argument for, if not attacking, then actually having the argument with people over this, is that that actually helps shape how they speak about these things the next time around. So that's also, I mean, that's something that you can do with your own local media outlets. If you have the stomach for it, I think it's important then that we have the debate and we take the debate, especially because I think when you look at what research methods or analysis method have been applied to stuff, it's not that. I mean, it's not always that well thought out. The analysis are super quick, and if you have Danish naval vessels looking at taking those pictures that we know, you can't throw away that piece of evidence. And I think, Doman, you would say that as well. Yeah, in natural science, when you do research, you can't just go around and then know something to be true and then ignore that. I mean, that's not a valid way of going about analyzing things. You can't if you have something that points you in a direction, you can't choose to ignore it just because you want you want to think that everything is sort of this binary thing, which the Russians promote all the time.
And so let me add to this, Mikhail, because it goes beyond that, right? I'll put it this way: if you have two different data sets, right, and one was and they're obtained with different methodologies. And one of the methodologies is a very proven methodology, very straightforward, very reliable results. And then the other one is giving you some very curious results and very, very odd. And they're at odds with the first set. But the methodology is kind of new and it's not very well tested. It's not very well proven. We're not entirely sure how the mechanisms function, right? Well, then you're never going to write the paper on the basis of the second one while not even mentioning the first. That'll never stand peer review. And especially when it's public knowledge that the first set of data exists. You can't say, well, I have this, tried and tested method. It's very straightforward. It definitely works. In this case, an official agency of a Western country saying publicly, reliably, well, we have these pictures of such a vessel in such and such place. And then you can't just go not even mention that and say, well, yes, how about some anonymous sources? How about some anonymous sources from somewhere that might or might not exist, that have some indications that you're not going to describe properly? But isn't this way more exciting? But why don't you just write about that? But actually, there's this whole thing that you're missing out on otherwise. Then, John.
Yeah, I mean, all you need is you don't need the evidence. You need to be the peer reviewer, and then you can accept anything. But that's not what I want to say. I think, I mean, what I've seen that has changed is that, I mean, before, I don't know how long time ago, let's say a decade ago or more, there was a tendency that when information came from authority or institution, that was trusted without having the burden to also show the evidence, detailed evidence of it. But that has changed. And maybe this is this can be contributed to the internet, where everyone has a lot of information, but maybe not the mental capacity or the technical capacity to make real sense of it. So I think the media, not defending them, definitely not, because they should trust us, our authorities and institutions. Obviously, it should be reviewed and so on. But it's almost handled like a court case. Everyone is innocent until proven guilty beyond any reasonable doubt. So, and I think this is the problem, especially in wartime. You don't want to reveal all the evidence because that could be secret information that you can't reveal, and that will never happen. And because of that, those false narratives can thrive because you can't really prove it without revealing secrets.
Indeed, and that's it's usually referred to as fog of war in at least some way, right? Mikhail.
Yeah, well, and I agree, and the whole courtroom idea is just it's a false logic that is just applied. And I mean, when we don't, one thing is the information that is confidential. Another thing is the fact that we don't get all the information. So we have to be able to live with, if we want to assess what is going on, we have to be able to live with the fact that we need to use multiple variables, and we need to assess them. Are they valid? Is this a valid source or is this not a valid source? And I totally agree that when journalists are asking experts, they are not digging into the logic of how that expert sort of comes to the conclusions that he or she comes to. But that's why I think, and that it's a democratic value as well. Yeah, I think we should, at least for me, I just feel the need to discuss it whenever I hear things that are where the conclusion is just too easy, or where you can hear this is a knee-jerk reaction. It's a knee-jerk reaction to say, oh, it could also have been Ukraine that blew the dam. Not given the things that we know, not giving the intelligence and the information that we have, it cannot. And I think we need to, if not fight it, I think it's a way to use sort of our democratic societies to actually discuss it and to actually say, look, you've been the guy that I had this discussion with. He used to be he's a teacher at the Defense Academy. I've had him as a teacher when I learned Russian at the Defense Academy. I respect him, but I disagree that it's a courtroom issue, because it's not a courtroom issue, and Ukrainians dying is far more important than sort of him not losing face, which is, I guess, what kind of happened, if you ask me.
And I'll just say this: even if you do put it to a courtroom standard, no, and you go through it, you say, okay, so it's a dam, it's made to withstand a giant explosion up to a nuclear strike from the outside. However, it's designed also to be demolished from the inside, and is designed to be demolished if you're on the left bank, because if the Soviets were ever to be retreating from west to east, it would be the left bank that they would be retreating to, and that is the side that they would want to mine it from. And it was designed to be mined in a specific way to destroy the dam, and much like the Dnipro Dam upstream was destroyed during the Second World War when the Soviets were retreating. So it's a dam that's designed to be destroyed from the inside, from the left bank, but to be completely impervious from the right bank, or to be completely impervious generally from the outside. Big surprise then how this could possibly have happened, who knows? And then you have people with motive and ability and tendency who, Putin basically said, yeah, we did it himself. Like, what more do you want? And then you say, oh, but are we really sure? Well, yeah, they've admitted to it. They've bragged about it. They said they've mined it many months ago already. What more do you want? Literally every bit of evidence says, yeah, Russians did it. You have a modus operandi, you have a motive, you have an ability to do it, and you don't have any of those for Ukrainians. And then you can speculate about motives, maybe a little bit, but the on motives it's like 100 to 1 weight for the Russians. On everything else, it's 1,000,000 to 1 weight. So it's definitely beyond reasonable doubt. And then you can say, oh, but I think it's reasonable to doubt more. Well, but then you can't really help that. So I think even in a courtroom setting is false, and it already did after about 12 hours in, certainly about 36 hours in, and a week later is just ridiculous to keep discussing it, frankly. Peter, what do you think?
Yeah, so our countries are quite small, and our media markets are quite small, so journalism isn't a career that is very likely to make you rich or famous, there is a lot of mediocrity. I think, at least in the Norwegian media. I'm sure it is the same in Denmark and Sweden. There, many people who aren't really the thought leaders, the best and the brightest, that aren't able to, be the ones who digest the world and help their readers understand it. So it's more often it feels like reading or listening to like high school newspapers or high school TV channels with an extra effort made at, we're going to present facts. So, this Nova Kakhovka thing is really, it's under the fog of war. I'm not able to, determine with certainty what's going on here. So I'm going to report the facts. Fact one, Ukraine is saying the Russians did it. Fact two, Russians are saying the Ukrainians did it. Fact three, we have reports that Russians are shelling the evacuation. Fact, whatever, I don't remember my count. Fact four, this and this is underwater. So everything becomes just reported as snippets of facts with no analysis. And then the attribution issue becomes basically just people have to make up their own minds, but both parties are saying that the other one did it. And so it's really naive, and it's I think is a strong sign of mediocrity, and of also what is taught at journalism school, which is sort of you need to present all sides of any case, and we know this from like climate change. Someone likened it to if we're going to end up having the Earth geometry debate with the flat earthers soon, right?
Something like that. Thanks, Peter. Then John, do you want to go ahead, or if you?
Yeah, just a short one. I was laughing when you said that sometimes you can have someone come up with something, and it's believed on his face, and no one is asking, how did you actually come up with that? I mean, what method was used? And I was thinking about the guy with the rocket around the nuclear power plant, and he had I don't know how many physicists around him being showed how that was doing a 180 just before landing, and I don't know how many questions were asked there, how we came to the conclusion, but yeah, it's that's exactly what you were talking about, visualized.
It is my favorite event that has happened in all of this time. It is the one that I will for sure remember until the end of days, when a sociologist, head of Rosatom auxiliary occupation troops of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plants, explains to a bunch of nuclear physicists and nuclear engineers who are, physicists and engineers, how this rocket is magic.
And the way he was looking at them while saying it, because he knew that, oh shit, they know I'm lying, but still I have to do this. You can see it.
Yeah. Actually, by the way, since we're talking about the Kakhovka Dam and so on, I just want to say in just under 2 hours, we'll be joined by Alex Voronin, and he's a fantastic volunteer. He's been down in Kherson, helping out in Kherson, very much on the ground, or rather on the water. And I just wanted to add to that we're in just under 2 hours going to be talking to him, and I'm going to be asking him all about all sorts of details and exactly how it was there in Kherson under flooding, and how the evacuation efforts proceeded. So anyway, Mikhail, you had another topic, no, that you wanted to raise beyond the Kakhovka Dam.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is this is another recent Twitter discussions of mine, because one of the better sort of Danish, well, he's Danish Russian as far as I know, but very much. I mean, he's done pretty good reporting on the war. Started a discussion on loss ratios in different parts of the war, wherein the deputy minister of defense in Ukraine, she'd raised that the death ratio in Bakhmut right now is 1 Ukrainian per 8 Russians, and that's actually something that I'm quite interested in, not discussing, but I'm sort of interested in your guys' take on these ratios, because from where I'm sitting, I'm thinking it is really hard to verify, that would entail that an infantry group of 8 Ukrainian infantrymen would take out a Russian infantry group before having one KIA, which is a big ratio. But this was another one of these topics where I see a journalist or something in the media sling something out saying that cannot be right, and my brain goes, yeah, but where is, as you say, Pet, and you said that, and John as well. I mean, what's the analysis behind this? Okay, so don't just sling out stuff. Explain to me why it's an impossible ratio. I know it's a very high ratio. I'm not sure it's true, but I need the explanation behind, because I do know that if you put NATO troops, if you put a NATO infantry group to fight a Russian newly mobilized infantry group in an urban environment, having just trained urban warfare and looking at how the Russians are moving totally amateurish in the field, in urban environment, I wouldn't be so sure that that would be a pretty sort of a possible ratio. But I digress. I mean, it's I'm interested in hearing your guys' inputs into these ratios and into whether or not we should be discussing them at all. Thanks.
Thanks, Mikael. So did I didn't quite read what she said. Did she say KIA or casualty ratio?
Casualty. Let me check up on that.
But you see why?
Give me a sec.
Because I'll say one thing that keeps coming out of Ukraine, which is that the casualty ratio isn't that different necessarily. The biggest difference, this is my understanding anyway, that the casualty ratio isn't necessarily that different. What is super different is the ratio of killed, and that is because a lot of the Russian attacks are artillery attacks, and Ukrainian, and they're not very precise artillery attacks. So Ukrainians don't tend to get killed in those attacks nearly as much as they tend to get wounded, mostly by shrapnel, which are mostly injuries to extremities, which, because Ukrainians actually bother to evacuate their wounded, end up with a 3 to 6 week recovery time, and then they're back, or 10 week or whatever, but then they're back, and that isn't a permanently out out for good kind of casualty. Whereas Russians tend to be A, hit with more precise weapons, or B, tend to be hit with tend to get hit with other stuff, and also don't tend to be evacuated nearly as much, which means that wounded tend to end up suffering worse consequences, but also many more of them end up being, a larger proportion of those casualties end up being killed. So which one was it, Mikael? Was it killed or casualty ratio?
It was killed, but the original tweet was in Danish, and it was and Putin allegedly saying that that they killed 10 Ukrainians for each Russian, which is obviously absolute bonkers. But it as it stands right now, it looks like he's talking about kill ratio, but he might have not thought of that. Yeah, and it's interesting, of course, also what they're saying.
It is killed. So I found the Telegram post.
Yeah.
I found the Telegram post from her, and she says Zahiblich. So killed, not. See, this is important, right? Because it matters which one it is. So okay, I mean, this is still really harsh. While Ukraine is on the offensive with that sort of ratio, is really, it's difficult, and I see why everybody says it's difficult. I will say one thing though. You know what? With Russian evacuation rates and Ukrainian higher rates of shelling than it ever was before, and also at the same time Ukrainian casualties mostly coming in those, say, armored vehicles, but like we saw quite a lot of cases of that, right, where a Bradley gets hit and the crew survives and actually evacuates, whether with injuries or not. I mean, it's still hard to believe, but at least it becomes a little bit more plausible. Because imagine if every Russian casualty, if most Russian casualties are killed, and I really don't like people who say, oh, there's so many Russian killed and then there's 5 times more wounded. No, there's not, because they don't evacuate wounded, not from frontline positions. So in a case like this, imagine that you have a Russian killed to casualty at a 1-to-2 ratio, or a Russian killed to casualty at a 1-to-1.5 ratio, or 1-to-1.3 ratio. Yeah, okay, then you might actually have that much higher number of killed. Whereas in whereas if it were actually casualties that far apart, it'd be very different. So again, everybody knows these things can't be verified, right? But if you end up with lots of Ukrainian casualties being casualties to shrapnel and wounded rather than killed and recovering, whereas many more of the Russian ones actually, a much larger proportion actually getting killed or wounded to the point where they're out of the fight for good. I think there's a big difference between those two. Yeah, I found it difficult with those particular ratios as well, but at least it's a little bit more believable if you work through it. Peter?
Yeah, I think the interesting or the relevance of this to the discussion we just had is, so what would be a good way of reporting on those figures? And of course, if the expertise is there to do the analysis you just did, Doman, then that is the best, right? It's the best kind of reporting. But if you're a sort of general journalist that knows a little bit about Latin America, a little bit about this region, a little bit about Russia, a little bit about Ukraine, and you're trying to report on those claims, then there is a simpler avenue that also works very well, and that's to say, this was claimed by this and this person. If true, this would be astonishing for an astonishing ratio for a force that is on the attack, because typically an attacker has the larger casualties. And then maybe you could go on to say, but the Ukrainians have been reporting battle damage assessments throughout the war, and those battle damage assessments seem to be, maybe a little bit above what is stated by Western intelligence agencies, but not that far off. So if they're stating this, it certainly is an indicator that the ratio may be quite different than what we typically see in when one force is attacking, the other is defending, or something like that. I mean, just give the context. If you're skeptical, then explain sort of the basis for the skepticism, and discuss a little bit about what you know about the credibility of the communicator.
And I think that's a really important thing. And that's something that Timothy Snyder noted in one of his threads last week, right? You need to contextualize within credibility of communicator. I just don't know what the purpose of publishing such things is in the first place, though, other than a little bit of motivational speech. That's probably the primary audience anyway. And yeah, sometimes we say, but it wasn't intended like that when a French politician says something that's for the French audience, or maybe a Brazilian politician says something that's for the Brazilian audience. But then it does get reported elsewhere. So I think that context should be taken into account when communicating in the first place. Michael?
Well, again, Peter, I totally agree, and I think the quality of that of an article or a tweet is much better, because I mean there's this disconnect between. I mean, a lot of us have seen how the Ukrainian loss numbers that they, or the mockers numbers that we get every morning. That I think what most of us are thinking is that they are they are relatively precise. Perhaps they're a bit high, but I've been surprised when stuff has been, especially in the beginning of the war, when stuff was geolocated, that the numbers matched in a pretty decent way, in a surprisingly decent way. And that's not to say just to believe everything everyone puts out there, but the quality of and the validity and the trustworthiness of the sources is definitely something to bring along. Plus, what I am missing from a lot of these statements in the media is the difference in quality of the troops and command and control. Yeah, so they're like talking about it like these are two Counter-Strike teams that battle it out against one another. Look, the Russian troops in Bakhmut are they even soldiers? Some of them. It takes to make a competent infantryman takes a lot of time. So we've discussed this over and over again. Those of us who've been in that game, it's really hard fighting in urban environments. As John Spencer has said time and time again, it's extremely hard. So to take someone who's newly mobilized, give them a gun, and then think he is a fighting force when you have shitty command and control, when you have bad weapons, when your artillery, when your fire support has been hammered by HIMARS and modern Ukrainian artillery, to not take that into account when sort of assessing what is going on it's just too cheap. It's too easy. And I'm really sorry that story is not being told, but then again, then I can go about sort of discussing that with with everyone, and I think that has value in and of itself. But I mean, there's a huge qualitative difference to the forces that we're talking about, even if you just isolate it and look at Bakhmut only. That's not to say that Ukrainians are not losing their lives and that they should have the jets and all of that. They should, and I'm sorry for every Ukrainian soldier lost, but there's a huge difference in quality when it comes to these two armies.
Thank you, Mikael. And I agree. And there's inhomogeneity in both, but definitely a big quality difference, nevertheless. Jens?
Yeah, good afternoon. I remember when the dam was blown up, and I went to the Danish radio broadcasting news site, and the first headline I saw was, I can't remember exactly, but basically it said Ukrainian dam blown up. Russian says this, Ukraine says that, and I instantly had a reaction of anger because Russia was mentioned first. But I think the expectation I have for instant reporting, where they basically it's only as good as at what they can attribute. I think I recognized that I had an emotional reaction to that, and that that this little, I would call it a news tweet, or like a news flash, was in some ways it was neutral, and I put my own bias into it. I think that when we have several degrees of journalism, we have live reporting and we have investigative, we have so on and so forth, and I think to some extent I don't mind the pursuit of objectivity, and that you have to you attribute sources and get quotes. So I don't have the same expectations, and I also see in the Danish government coalition seems to be fairly on right track, and Danish support is fairly on right track. When I talk with my family about it, I can clearly see they are not as invested as I am, they are not spending 27 hours every day on MriyaReport, and I think that is okay. So 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 I just want to say maybe my expectations are a little lower, but I see a general, consensus that supporting Ukraine is good. That was all.
Thank you, Jens. Well put. Yeah, and contextualizing is important, and I think that's a good part of journalism, right? Don't just write A says this, B says this, shrug, end of story. Do also just add context, because otherwise you're not adding much more before just copying the news via shares. We've been down that road. Lexicon, very good morning.
And very good morning to you too. Thank you. So, of course, as usual, I don't get up at the crack of dawn, it seems, but I did hear maybe the last 20 minutes or so of what you were talking about. I think one thing I've been noticing just the last, say, 2 days, it seems to me that although initially about the dam, it was dam crumbles, collapses, whatever. Both sides, each side blames the other. Kind of crap, even under the BBC, the short items, that kind of heading. I noticed, I think one was clearly Deutsche Welle they're to the point, which in English debate they had yesterday, talking about how's Putin taking all this, but when they had a good segment of it, it's about a half-hour debate or something, or 45 minutes. So they did spend a bit of time on the dam, and at least they're all of this folks, all of the analysts, absolutely clear that this is Russia's fault. Relatively clear that it's probably blown, because when you've got seismic information, it's different from saying there was mismanagement, what have you. So they said whether it's mismanagement or was blowing up, I thought was disappointed in that, but it's clearly Russia's responsibility. That looks like an attitude we'll get from some of the liberal media. The other example, I think, was one or two American ones of a less Fox tendency. But I wondered if so that story, one is, I was impressed they were, although their point was how is Putin taking what's happening in the war or how is he going to take defeat, they did make sure that Kakova Dam was front and center, so I appreciated that. But I wondered if this morning in this discussion, it was several topics, and you're talking about coverage of things that are factually debatable. Did you mention the BBC story about Russia has 20,000 dead? Did you hear this about this BBC story?
What I did not. What 20,000? What in aggregate?
Last night, my last night, the late, oh my God, I guess it was 1 a.m. I was, almost maybe your early morning. So the BBC hourly report, updated hourly, said the line was that BBC reports Russians have 20,000 dead. But the story actually said that a group, doing a study of attempting to document by going through finding cemeteries, local newspapers. They spend a great deal of time, and they have documented the names of 20,000 people killed. Well, the fact that they made that they did that is nice. The possibility that they have therefore managed to trap 1 in 5 or maybe 1 in 10 of people actually killed is there. I'm not sure about. I mean, they probably did find the Prigozhin cemeteries, and they have grown and grown and grown. But and I suppose that you'd think more of Prigozhin's dead, that they would be a higher number than anybody's. But I don't know. We know now, for example, that from the time Prigozhin was prohibited from further recruiting from the cemeteries, the Russian Ministry of Defense has proceeded to recruit in the cemeteries. And some of the people, POWs spoken to, we saw interviews with 2 POWs, and one was recruited by the Ministry of Defense from a prison. So at any rate, that's, I don't know why, how much they'll talk about it, how much weight it'll get, but that is a very different number from evidence that 20,000 Russians died. So that story may, since it was very late last night, very early British morning, we may start to see something about it.
I can add to that. So that's not really a news story per se. It's an update. So it's a project of, I think, MediaZona and the BBC, and there's some other ones. And
Yeah,
what they're basically doing
MediaZona,
is
I heard that.
yeah. So what they're doing is this is a long running project, and every so often they give an update. I don't know how often, but I see it all the time. And they give an update, and the update is basically saying this is how many we've managed to evidence from obituaries, basically, right? By name, this is how many we've managed to identify, more or less. That's what they're saying. So if you look at the Twitter account at Killed in Ukraine, Russian officers killed in Ukraine, you will see that they have found 2,288 by June 13th. That's the most recent summation. 2,288 officers alone. So 5 major generals, 60 colonels, 153 lieutenant colonels, 289 majors, 419 captains, 678 senior lieutenants, 396 lieutenants, and 288 other ranks that they got that have been evidenced as killed in Ukraine in the context of in this Russian invasion of Ukraine by name on the basis of obituaries. And basically the logic is, can you really imagine that? How much do you imagine that the MediaZona covers, right? Because we have heard in many cases that the Russians are discouraged from reporting or giving obituaries, or too widely reporting the deaths of regular soldiers, or let's call it non-commissioned members, right? So soldiers, corporals, lance corporals, that sort of level, of which there is of course the vast majority of the forces. And of course, especially the vast majority of those who got sent in say meat waves at Bakhmut and so on. So if we know that there's about 2,300 officers evidenced on a by name basis, we know that a 1-to-9 ratio or a 1-to-8 ratio between officers and NCMs, NCOs combined, there's no way that is remotely representative. So the MediaZona and BBC research, what they give you is the absolute floor. They're kind of the equivalent of Oryx, but for people, not equipment, right? They're the absolute floor of who we can say, not just how many, but of who we can say that have been that have been destroyed, right, or killed in this fighting. So we all know that the MediaZona one is definitely an undercount, a very substantial undercount of killed, and if anything, it gives you a little bit more of an idea. Not to mention that Russians often don't allow, if the bodies aren't recovered, which in many cases they aren't, or if they're recovered but not specifically identified, they declare them missing as opposed to killed. So all of those variables kind of explain why MediaZona has only counted about 20,000 killed thus far, rather than a larger number. Ming, your hand shot up as soon as Lexicon mentioned this. Do you have more to add before we go back to Lexicon?
This particular piece is front page on the BBC News website at the moment, and there's some interesting changes to the previous versions of it. So, for one, they're tracking the age of people who as you know, who are dying, and the age is going significantly up. The other thing is they've moved away from obituaries, because they're finding people whose families have no idea what became of them. They simply don't know, and they haven't heard from them in over a year. And they are, for instance, finding graves with their names on them, and the families are saying, they just want to know what happened, and they obviously tell them to the extent that they can. And then it's one of those big kind of interactive articles. So they're making quite a splash with it, and then it ends on a note from a Russian official saying, I think it's Shoigu or Putin, I forget who, but I have 25 million reserves. Great, but can you kit them out? But well worth a read, Devin. There's quite a lot in there It's not just an update on an ongoing project. That there's more meat to it than that.
Oh, very good. I'm just saying the number is an update on an ongoing project, because I've read various updates, many times over the months. Lexicon.
Yeah, well, thanks for all that. I'll definitely go and take a look at the fuller version. And yeah, you want to see. I did understand that it was not only obituaries. I'm thinking, how many obituaries are there from Joe Blogs from East Podunk? So yes, indeed, there will be
Social media obituaries count as well.
Yeah. But I thought what one of the quotes was last night was that they had begun going through these cemeteries, and to some extent, a certain proportion of the Russian dead will actually make it to cemeteries, even in little towns. But that said, we know it's an absolutely vast country, and we know that even the Deutsche Welle was pointing out that a higher proportion of the mobilized, as with the conscripted, come from rural areas because of the demographic of youth being there. I wondered about that one, but at any rate, for other reasons we can allude to, and they did. Yes, so I just wonder how well this group can have penetrated all of Russia, to be able to find out from cemeteries and little lonely graves in rural areas across that vast country. We are able to see there is good, well, I think it's good data. Certainly people post from time to time maps showing the point of origin, the place of, or the birth, a recruitment place, I guess, for mobilized. And we see that that vastly outweighs the two big cities, or any big cities, and the proportion of deaths, if this was reliable analysis. I wasn't able to see more than maps of the proportion of deaths to mobilized in those rural and especially ethnic minority areas. So all of that, yeah, one doesn't have time also to pour into all of them. But thanks for the information about the BBC story. When it hits the 5-minute bulletin, you think it usually will be a bigger story. So I would definitely go and take a look at it today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm just reading through it now, and they say 25,000. At least 25,000 is what they're saying, and they also say that this doesn't include what they term, and I take issue with this, but they term the Russian-speaking separatists in Donbass. Of course, very many of those will have been forcibly conscripted. Also, not so much separatists, but people forcibly conscripted by Russians in long occupied territories. We've heard about those areas being almost depopulated of men. So that will count towards the total number of dead. But of course they won't be buried somewhere inside Russia proper, because why, right? So yeah, it's the number is undoubtedly much bigger than the 25,000. Again, when you say there are 2,300 officers confirmed by name killed in Ukraine, you're basically saying, yeah, there has to be a whole lot more, especially since there's not officers among the prisoners, right? They didn't go into those. At the same time, as I'm reminded yet again, and something that I mentioned earlier, the Ukrainians take care of their wounded. They really emphasize the evacuation as much as possible, and that's where their survival rate is just so much higher between the evacuation stabilization protocols and approaches. So absolutely, it's important that this is being done. Like you say, Lexicon, they're not going to penetrate everywhere, and not to mention, so many are never returned. So many of the Russian dead are never even returned. They said, they're missing. Maybe they deserted, instead of being registered as having been killed in the war. Freight Monkey.
I think you're touching on something right now which is important to note, and here are some thoughts, not facts, just thoughts, unsubstantiated. But in order for any journalist to say, for sure X person has died in Ukraine, you need two individual events to take place, possibly three. And the first is, of course, that once you as a Russian soldier have been killed on the battlefields, that someone actually bothers to get your body back, right? That's the first thing, because otherwise, who would know, right? Doman, you were saying you would go on the missing list otherwise. The second thing that has to happen is that someone would actually bother to have some kind of funeral for you, or put you somewhere in the ground at least. That is not going to be in some ditch. And the third thing that must not necessarily happen, but helps in order to figure out if X person has died, is that someone has to care enough to write something about it, and not be true, right? So you need to have 2, potentially 3 of these things that take place, and that's not necessarily obvious. That's not necessarily something that will obviously happen. Another thing that I notice, a lot of the footage that comes out, and the footage is very biased, of course, because in order to have spectacular footage, you can only really get it from drones, right? Because if you're filming with a GoPro, if a soldier is filming with a GoPro from his helmet, unless it's at very close quarters, you don't really understand the action very well from a GoPro. But a lot of the more spectacular footage of people, of Russian soldiers, for instance, surrendering or really getting killed in more or less horrible ways, has been through drone footage. And one thing that you'll note is, we don't know for sure, but you've mentioned yourself that there's not many officers among the prisoners. There's not many footage of officers surrendering. That's because the Russians seemingly tend to abandon their troops in certain defensive positions, and that's these are the guys who tend to surrender or tend to die by some kind of drone attack. Yesterday, Thomas Tyner was talking about some defensive positions that were designed for platoon-sized elements or company-sized elements, and then when the Ukrainians show up, there's 3 guys in the trench, right? So I have no trouble believing that the ratio of officers to enlisted or whatever the equivalent MOBIX or something like that men is going to be even higher than you'd imagine, because it seems that Russian officers don't lead by the front. So that's those are just a few thoughts, not facts, but a few things that were lurking at the back of my head.
So some people say, oh, but officers are more likely to die statistically than soldiers because HQs get hit, right? Command and control nodes get hit. That's true, but at the same time, there's no officers in the frontline trench that really gets hit all of the time. There's no officers in the frontline assault squad, because why would there be any officers in a squad of 4 that's being that's basically told to charge Ukrainian positions? Of course there isn't. So it's a combination of those. It's about the right. I mean, Freight Mikey, tell me this: Swiss Army, I'm gonna bet, is kind of an officer heavy army, right? What's the ratio of officers to not officers?
So I was in a reconnaissance platoon, and I went through officer school, and we had 4 vehicles per platoon, 5 with the officer, and there was 4. But the reconnaissance platoons are quite small, right? Because there's 4 men per vehicle, so that's like 24 men, 1 sergeant in each vehicle, and in the platoon leader, which tends to be a junior lieutenant, like a second lieutenant. You have an officer and an NCO. But in an infantry platoon, I think they're quite a bit bigger. There's like 35. There's like 35 men in the platoon, and then 1 officer leading that. I think in some other militaries, sometimes you have senior lieutenants or first lieutenants, as we call them, in charge of companies. But in the Swiss military, it's a captain. So I think there are more officers. That is true, but it's not a professional military, and they basically run out of officers in the Swiss military very quickly, because people tend to leave to go abroad. I mean, Switzerland is a very international place, and a lot of people are, go abroad for a few years, so they need to train a lot of officers. So I don't think it's a very representative. It's very representative, but I think there's something similar to the Russian military that we have, because we don't have any professional NCOs either, being everything is militia based. So we do have professional NCOs and officers, but they tend to be at a much higher rank, like warrant officers, and above the rank of, say, major or lieutenant colonel. It tends to be someone who's what you call a career army officer, or NCO. So that's also one of the reasons why we have more officers. But I think that's similar to what the Russians also have, because they tend to rely on mass mobilization, right? But I don't know. I've always learned that if you want your guys to do something, you got to do it with them, right? So otherwise, no one's going to follow you. But this is why I'm sometimes shocked at least what I read from the Russian military, which is a sort of you go there and stay in this position until I come back, and if you have no food, well, too bad. Actually, I was laughing about it with a friend of mine yesterday. He's one of my only people he's actually Russian, which is interesting, but he hates Putin. And we were cooking some steaks, and I was mentioning that the difference between the NATO military and the Russian military is, in the NATO military, some guy is going to go and tell you, I want to have steaks for dinner. You can find the steaks in XYZ place and go and put them on a barbecue, and when they're cooked, serve them at the table. And in the Russian military, the officer would go to the person cooking the steaks and would order him to switch on the barbecue, and then say, well, I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then he'll tell them, put the steaks on the barbecue, and then he'll say, don't do anything until I come back. And what you end up with is 20 minutes later, when he comes back, is a burnt steak, right? And it's a very top, what I mean to say is it's a very top heavy, inefficient system. But it doesn't seem to be led in any kind of reasonable way. It would be interesting if someone did some statistics on the amount of senior officers killed, because those are all most probably in HQs, as you were mentioning.
Exactly. And really what you need to do then, to do it really well, is to get is to figure out that sort of ratio, right? So you need to figure out, okay, how many what proportion of the killed end up being far behind the lines, and what proportion end up being in front of the lines, or right at the front of the lines. And the latter, is going to skew very heavy to convicts, to mobilized, to conscripts, whatever. The former are going to skew much more heavily towards officers, right? So the combination of both of those, I think, is an interesting one. What I will say is I had a check for the British Army, the UK Defence Journal basically published numbers broken down by rank a few weeks ago. So I had a look back at that, and just looking at the Army, so not looking at the Navy, Marines, the RAF, just looking at the Army, it's about, give or take, a 1 to 5.5 ratio of officers to non-officer ranks. But that also, of course, includes some very, very senior NCOs. The thing is, the British Army has been shrinking quite a lot, and it's been shrinking much more, in the non-officer ranks compared to the officer ranks. If I have this right, in the last 30 years, so that goes to explain some of this. The other part is, of course, Russia just underwent a mass mobilization, right? And the vast majority of those mass mobilization will have been at the lowest ranks. It will have been people who either didn't, certainly not professional soldiers, so definitely not outside of the officers. Further to that, those again being pushed forward into the front, again, would be the ones who are more likely to be mobilized and of the lowest ranks, therefore the most likely to get killed in those. So all of those together kind of make sense for a roughly 1 to 90 ratio, maybe, at least kind of. But at the very least, a 1 to 10 ratio definitely doesn't really work out at all. So I think that's interesting, useful, somewhat. Fred Monkey.
Yeah, if you read a little bit, historicals, and you go back to say World War One, because there was a lot of unfair criticism, I think, of militaries during World War One about especially the whole lions led by sheep, or whatever the expression was. If you look at the officer casualties in the British Army, it was pretty horrendous. There's also another thing to be considered, is there was a lot of deaths by artillery fire, a lot of people getting hit in HQs and stuff like that. But regardless, my feeling about the Russian military in 2023, and this is entirely unsubstantiated and just something that kind of, what I think might be the case, is you have you've got much bigger companies than you might have expected at the beginning of the war, because they lack the organizational capacity to have smaller, flexible groups, especially when you're looking at defensive areas. And I've got the feeling that they don't have a lot of junior officers. They might be super officer heavy on the higher levels, but I think they might be lacking a lot of junior officers. Otherwise, you would also see more evidence, people getting captured. It would happen. So either they're partying, because I don't believe that you'll have like a lieutenant who's 50 kilometers away from his company, right? I don't think that's very likely. I just think that they might not really have that many. So I'm going to look into these officers dead in Ukraine, because I remember following that page a while ago, and it was interesting. But I'm going to try and see if there's anything off the top of just looking at it, if there's any kind of maybe some kind of deductions that we can make. But yeah, the other thing I'd say is I don't have any trouble believing that it's quite dangerous now to be a quite senior officer, because with the strike capabilities that Ukraine seems to have, especially with HIMARS and all these things, they're definitely hitting these HQs. So that's and every day we hear a new story, but it might also be somewhat sensationalized, and because a lot of other things go a little bit more underreported, right? So that's
Thank you, Fred Monkey. Yeah, it's a complicated scheme, all in all, right? It's very difficult to unfurl and cast away all of these individual layers of the fog of war to really find out what's behind it all. But that is to say, the media zona 25,000 is definitely a severe undercount, right? Because it gives you kind of like Oryx, it gives you the very smallest possible number that is true, rather than the total. Angry Hands, morning.
Morning, Dominic. Pretty fascinating conversation, and I think we're kind of a little intrigued. I missed the start of it, but it's really interesting to hear the conversation about that frontline leadership in the Russian military, and especially if you compare it to what we're seeing, especially in the recent days and recent months from the Ukrainian military when it comes to frontline leadership. And I think that when we look at this, we've seen some evidence. I've seen some evidence of the lack of officers. We've seen the conversations of accelerated training programs for officers, their military recruitment programs, their officer training schools. They're accelerating those courses, which is not a really good thing if you're trying to create leaders. We also have seen we have seen captured officers, people who are in command that are definitely not someone who would usually be in the rank that they're in, and it's based off of a little experience. So when you put that versus what's going on with the Ukrainian military, where you're seeing leadership and personal initiative, which is something that we have to really think about in military terminology. It's like the idea of every soldier being able to take initiative on and being a leader. It's night and day, and Ukraine is bringing the leadership down all the way down to the lowest ranks, where in Russia it still seems like a bunch of soldiers are sent out at the will of their leaders, and we don't see any leadership in those squad or platoon size elements.
No, and that's where Russian officers aren't going to get caught out, right? Because they won't be in a trench that's built for a company but houses just a squad, right? Or they're not going to be pushing forward in a small unit like that ever. Freight Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, what holds together, any kind of military, organization on a small group level is always going to be really the NCOs. I mean, you could always the company will kind of run itself off the NCOs really to a large extent. What I feel that might be true for the Russian military right now as well is, historically, if you wanted to become an officer in the Russian military, you weren't doing it out of any kind of what would you call it, sense of patriotic duty or whatever. You were trying to do it in order to, because maybe your uncle is some general, and what you're trying to do is make your way as fast up the ladder as possible in order to be in a role that's high enough so that you can make some money, right? Essentially. So that might be one of the very good reasons why you don't see a lot of officers on the ground, maybe leading an assault, is that that's not really those kind of people, right? And if in the
Freight Monkey,
yeah,
does this kind of remind you, if when you think about the way officers were in the Victorian era, or in past colonial militaries 300 years ago, the way the officer corps worked for them, where if you were a young man in nobility, your job was to become an officer, no matter if you're a good soldier or not. And it seems like that's the system they use, except they can't get enough people.
yeah, but the difference is, if you were a Victorian young man, like a Winston Churchill, for instance, you were probably really in it for the adventure as well, right? I mean, we can always remind ourselves that I think Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, famous Duke of Wellington, he bought himself a lieutenant colonel commission without really any previous experience. So yeah, you might have got that point right, but I'm pretty sure that if you went into the ranks in the 19th or 18th century, militaries, of course it was corrupt, but I'm pretty sure that a lot of these guys, they were in it also for, whatever they found in it, adventure or something like that. So whereas these Russian officers, I mean, I don't know, I just get a sketchy feeling about them. Am I the only one? I just look at them and I'm like, yeah, these guys are not, they're just in it to find a cushy place to embezzle funds, really. I mean, it's a problem that every military's had to deal with to an extent, right?
Maple, morning.
Hi. I was just wondering, I'm curious if a lot of this is just because they have so many military training academies in Russia. Like, I mean, you look at the Wikipedia page, it's unbelievable how, like, seems like every sort of, they have a lot of like military university affiliations and things like that, like where, and so it seems it's a weird construct. Like it's not something that we would typically understand in the West. The other thing so when I look at that, and then I wonder how their officers are trained, right? Because in the West, you go through basic training. A lot of the training is done by NCOs, right? The idea being that they are training their future bosses, right? And so the idea was always, part of the idea is that learning to develop that relationship between an NCO and an officer. And the other thing that I was always taught early in my career is the reason you train your NCOs and enlisted to be good leaders is because good leaders make good followers.
Fred Monkey?
Yeah, so I think there's also, if you just go on Wikipedia and Wikipedia, the Russian Armed Forces, you're going to get to, at least officially, active personnel over 1 million people, right? Because don't forget, you've got this huge part of the military, like the strategic rocket forces. I think those you would not really see showing up in Ukraine. So like, one of the reasons I think they've got so many, military training schools or whatever it is that. And a second is, at least historically from Soviet Union times, the society was highly militarized, right? So if you went to university and, you were a physicist or something like that, maybe you also went through some kind of military training. And like, if you didn't, then maybe you couldn't, I don't know, you couldn't, get a proper job or something like that. I'm purely speculating. I don't know this. I've just got this. I've got in mind this highly militaristic society, and all these institutions stayed, even though they might not really have much of a raison d'être, but they're still there because nothing is ever going to get closed down. And it seems that when we were talking about Russian military modernization, up to the full scale invasion, we were talking about it as if it was an incredibly efficient process that Vladimir Putin had done. He slashed, a lot of unnecessary things, and got rid of a whole lot of corruption, and reformed the military to be efficient, etc. But what you've actually seen is probably all the bad stuff stayed, even though sometimes on paper it was integrated into something else. I mean, yeah, purely speculation this side. I'm not a big student of the Russian armed forces, or of any armed forces, but as a as someone who follows it cursorily on MriyaReport and on Twitter, this is the feeling that I kind of get, and from what I've seen on all the Telegram spaces.
Maple, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, well, that's what I was getting at. Like, I mean, if they have a highly militaristic society and you have all these people who are becoming military officers just by virtue of having to attend a given university or something like that, you're not going to have people who end up at the front with a military mindset, right? Like, they wore the uniform just so they could be a public servant of some kind, right? Or attend a given university. And then, thanks to some misfortune, they find themselves fighting in Ukraine, right? So like those are not the type of people who can then provide competent leadership. The other thing that I was wondering about too is with regards to why maybe their officer casualties are so low, in part is just because of the density of the front, right? If you have a platoon that's spread out over kilometers, where's that platoon leader going to be? Like, I mean, I can't imagine like just running around all over the place, right? Like, so if artillery hits at a given point, there's probably less chance that that the platoon leader gets hit, right? As opposed to if your platoon is covering, I don't know, 1 kilometer, say, for example, right? So I think there's an element of that too. Like their density at their front is so low that just the chance of hitting some of these junior officers are pretty low.
Go ahead, Freight Monkey.
I think you might just have hit the nail on the head there. What you just said, that just awakened something, some thoughts in me, and I think that might be just entirely correct. And I'm looking at the casualties now, and when you see that there are, nearly 400 lieutenants that have died, and then 680 senior lieutenants, and then you have 419 captains and 289 majors. I mean, it seems that they're light on lieutenants and senior lieutenants. Now, maybe in the Russian military, a senior lieutenant is something is something more. Maybe it's like completely separate to lieutenant. I don't know how they operate it. I think in most NATO style militaries, you have a second lieutenant and a lieutenant, or a lieutenant and the first lieutenant, whichever way you put it. And it's after a little bit of experience as a lieutenant, you become a first lieutenant, and then maybe you can be the company commander or something like that. But maybe in the Russian military that works a little bit differently. But what you said about the amount of officers in the society is interesting, because in a way it's a form of LARPing, the live action role playing. It seems that Russian society is really, really good at LARPing. Now, Swiss society is good at LARPing too, because we send every single young man to do a year of military service, and then we can all go ahead and claim that we're experts in military stuff, which is obviously not true. But at least we don't go and invade other countries, except as we've discussed with Doman a few times when we accidentally invaded Liechtenstein. But let's not go there. But this form of LARPing is very big, because if you go on Wikipedia, Sergei Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, you'll always see him. You'll see the portrait, the official portrait, and the pictures of him in a uniform. But he's got no real military background. He wears the uniform, but his background is not at all military at all, and he gets quite a lot of crap from people like Prigozhin about that, and rightfully so. It's not as if the guy has ever done much in the military world, but he's there in his green uniform and his medals. So maybe they just like that. It's like it's a cultural thing, I think.
Angry?
Yeah, so I think that I need to, maybe I messed up with the Victorian, and it's messed up. I think if you go back a little bit farther in time, where military service was, especially in the officer corps and with the ruling elites, yes, with a little bit of adventure, and like that was kind of a way to do things. Right? I think that is also true probably in Russia to some point. Being able to become an officer gives you an ability to do stuff that most people, as shitty of a situation they have over there. But the one thing that we have to think about is that the losses early on in the war is that this style of leadership exposes officers to combat a lot more, and I think that we saw really, really high losses. And an officer is something that's hard to replace. It takes a lot of training to get somebody that's in really good shape. But with this style of officers leading from the front, or being part of it, not leading from the front, that's the wrong way to say it. It does expose them. And I think that we saw that early on in the war, the massive amount of officers being killed. Very hard to replace.
Absolutely, 100%. Let's go to Spartan, who just hopped up. Spartan, go ahead, and we'll go to Fred Monkey Maple. Spartan.
Mic check, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, Doman, if you ever want a good laugh, Google Shoigu's medals. There are so many participation medals that he created himself, just to give him the illusion of being a military man. So I highly recommend it if you're looking for a laugh.
Yeah, I know that's a good one. I looked at them once, and it was like the medal for the, I don't know, renovation of the sewer in some other city or something like that, right? Medal in commemoration of the 300th University of St. Petersburg, 200 years of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, medal for merit of the Stavropol territory, honorary citizen of the Kemerov Oblast. This is tremendous, isn't it? But I know there was a couple that are really. What there's one that he Ah, yes, medal for diligence in engineering tasks he got awarded. I wonder what he built for that. I think that was the one that was actually for a sewer system somewhere.
Yeah, the best part is he actually created those medals and gave it to himself.
You know, where I come from, there's a saying that God first created the beard for himself, something along those lines, and kind of, you know, you get it. You get the point. You get the point. I think Shoigu lives by that. There's a medal of great awareness in geopolitical affairs, but that one's from the foreign ministry. So Kalantarian created that one for Shoigu. Yeah, what goes around comes around, and it's a bit of a quid pro quo, I'm sure.
I look forward to seeing the glorious retreat medal out of Ukraine.
Yes, the prevention of the NATO invasion of Russia medal. I think that's what they're going to call it. Freight Monkey, what medal would you like to be your first once you join the Belarusian VDV?
Well, you know, I'm going to have to think about it. But first of all, I'd say that my favorite medal that Shoigu has is the medal for the return of Crimea. I wonder if that medal would get stripped from him once Crimea goes back to Ukraine. Or maybe Ukraine can have a medal for the return of Crimea. One thing I wanted to say, Angry, I think it was Angry Ants. I don't think you were that far off, actually, because now that I think about it a little bit more, the British military stopped selling commissions after the Crimean War because it was such a disaster. And they thought, okay, well, we can't just have, you know, rich, entitled landowners who don't know what to do with their sons. So when they're, whatever, 21 or something like that, they'll just buy them a rank of colonel in some, you know, cavalry brigade or whatever, because it's just not gonna work out. So I think there's something in what you said. I think that is quite realistic. And then there was something else which now I can't remember what I wanted to say originally. Okay, I'll have to go and think about which medal I want to be accorded. I'll think about something grandiose.
You know, in those videos of the Belarusian VDV training, breaking bricks with their heads, right? There's always the last guy. Everybody breaks a brick with their head, but then the last guy, he's the smart guy. He picks up the brick and breaks it on the head of his neighbor. I think he gets I think he deserves a medal for excellence in engineering tasks.
I think he's the one still with the 2 brain cells that are functioning. If I ever join the Belarusian VDV as my dream, I think if I'm asked to break a brick on my head, I think I will be the guy who breaks it on the other dude's head, because there is no way that I'm going to start breaking bricks on my head. It looks just way too painful. Now I can remember what I wanted to say before about Russian officers. I think for a lot of people, it's just a very efficient career choice, because once you're sent off, like if you come from one of these more provincial areas where there's nothing anyway, you know, if you manage to achieve a certain rank, I don't know what it needs to be, but you can really exponentially siphon off funds. So you know, early in the war, there were all these reports about, you know, the tanks not having any fuel because the officers had sold the fuel, or the soldiers exchanged the fuel against food because they didn't have any food, etc., etc., etc. Like, just imagine if, with relatively little oversight and a lot of material stuff, imagine how much you can sell off on eBay. You know, I'm thinking specifically about optics and radios and stuff like that. There's always some crazy collectors in the West who would love to have, you know, a part of a T-72 tank, you know, some kind of technical stuff to put it in their bedroom. I actually know a guy like that. He collects that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that some of the stuff that he bought, you know, must have been sold to him from, you know, illegally by some Russian general somewhere. So that is a very good reason to be a Russian senior officer. It's a good career path, right? Even if you just sell parts of the monthly allowance of diesel that you get, you know, it's still very good money, probably. So that's some of the thoughts that crossed my head today.
100%. Okay, let me just do a little announcement. the Swedish government has announced that the training of Ukrainian pilots on the JAS Gripen is going to be starting together with associated personnel. And now this is because the Ukrainian armed forces expressed a desire to be able to operationally evaluate the Gripen as one of the most urgent measures is to strengthen Ukrainian air defense with a modern combat aircraft system. Now, I don't think that this means the Gripens are, due to be in the first lines of stuff going to Ukraine. Far from it. But maybe in like a year's time, 12 of them can go. I know where we can find 12 Gripens. Maybe in a year's time. Just a hint, somewhere where a nice new house has just been opened. I put a tweet up in the nest. There's a link there to the Swedish government's website, so you can check out exactly what it says. This isn't a big project as yet. They're allocating about 9 million euros worth of investment for it to cover the cost of it. So this isn't like a big deal, but it's nice. It's a nice thought. And it's also another timeline, right? Building a little bit for the future. And also, by the way, in 43 minutes, we'll be joined by our guest today, Alex Voronin, who's been working very hard helping evacuations and other things in Kherson during the flooding. So he's rejoining us after. He was with about 7 months ago, I think, and he's rejoining us for a bit of an update, especially on these recent things. With that, we'll continue with Maple and then to Spartan and Fred. Maple.
That's fantastic news. Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think a big part of it is with Russia is maybe the only real way to get credibility in their population is with some kind of military credential, right? It's kind of like the ultimate form of stolen valor, where you have to like wear some kind of uniform to have credibility. So because of that, they've just sort of formalized it, and everybody gets a uniform and a medal for something, right? You see that in a lot of places where where a military service has high value. You'll see randos putting on uniforms and stuff and just going into stores to get discounts, right? So this is kind of like a more formalized way of doing that at a societal level. So yeah.
Yeah, and who wouldn't want to have a medal for excellence in engineering tasks? Spartan.
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't hear Maple. Can you still hear me, Doman?
Yes, I can. It's a peer-to-peer issue between the two. It's fine. Just carry on.
I got to run to work, but I would love, after the war is over and Crimea is liberated, for Zelensky to give a speech at the UN and award Putin, Shoigu, and Gerasimov a medal for return of Crimea. That would be the ultimate troll.
The return of Crimea. Love it.
Well, thank you for the time. Have a great day, and I'll have to go to work. But Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Thank you, Spartan. Fred Monkey.
Really good news about the Gripens. I've got a little soft spot for that plane. I just think it's kind of cool that a relatively small country can develop this, very high-tech fighter jet. So that's very good. Do you think it would be, reasonable to assume that within a year or so you could have Gripens in Ukraine, or is that maybe a little bit too wishful thinking?
Then, John, what do you think?
I think Switzerland should spend less time on watchmaking and start building planes instead. Because, I don't know. Yeah, but about if you spend that effort on planes, you would have them as well. But regarding Gripens in Ukraine, I have nothing to base this on, but I have a feeling this has been brewing, in the coalition for a long time. F-16s, F-18s. Typhoon, Eurofighter, whatever. I mean, these discussions has been there for a long time, and now this announcement came. Has been kind of rumored before. I have a feeling that there will be a small number of Gripens together with F-16s or F-18s or whatever comes first from another country. That's just my feeling, but as I said, I have nothing to base it on.
Yeah, I think it's that kind of logic as well. I don't think they'd be wasting everybody's time with this if it weren't for real. I think that's really your underlying point here, and I think that there's a reason why they doubled the production rate this year in the first place. I don't think there will be many in the first batch, but I think it's a great, medium to long term aircraft for Ukrainians, and if they can have a few early on and then get more, that works very well. So I think that makes perfect sense then, John.
Yeah, can I say one more thing? Because last year, or before the war, what was the defense stands for Sweden and Finland? We stood outside NATO, and actually the Swedish Air Force was there to protect Finland as well. So I don't know if it's over dimension for the times we're in now, but it was dimension to also defend the Finnish airspace, which is kind of a little bit redundant now, when Finland can draw defense from other NATO members. So maybe this is actually freeing up something from Sweden. I don't know. Again, I have nothing to base this on, but just thinking through it a little bit, and I come to that conclusion.
That's my thinking as well. Like, it has to be at some point, right? There's no way that that it doesn't happen down the line. I think this is something maybe Thomas Tanner might be addressing later today. He's coming today, right? I keep forgetting these things. I think he's coming for another sit rep today, if I remember correctly. Yes, we even have a tweet out. I forgot. So he's coming again today. No wonder that we'll be talking about it in 3.5 hours time. Fred Monkey.
So I don't know if the expression in English can also be used for positive things, but when they say there's no smoke without fire, what the Swedish announcement kind of makes me think is, in a similar way as the Finns don't necessarily say everything that they're doing, and then just one day stuff shows up. Maybe the Swedes are doing something a little bit sneaky like that too. They're like, oh yeah, the Ukrainians want to evaluate it, so we'll train them on this. And then, maybe in the middle of nowhere, at some point, boom, you've got a few that show up. And I think that's the best way to do things. I mean, you don't need to announce everything. Sometimes being a little bit sneaky is better. And to Denjon, if Switzerland focused on making fighter jets, we would lose all our competitive advantage with the watches. I think if we stick to watches, that's something that we know we can produce, we know we can sell. We're better off, doing what we're good at. In good old fashioned, comparative advantage economics. I'll leave the Gripens to you. I promise the Swiss will not go and try and compete. As long as you leave the watches to us, we'll be friends.
Surely, then, John,
we have
Denmark's more of a threat.
We have we have Sjöström, if you can pronounce it, a watchmaker, but you never know. But yeah, I agree. Let's stick to what we got.
Then, John, just stick to fermented fish. That's your most powerful weapon.
I mean, Sjö, Sandström, Surström is pretty similar.
Because when he said the name of that watchmaker, I was like, is he trying to talk about his fermented fish? All right, guys, I'm gonna have to drop down, but I'll be listening.
Well, I'm very excited about it. There's some other news. I should share that with you all as well, because I'm very excited about some other news that's not at all Swedish. Denjon, how we talk about the arsenal of democracy a lot?
Yes.
Well, arsenal of democracy might be a bit of an overstatement, but Arsenal Kazanlak in Bulgaria has been a little bit active of late, and that little bit of activity has led them to open an extra factory, a really big one in Stara Zagora, that used to be previously a site of a clothing factory, and now it's not a clothing factory. Now it's the Arsenal factory that is going to be a part of the Arsenal democracy, I think. So from my perspective, that's awfully exciting because, well, at the end of the day, Bulgaria does produce quite a lot, and Arsenal as a company does produce quite a lot of weaponry as is, including ammunition, plenty of it, and this will only allow them to make more. And what's more, this factory will be, or is, the newly opened factory is full of newly, what can I say, full of new equipment, precision manufacturing capacities, and so on. So additional reasons to be excited for additional capacity.
Is it ammunition or anything military, or what's the?
It's not
What's
entirely
going to be
clear.
manufactured?
So from the article I have, I've linked it up there. It's not. I've read through the article. I can read aloud through the article, but it doesn't make it necessarily clear what exactly they're going to be making. So it says Arsenal opens a new factory in Stara Zagora as of this week. The company based in Kazanlak, the largest employer in the field of mechanical engineering in Bulgaria, is the owner of the base that housed the former clothing factory. And there's some difficulties in recruiting staff because they've recruited so much staff already, and they're looking for alternatives. So they're going to a new town, basically in the industrial zone of Stara Zagora, right next to the railway overpass. And it's very good infrastructure, etc. Good location, easy and quick access to it. And the excellent condition of the buildings, completely renovated and modernized with air conditioning and heating installations, with wonderful working conditions. So they said development of modern metalworking production that will be carried out there. They will be equipped with new digital software equipment, and a large part of the process will be automated and robotized, making it modern in both the structure and organization, attractive to work, and professional development. At this point, 200 to 300 jobs will be created, and they intend to grow them to 500. The new production line will start as a separate production unit of the company's factory number one. I don't know what factory number one does, with a tendency to, with an intention to then become a separate, independent plant of the factory production, factory of the company rather. Sorry. The intentions of the management are for it to start working next month and to be equipped with necessary equipment and personnel by then. A wide range of specialists are needed, and designers, engineers, production engineers, electricians, machine fitters, operators for CNC, maintainers, etc., etc., etc. Millers, grinders, locksmiths, all sorts are being recruited. Yeah, that's about it. That's about what they say. So very exciting, very, very exciting indeed. And this is a big by European standards. This is an absolutely huge company for defense production. So in 2021, their net revenues were 190 million euros. But no, they mostly make relatively cheap stuff, right? They make like small arms, grenade launchers, mortars, and lots of ammunition, all sorts of munitions. I don't think they make they make artillery rounds as well. So, that's the sort of stuff, right? That's what Ukraine needs a lot of is volume of these things that they make, and I think it's very exciting. I think the 2023 and 2024 incomes are going to be, revenues are going to be well in excess of 190 million, probably by about a factor of 10 or 20. JUN?
Yeah, I think this is driven by both economy and also, to increase the deterrence and the readiness to defend ourselves. I read somewhere yesterday that Hägglund is, Hägglund, CV90 and others, they are opening up shop in, I can't remember now if it was Czech Republic or or Slovakia. I'm not sure.
It was a neighboring country,
Because you're not,
right, of Ukraine. So it wouldn't be Czech Republic, I don't think. Or is that for production rather than for maintenance?
this was for
Oh, for
production.
CV90s. Oh, so it could be either Czech Republic or
yeah.
Slovakia. Yeah, because they both ordered the new
Yeah,
CV90s.
exactly. Because they bought, I think, especially the Czechs. They bought quite a few, I think.
Well, they have
Or maybe
twice
they
the
bought
population,
similar.
more than twice the economy, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
So let me see.
So,
Slovakia ordered 1.3 billion euros worth, and Czech Republic ordered 2.2 billion euros worth. So
yeah, I think it was like 250
about
or something of
2/3
them.
more
So, yeah.
than Slovakia, basically.
Exactly. And I read somewhere that they will open up production facilities because, I mean, the factories here are going. Well, I don't think they have more capacity, so they need to expand. And likely in the contracts, you have this kind of clause that some production should be done in the country of the purchasing country. So, but it's good. I mean, it's increasing the capacity. So we are waking up. Actually, there's a change happening, even though it's slow, painfully slow, but it's happening.
Exactly. I think it makes perfect sense in that context. Right. It's a great place to expand, and if more orders come in, they can direct them to a different production line. They can produce other stuff in Sweden. It's great.
Sounds like a lot of jobs and support. All good things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm quite excited about the Gripens because clearly there's a serious intent behind that. Right. And sorry for Denjon for having misspelled. I double A'd it. That was completely accidental. I know how to spell yes. Go ahead. Then.
Yeah, actually, it looked very Dutch to me.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah. But there was another detail in that article that, from Försvarsmakten, Defense Forces, that they will set up basically repair shops. I mean, support workshops in 3 countries, I think it was. Maybe that's what you referred to before.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
The material,
that's what I read.
Provide. Yeah. So I think they talked about 60 whatever people to be located in neighboring countries to Ukraine to deal with the maintenance.
Exactly, and that's where all of the maintenance of the CV90s, the Stridsvagn 122, the Archers, the robot system. What's it? JUN?
Huti.
70. That's Huti. Great.
Yes.
Great. Sorry, 70.
Half-years.
Yeah, lovely. Yeah. I mean, frankly, do you know what? Half-years makes more sense than Huti. In the start of war, aren't I?
No, Doma, because half-years you have to count twice, right? First you count the nearest multiple of 20. Okay, so this becomes, if I multiply by 4, which is fierce, half years, right?
It's halfway to 4 times 20.
4, and then you take away half of the. No, it's too complicated. You need a degree to be able to count in Danish. That's why Danish counting is quite it's not up to scratch. I see Jens as a speaker. I hope it's not. He's only a ghost.
He's only a ghost speaker. No, it's okay. See, this is good, right? You can see how differences between countries can be resolved peacefully without war. I forget what happened 200 years ago and so on, but nevertheless, it shows a good example. But I am very excited for the Gripens. that at least, like, if the Ukrainians wanted to, because clearly, Sweden didn't really try very hard to sell this to the Ukrainians, right? So clearly, this was a desire of the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian Air Force to be in a position to get to operationally evaluate the Gripen. Otherwise, it wouldn't have come to this, and that means that they agree with Rusi. Is that it? That it is possibly the best one in the long run for them?
It is.
It's always worth checking out all your options, isn't it, Tom?
No, but see, this is because there are multiple timelines here that don't matter, right? We talk about Ukrainian NATO accession and how they might not have to go through all of the map and so on. And this is a part of it. This is an important part of it because Ukraine has to win the war now, but also it has to ensure that it has deterrence capacity after the war is won. And you can't just do that with the F-16s that you will have ridden very hard until then, right? You will need to be looking for new F-16 airframes, but you probably want some other capabilities on the side. So you probably, until now, Ukraine operated a 4-type Air Force, right? With the Sukhoi 25s, 27s, 24s, and MiG-29s. There's no expectations that there's no expectations that they're going to be operating a single type Air Force going forward. It's one thing for Belgium to operate a single type Air Force with its 5 million people, and that's more than 5 million, but whatever it is in Belgium. In a small country, Ukraine's a big place. It will have a large naval area to cover as well. It's 600,000 square kilometers. It's a big place, and having something with a bit more legs than the F-16 is a good thing as well. Plus, Sweden, blue and yellow in flag, Ukraine, blue and yellow in the flag, it'll fit well together, right? Then, John?
Perfectly. And also, I was thinking about this operational evaluation. I mean, what do you measure there? This is again going back to how do you prove things. So there will be a protocol, tick a list of capabilities and things that needs to be met. Could there be, how many cruise missiles is shot down, how many MiGs it down, how many Russian helicopters it shot down? Was it any good? Should we keep it? I would love to see that as being part of the operational evaluation.
If only. Thanos, morning. What goes into an operational evaluation?
Good morning. When I've looked at it before, and I've said to myself, once the war is won, what does Ukraine need to secure itself? The answer is quite simple, and that is NATO membership. And we can dance around it, and we can talk around it. God knows I've tried to before, to look at some kind of excursion or contingency where NATO membership would not be absolutely, positively 100% necessary. And the fact of the matter is there is none. So much of Ukraine is going to need to be rebuilt. So many institutions, so many cities, the humanitarian system, the repatriation of Ukrainian citizens. This is going to be a generational effort. Plus, then there's the environmental damage that is going to be done, and all the medical conditions that are going to persist as a result of that. This is probably a 2-generation recovery, not dissimilar from what we saw Western Europe go through in World War II, and Russia to that extent as well. The only way that we're able to guarantee a military security for Ukraine is going to be NATO membership. In order to be able to have the kind of persistent surveillance, intelligence surveillance, reconnaissance, targeting, that is NATO AWACS, the ability to burden share the combat air patrols over Ukraine, the ability to guarantee the Black Sea and Ukraine's sea lines of communication to the external world in order to guarantee its trade routes. The only way that that happens at all is if standing NATO Maritime Group 2 or even a new maritime group is stood up and provides for the peace in the Black Sea. Russia really has no leg to stand on at this point. That this is NATO further infringing on Russia. No, literally nobody wants to take over Russia. I mean, what a cesspool! I mean, you can't stand on that anymore. That really anyone has any interest in taking Russia, and for that, nobody wants anything to do with Belarus either. You can have it. We don't care. Maybe the Belarusians will end up deposing their leader, maybe not. Who cares? Doesn't matter as long as we have border security for Ukraine. Then really that's all that matters. And hopefully this war will wrap up soon. Hopefully everyone will get off their asses and actually send weapons that can actually bring us to a culminating point instead of this piecemeal salami slice that we've seen for the past 2.5 years. And I say not 2.5 years of war, but 2.5 years of security assistance. And so I'm kind of curious if anyone has a different take on that. If anyone thinks that there is a way to secure Ukraine after the war without NATO membership. Thanks.
No, I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. I'm 100% in agreement. Right, both things need to happen at the same time. The Ukrainian military strength needs to be, of course, built up also in for the long term, right? And this includes, of course, the Air Force. The ground forces are going to be fine, but this, of course, includes the Air Force. And then the other part is absolutely necessary NATO membership. And this is, we're talking about this earlier when you were, of course, still asleep because time zones. But we're talking about sort of the developments coming out of the NATO defense ministers meeting in Brussels today, right after the Ramstein yesterday, and how they were saying, look, the membership action plan, we don't need to go through with that. That's fine. They're clearly, interested in this well enough. That's not up for discussion. We need to simplify the process here, and we need to give them a very clear map to membership there at the Vilnius summit today. Not today, next month. And the thing that needs to clearly be done is make sure that it's very clear that Putin cannot be the one who defines and determines how and when and who gets to join NATO. It is up to NATO member states and states wanting to join, not up to any third actor outside of that. And that is the critical message to send to Russians and anybody else outside. Thanos?
Absolutely. And I want to, drive the nail a little bit further on what you just said. When we have countries that uphold the Westphalian order, that is respect of sovereignty, respect of national borders, respect of what it means to be a sovereign country, then diplomacy and negotiation is always the preferable option and should be pursued until the very end. However, we are not going to engage in some kind of coercive diplomacy whereby a country that is doing its own thing, completely ignoring international arms, flushes the toilet with Westphalian sovereignty, and then at the same time turns around and tries to hold the moral high ground on us and set new terms. This is exactly what China does. It's a not entirely new phenomenon, but within the past 15 years gained a name. So a little nomenclature, lawfare, not warfare, lawfare. And so trying to use coercion and redefine what it means to be normative, and then try to make a legal argument based off of that new norm. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna fall for that. And to be honest, I'm glad you brought up the member action plan. Member action plans are really essential when you don't have good visibility into the goings on of a country. I don't think that exists anymore. We have had advisors on the ground. We have auditors in there. We are balls deep in Ukraine's business right now. I don't think anyone can honestly claim that the kind of transparency that we try to find with these member action plans, whether it's for the EU or it's for NATO or it's for the World Trade Organization, or really name your multilateral organization or intergovernmental organization, that is what those plans are all about. It's basically an audit. We have that. So there are some nominal steps that take place for, accessions to membership that you can absolutely skip over, and that you can really put down any kind of naysayers or counter arguments. Oh, you're rushing to do this. Oh, you don't know what's going on. Oh, this, oh, that. No, we actually know exactly what's going on because we are boots on the ground. We are literally embedded with these people at all levels, whole of government. So I'm glad you brought up that point about, things we can skip over. And I just wanted to kind of hammer home and provide a little amplification on how is it that you can actually skip these steps.
It's also a fundamentally peacetime concept. The way that the map is or has been handed out to countries before, right? It's a lot about structures and making sure things are being done the right way, and exactly as you said, an insight into how things are done and what needs to be changed and how it needs to be changed. It just isn't applicable in the same way, right? Just as it wasn't really applicable to Sweden and Finland, because 30 years of exercises together in Sweden and Finland, making sure that their processes and methods are well in alignment with NATO as it is, it just isn't needed in the same way either, right?
I completely agree. And it's, in that case, it was more of a long-term peace-driven interoperability interest without, triggering Russia. And then as their actions became more and more belligerent and they became more and more outside of the norms, it was a very easy accession. In the case of Ukraine, the rapid dropping of all cloaks and pretenses and then letting us in the front door in order for us to see exactly how business is done, and then to conduct negotiations and building upon their internal capacities and capabilities. The transparency is there, and any questions or challenges that we had resolved. So again, people will naysay, and I think I have to. When it comes to internal politics, I try to first go the education route before I go the route of accusing someone of being a Vatnik. I feel like sometimes we overplay that hand, and in doing so, potentially to our detriment, whereby we could alienate people who we can actually bring around to our side. So, for example, I've had plenty of friends who would say, "Oh my God, Ukraine is doing this or Ukraine is doing that," and they hate the Russians, but they get bad information, and I can turn around and say, "Oh yeah, hold on a second. I actually know what's going on here. It's actually this, this, and this." And they say, "Okay, well, I'm sorry, I didn't know that." So no harm, no foul. And now you have, another person won over to the side. So as we're going about this, as we start seeing, how we determine, or our leaders determine, that we can bypass steps on member action plans, try to be a little patient for people you may encounter in your days, professionally, or even, God forbid, on Twitter. I know I love to jump down people's throats too. I'm probably one of the worst offenders here out of anybody, but I'm going to try to have a little patience. You guys try to have a little patience and see if we can win some more people over. There's the more that Ukraine wins, the more people decide they want to be on the bandwagon, and there's always room on a bandwagon. Thanks.
And people like the back winners. So let's push Ukraine a little bit closer to victory, so that more people realize that as well. Thank you, Thanos. But one of the things that you said, one that I'll keep repeating on this for sure, is definitely the bit, right? What's the point of a map in many cases? Actually getting to the nuts and bolts of a candidate's military, and there is just not just the US military, but the Brits, the Poles, so many have had access to those nuts and bolts now, not just through the training like the Americans, the Canadians, the Brits, the Lithuanians, etc., have been doing for many years. But also everything now, right? This massively expanding military at that is just taking place. It's it's really clear to so many, every bit and piece of it, and not to mention you can see the performance, and you can frankly not just theoretically assess how the training is going, how this, how that. You can genuinely see the performance in the field in the end as well, and that is worth a lot more than what was normally gotten from any map anyway.
I'm told, Darren, that we have an interview in about an hour.
No, in 9 minutes. I was just going to say.
Oh wow, 9 minutes.
I think so.
Gosh, that last hour dashed past me so fast.
So it's currently 16:52 in Kiev. It's 1700 Kiev time. We'll be joined by Alex Voronin, who's with Help People UA, working with civilians. Indeed, he's been working with evacuating as well as delivering humanitarian aid in Kherson under the flooding conditions these last few days. So we'll be talking to him in just a few minutes. If you have thoughts, questions, I'm going to be delving with him into great detail and exactly how this went. The day-to-day, I'll try to get out of him a nice, clear narrative on a day-to-day basis, how this went, and also all of the interactions, of course, if he had any, with people on the left bank. Now, he's one of those people who go into newly liberated territories among the first generally. So I know he's anxious for any village and town that will be getting liberated during the course of the counteroffensive this summer. But of course, right now he's been dealing with a lot of these other places a little bit that have been liberated a while ago already, that have suffered the horrors of massive flooding from literally the largest European reservoir, as I call it, behind the Kakhovka Dam having been released. Now, there are technically larger ones in the continent of Europe, but they're in Russia and they don't consider themselves European, so, they're not European reservoirs then, are they? Do we have any news that we should urgently turn to that we've been forgetting this whole time? One that I find very shocking is there are people around the South African president visiting there in Ukraine, who have been denying that there is anything like any missile strike against Kiev that has occurred today while they were there, which I think is a particularly shocking opinion there, emanating out of the South African delegation.
Especially considering journalists saw them heading into shelters.
Yes, exactly.
If there was no air aid, why would they have gone to the shelters? Maybe they should have stood outside in the street. I would have asked them to. No, it's okay. You're not bothered. You stay out there.
No, precisely, and it's we were talking earlier in the day about hey, how is this, right? Will they realize how this really is, and this or that? And no, this is there's willful denial at that. Then, John?
Yeah, and if they ever get the question to why did we see pictures of you inside a bomb shelter, or a shelter, the answer would obviously be that, well, we wanted to look how see how they are done.
They went with Alexander Kamishin
So,
on an inspection of bomb shelter.
Exactly. I mean, there's always a false narrative to be had, and it will be bought and swallowed. So I say it again: this has to be won without their support. I don't think that will ever happen until Russia is crushed and they can no longer benefit from their money, basically. they will not be on the Ukraine side.
I'll say again, I think this has much more to do with sort of personal preferences and personal options rather than something that will actually benefit countries, respective countries there, because it doesn't. Because Russia doesn't really benefit anyone, not an awful lot. Because for start, there's not that much of it in the first place, not economically.
Yeah, no, but it's personal gains, of course. I mean, $1 million in your account, it's worth quite a lot. So that's how it works.
I'm just seeing that Oryx has put up some newly pledged equipment. I don't know if you've seen that yet, Doman. Leopards from Lisbon. Portuguese arms supplies to Ukraine. Newly pledged 14 armoured personnel carriers of M113 variety and 9 105mm howitzers. So then there's a list, obviously. So I just thought I would add that. Always good to see extra stuff.
Yeah, Oryx has been starting some really cool new lists on a country by country basis, and he named them fun stuff something funny every time. I like the Belgian one. I think it's called something like Belgian Shame, something along those lines.
Yes, I saw that.
Only right. Only right, and this is that's kind of how it goes, I guess. But it's not about more leopards. Before anybody gets confused, it's armored personnel carriers and 105mm light howitzers, light-towed howitzers that are going there.
I also note, sorry, that there's a large fire in Moscow at a power plant. It's a combined heat style power plant, and yeah, there's a lot of fire there. I'm not sure it's supposed to be quite that warm.
Okay, so it's presumably a gas-fired power plant that both provides district heating as well as electricity. That's makes sense. I mean, usually the fire is contained within one particular place within the power plant, so it can more efficiently warm the water. But you know how it is, Russians and their experimentation with district heating, eh?
Indeed, and if you look at the last tweet I've retweeted, you'll be able to see that, well, there seems to be something definitely on fire there.
Very good. Now, of course, the kind of news of the day, Gripens, training in Gripens is going to be starting, Ukrainians training in Gripens is going to be starting at some point very soon indeed. That's been confirmed now by the Swedish government, and they're allocating about 9 million euros there just to see it as an operational evaluation that was requested by the Ukrainian Air Force, just to see how they are really. Hopefully later on today we'll have some Air Force experts delving into that. In about a minute, we'll hopefully get Alex Voronin on with us to talk about the utter human tragedy caused by Russians having blown up the dam in Kherson. And here he is just about to be up with us. Excellent, right on time. Welcome back to the MriyaReport, Alex.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, thank you for inviting me again.
And we read you loud and clear as well. Thank you so much for joining us. I already did a little bit of an introduction earlier, but do you want to just give everyone a little bit of an introduction of yourself, just so that everybody knows who you are and what you did?
Yeah, sure. My name is Alex. I'm running NGO Help People in Ukraine. You can find us on the social networks and the site helppeople.org.ua. So since the beginning of the global invasion in Ukraine, we start doing active evacuation, and so far we've done successfully to 23,000 people evacuated all across from the hot zones, and we continue evacuating people from occupied territories. We're focusing on reunion back the orphans from who've been segregated from the parents. We deliver humanitarian aid. So our team consists of 45 team members and 200 plus volunteers all across Ukraine. Yeah, if you can say so.
23,000 evacuations is from the hot zones, as you say, is an amazing number. Now, the last week or so you spent in Kherson, right?
Yeah, exactly. At the moment, so for 10 days already, if I'm not mistaken, we continued doing the Kherson evacuation from very first days, and as of now, we are actively involved in the liquidation of the circumstances that has we are observing and facing with all across the Kherson area, all the Kherson Oblast. Yeah, from the very first days, we have to procure the boats, which were something new for us. All the city was all in the water, and we put all our efforts to that location. All our cars, we have 31 car in the car fleet, and so far I think it's more than 800 people were recovered from the that areas, and moreover all the oblasts were full of flood, and the road communication were broken, and people were simply in the villages couldn't really pass through that leakage. Many of the villages were under the water, completely up to the roof, and there were kids and elderly people who were waiting for the support and help. And on top of that, the temperature was abnormal to that period of season. At night, just imagine that 5 degrees of Celsius, which is quite cold, and people lost all their clothes, and no water, no food, and they have to lay down on the roof just waiting for any kind of help. Where just imagine the area across we have to be in operate with was full of under the control of occupied army and snipers. So it was really tricky to enable that support and help and evacuation overall.
So, Alex, let's go to the start. The Russians blow up the dam early Tuesday morning last week. Were you already in or near Kherson, or when did you first hear of the news, and how did you make the decisions after that?
So at 6 something a.m., my evacuation manager called me and said, "Alex, we have only one bus in Kherson left." So because we're doing the Kherson evacuation every day, it was the main location for our team for a long while already. But at that day, we have a critical shortage of our vehicles at that location because of many of them were broken or in the service station. And he said the dump is damaged if the water level is coming up quickly. Like we have a number of requests coming in. What dump? What a flood? What's happening? We had a emergency major incidents handling call with board members, so they had help people NGO. We realized what's happening, and we understand clearly that we have to react very fast. So we assign all the available vehicles from all the region to that location. We contact with DSNS. I take some people with me with humanitarian aid. We gone over to Kherson. So I came to the city at the evening. like close to the night, and DSNS start working with. We faced with the SNS at about 2 a.m. On the next day of the flood. So that's how it's everything begin.
So you say DSNS, that's the state service, the state emergency service of Ukraine, right? So those are the main coordinating center. In many countries, this would be known as like civil defense. It's kind of like FEMA, maybe in the US, the flood emergency situations responsive.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. So yeah, we met with them on the coast. The level of water was in the middle of the city already. The streets was full on the water. The road, the road signals and taps and was under the water. And since I have a yachting experience and I'm actually a skipper for 7 years, I realized that it is completely dangerous to operate in that area because it is full of metal items, the trees, and there are people all around that piece of city. Just imagine like 4 or 5 floors of the houses where people are like woke up in the morning and see that they have no exit to on the street. It's like an Venus, you know. Some districts of city have a level of water up to 2nd floor and higher, and the operation was already going on, but the SNS, like this service, has not sufficient boats, no motor boats at all. So they were like trying to help people with what they can, and we start observing that there is like a mine on like on the in the water, some piece of dead animals. It's like horrible, you know. We understand that because of Hearthstone was for this certain period of time, like the people were evacuating out from the city, so the level magazines and the service were all offline. So it's where it was like difficult to find specific equipment. You cannot really procure the boat or the motor engine or anything in order to put it on the water and help people straight away. DSNS was really struggling with resources. They was asking us to provide at least few boats or whatever we have. So that was really our first call, to find quickly as much as possible boats and put them into the water.
So, Alex, you said that you got there the night of the first day, the evening of the first day, and then the water kept rising the next day and the day after, and the day after still, right?
Yeah, so the level of water coming up, I think, for about 1 meter every day. So I would say for the next 3, even maybe 4 days after the dam exploded, the level was growing up and up. Yeah, so that's how situation is returning. So basically, at the moment when we now speak with you, the level of water decreased 2 times than from the highest point of the war. So basically, currently there are still just unbelievable piece of work that we have to work with and carry on about. When we came, it was really growing up. It was really just the beginning, and no one really realized what's gonna happen next. And because of the electricity, central station was full in water. Some like piece of city was taken out from the electricity, and of course people had no water, like purified water. So we anticipate that on the left coast of the river there are kids, there are like elderly people, and we somehow get a connection to them. The horrible fact is that the first teams that came to that location was like who are taking care about animals, because the Kherson there was a very famous animal garden, like a zoo, which was full of the water just in the first day. So the animals has no any chance to survive, like completely, unfortunately. And there are still hundreds of animals were taken out from that place, from the flats, from the houses, who were able to get up to the floor or somehow get to the roof. And there are elderly people that cannot hear, that have no phone, that cannot leave the message to evacuate. So our team and many other volunteers had like and large sound speakers, and then the boats with vessels, and run across the streets, and just as highly volume as possible, try to scream and loudly speak through a speaker to announce that there is an evacuation and there is a possibility. If you are survived, just give us a call. It was really hard.
And as you said, people on the left bank had it even worse, right? The right bank, where the city of Kherson is, it's quite steep. So a lot of the city of Kherson wasn't really ever flooded. It was the lower lying areas, in especially Karabel, right? That was particularly flooded. But there was quite a bit of the city that wasn't. On the left bank, across the river, under Russian occupation, it's much more flat around Oleshki, Ukhola, Pristan, and so on. And we saw some videos of drone pilots dropping bottles of water into the hands of people on the roofs or in the attics of those houses. A few even managing to evacuate them under machine gun fire and under shelling by the Russians as people tried to evacuate those who were stuck on the roofs for several days. And yet there are still people who are doubting, were the Russians really the ones who blew up the dam? What do you say to people like that, Alex?
We are not trying to find the truth in that question. Honestly saying, our mission is to get people assisted with and get them out if they wish. We having the hundreds of queries from the left side of the river, from Oleshki particularly, from the very first days. Many people face themselves that the Russian army pretending to be a civilian, like because of their wear, the civilian
clothes,
wears and clothes, yeah, exactly, and hiding and pretending to be like a civilian, because we facing a number of shots. We just in the first days we facing the shelling. Our teams are just on the next day after it, we face the shelling. Just imagine we're like doing evacuation operation in a city full of water, and it's under the shelling. So, and you have no way quickly to get to under the underground or somewhere to hide because it's full of water. So it looks like it's my humble opinion, but it looks like they plan it really well. They know that people will be trying to help each other, but they are shelling anyway. So we have a group of volunteers who wish to cross and force it Dnipro, and 8 of them were under the shelling and died. So we were holding by the DSNS, who doesn't really let us go on the left coast side using the boats because there is snipers. So the queries that we're getting from the left hand side of the river, and where from we are enabling the evacuation line, having the local volunteers and coordinating them. So we basically trying to connect them with the queries we got and the local people who are willing to help and using our community on the left-hand side. So there are still people who understand everything, but they cannot really, they're afraid to speak, they're afraid to say anything because they will be, I don't know, taken to the prison or killed. So um, um, they know that on the right hand side, the situation is really from the history reminding me the Berlin scenario when from the one side of the city people would like to pass the wall, and they were shot at if they will to leave. So that's how the situation looks like. On the left hand side, they have no any resources, they have no any possibility to be helping themselves. They were some that, if you just imagine, if you wish to help someone who is on the roof, uh, it wasn't allowed by the occupation army. They said they feel well, don't worry about themselves, that they should take care about themselves. That's what messages we are getting from the people who are typing and calling us, and even now, because level of water are still not down completely, and the left coast is under the water still. There is no possibility to, I don't know how normally can people be provided with humanitarian aid. So the way we currently work is having the long distance away run and board communications with the right cost. There is the only way to supply the provision, and again, we're trying to focus on the villages that are on the right cost. That's the only way to provide the humanitarian as of now.
Exactly right. You can help a lot more people this way as well with limited resources. Alex, beyond just getting people out of the places where they were on the roofs of houses, in the top floors, in the attics, did you take part in the other parts of it, getting water in, getting medical supplies in, especially as time went on and news of infections spreading due to everything that was in the water as well?
As of now, just today, we're packing the lorry for about 11 tons of humanitarian aid, medicine, the large pumps, electronic pumps that are taking the water out from the underground floors, the generators, the medicine, anti-cold medicine, painkillers, anti-allergic, healing. Like we have pretty much understanding of the needs from the ground. So people, just imagine, there is like a catastrophe of having no purified water. All the wells are under the mood, and there is no way to get water on that area. So you can all the markets are empty. So we have to deliver the bottle of water at that region, the product sets, the beds, mattresses, hygiene kits, things like that, and much more clothes than it were ever before. Every day we're trying to we established the humanitarian warehouse at that location, and at the same time, just for yesterday, we evacuated 220 people. So people realize that like city is starving, and they're willing to get out of it. So every day the people are like exiting away of the Kherson, and because of fields are full of the water, there is no way to grow the seeds. The amount of work to be done just to get the mood out of the houses, out of the flats, is for months from now. After which, after we get water and get water level lower. So the we trying to measure the level of toxics in the water and in the ground, because take some analysis. We order some analysis and in certain points of the oblast to have it, to have clear and understanding what the biochemy analysis, what the radiological analysis and other stuff, because the air isn't really smell well even now. We don't really know the reason behind that, but we're trying to protect our people with chemical defense and those refugees who are left there to live.
Do you have any results that you can share with us of these analyses of the water and the ground?
It takes time. It's not yet
Okay.
finalized, so we have. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. I was just very, very curious. Alex, I'll give a question to a friend, Raver, who's worked in some flooding cases in the US previously during hurricanes and the like. Because I think he has a quick question for you, and then we'll continue. Raver.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Alex. A couple of questions, but a quick statement. What you're going to find in the water is going to be things like cholera, E. coli, benzenes, heavy metals. It's going to be really, really nasty. But my question to you is, how are you guys handling the mass sheltering, mass feeding, and decontamination of the evacuees, given the threat of Russian shelling? Are you guys having to move them out of the area dirty, or have you set up a quick decontamination station? I trained to do this, but I never trained to do it under shell fire. This is just absolutely evil.
Yeah, that's a tricky question. So we closely trying to closely collaborate with DSNS and military forces of Ukraine to be on synchronized with them on shelling, on upcoming shelling or something like that. But it's happening so fast, so we sometimes could not react really. But we have at least few minutes of notification. So it's kind of a link of people who are on operation and on call with the SNS and military forces, and that are quickly transmission that message that we have to be really away from the open air streets and get someone under the wall or under the protected area. When we are walking in the water, of course, it is 10 times harder because you have to operate with boats, with engine. You cannot simply just pull full power of engine because there is a mines piece of wood, the metal pieces like full of mud, and you can like get stuck, and that's over. Yeah. So it's always tricky. We're trying to train team first of all morally. Our volunteers are we're very well prepared because they are running for 1.5 years already with our team and continue doing it. So we're trying to use, of course, the vest, the bulletproof vest, the helmets, but again, we cannot protect the refugees because the boat simply cannot take all that cargo in it. And that is unfortunately the reality. So we did it as we could. We never know where the challenges come from. We're just trying to protect the operation staff. But unfortunately, the only one way to protect refugees to get them evacuated. That's what we understand for sure from the very beginning of the global invasion. So, and we're trying to do it as fast as possible. Our team, as I said in the beginning, we were not like the first time in Kherson. That was one of the key location where we operate day by day. And because of the evacuation routes are very well aligned from the center of the city, which is kind of have a well protected area where our buses are expecting people to be taken from. The only one connection that we have to do is to grow that expand that network of points where our team and other volunteers are able to get into the boats with water. We get into the water with boats, and we enable five locations like that in different sides of the cities. From the point of perspective of security and safety, first of all, and of course, and of course, in a close collaboration with DSNS and military services.
Thank you, Alex. Raver, if you have a follow-up, go ahead. Go right ahead.
I'm good, Dom, and I'm absolutely engrossed just listening. The warhorse in me wishes I was there, but you know, God bless those who are stepping up to do the job.
Thank you, Raver. So, Alex, most of these evacuees, I'm guessing you send them off to, at least initially, places like Mykolaiv, Krividi, the other big cities nearby, right? How big is the fallout, the consequences of the flooding on the rest of Kherson, areas that haven't been flooded? Obviously, clean water is a big problem there, right? And then there's also, at least to my understanding, a lot of the places further north on the right bank of the Dnipro, like Kriviri, got some of their water from the Kakhovka reservoir as well. So there are wider scaling. There's a wider scale of problems in the region when it just comes to people living there right now, either people who normally live there, or people evacuating to there, than just the floods, the thing that makes the front pages, right?
Yeah, exactly. The level of flood is horrible, really, and it's full of, from the Kakhovka down to Kherson and down to Odessa. So what we are trying to cope with our resources, having only like 45 team members in the team, is unfortunately only the 4 villages and the Kherson itself. So once we figure out, once we ascertain the level of disease, I think everyone, not only us, realized that it is better to focus on the villages and places where the people live. Yeah. When we came to that location, some of them were like 50 kilometers south of Kherson on the north. There are 2 of them, and some of them on the south. So as I mentioned, the connection to that villages was like broken and full of water, and the only way to connect was the boats. So we just simply vehicles that we have in a float for 2-3 boats in one location, in the other one. So the size of the disease is large. I cannot measure. I cannot really imagine. But again, what we're seeing right now, that the fields where the feed was growing are full of the water. And only today we're seeing that the water comes down sufficiently enough to get some communication using the vans again. So only now we have a possibility to have micro vans established to deliver the humanitarian and evacuation from that location. What we heard back from the civilians and the people who left there is that they have no hope. So just imagine, many of their houses have full of mud in their houses, and electricity is damaged. The wells, the area of getting the water is damaged, so they have no purified water. They asking what they can do now. So if before that they were able to live somehow, but now they have to completely restore the building, the glasses, the electronics, the washing machine, the cold freezers, the heatings, And we understand that in a 3-4 months the winter is coming again, and they have to done it really quickly. They have to figure out, and we have to somehow help them fix the houses and be prepared or evacuate. So there are two options really. And when we are facing with the situation of evacuation, they asking only one question: where are you go? Where you would evacuate us? Where I will be living? What the settling place? And that's a fair question, because many of the shelters at the moment in Ukraine are occupied completely. So the block points that we faced 6 months ago already is that we have no place for settling, and we have somehow to enable it. We have somehow to share that pain all across the Ukraine and wider, and say to some, we need social places for social living. We need mobile houses. We need. Uh, I understand people who can uh, get their houses available for the family for months, yeah, but imagine the level of catastrophe is much higher. So and if we're talking about the elderly people who have who has their their belongings with them, and they have someone, they have lost everyone who can support them. They lost that piece of ground from which, and chickens, the birds from which they were feeding themselves. What they can do now, even if we evacuate them on the west coast of Ukraine, on the west side of Ukraine, and settle them in some shelter, I don't know, in sport, in some area, whatever. It is really not a house. It's not really a location of permanent live, which we should really take care about. This is a really high problem, and sometimes we cannot negotiate it with refugees. So they are willing to stay, and they are completely lost. They hope, and look into their eyes. I can only say that we really have lack of things to do. We can propose, but they still trying somehow to recover the house themselves despite of the ages. And therefore, we understand that this is a signal for us to provide a humanitarian. This is a signal to call the world, to call the funds, and deliver necessary equipment, and to protect ourselves, to help the armed forces, to help provide necessary things and items and clothes and heatings and electricity, because the evacuation at the moment is not really something that they expect, if I can say so, because it will not solve the problem, because they lost the houses, yeah, but they still somehow want to recover it, and they wish to stay. So there are situations like that. There are many situations like that. Sometimes we have to be like a psychologist and speak for an hours, to get enough proofs provided for the persons, elderly persons, to be evacuated. And this is really not tricky things to do.
So where are you putting? You said you evacuated over 200 people in the last few days. Where have you put them thus far? Where did you as you say, it's very difficult to find places, but at least for temporary residents, it's easier.
We're trying to get some families who are willing to get someone for a temporary allocation as minimum. We are working with government, but unfortunately there are no available places. We pushing every day the funds, the foundations that are supporting hostels or shelters, specifically designed shelters for that purposes. But again, it is massive logistical advantage for us, because one shelter may have 2 available places, other shelter which is located 100 kilometers away may have 10 places available, and this is what makes an advantage. But this is something what we have to do. I'm as a head of NGO, I'm trying to raise some activities in regards to building the facilities, temporary facilities. We have our own hub in Dnipro that can settle 16 persons, but it's not enough again. So we have to rise up some initiatives for building temporary or permanent houses, or reconstruct those which were damaged because of the shelling in the different areas of Ukraine. This is the only way around that I can say for now. This is the only one way I would say I see for resolve that issue. Of course, if we have enough resources, and if the armed forces of Ukraine will be successful enough and push away the occupation army, we have the options for reconstruct and rebuild the Kherson. At the moment, our team have initiative and program to clean up the houses, to enable heating, to enable the electricity with generators. And with our resources, we're trying to do that for at least 2 houses at the moment. And we call for volunteers who are willing to participate in that activity. In Kherson mainly, because it's our ground, it's our city. This is the only way where we have to be, where people feel themselves in home. Yeah, this feeling cannot be simply changed. The feeling of your own home, and the only way to get it is to fight for our territory and to reconstruct it. That's the only way around it.
And it's also the only real way to help all of those who are in the hardest position, right? Those that you can't get to, those that are stuck under occupation. That's indeed the only way. Alex, there's maybe 100,000 people in the city of Kherson, maybe a little bit more than 100,000. There was 300,000 before the war. How many do you think will be able to live in Kherson until the end of this year, through the winter? Will it be 5,000, 10,000, 100,000? And the rest, of course, will have to go somewhere else.
So, unfortunately, we have no resources to calculate and estimate all the number of people in that area. But from our experience working as a evacuation organization last year and last autumn, we observed the high and rising demand of evacuation every cold season which is upcoming. Yeah, and even now, if we observe that the level of evacuees is just rising up, as I mentioned yesterday, we get out. We were able to evacuate 220 just with our vehicles, and our partner organization, I think, evacuated 18 more, so like 300 a day. It is easy to calculate if we continue to evacuate with that number of people every day, how many stay, how many of them, how many Kherson citizens will stay. And given that, as I mentioned, if the situation will not be positive enough, and I think it may be like a ghost city in the winter, because everyone understands if the level of water will not get out, or in the autumn there will be rains, and there will be massive rains as normally does happen, and the level of water may be like plain with the city and the villages. It will mean that people simply cannot live there. They will be in starving there, and this is, I think, something that we have to be prepared for. And I don't want to say, but my personal feeling is that the Kherson already looks like a ghost city. What will happen in autumn? Just imagine.
And the only way around that is for ZSU to be successful and to clear
Yeah.
out the left bank of the occupiers as well. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, actually, this is the only one solution to get the occupation forces away as much as possible and try and re-enable city, the settlement, the facilities, the communications, and only after that people may be willing to review the opportunity to get back, to return back in the Kherson and the villages around that.
Making that really clear, I think that's a really, really important thing. Raver, do you have another question?
Hey, Alex, what or anybody else who might know, does Ukraine have a tradition of RVing or caravanning? Like, are there RV parks where temporary villages can be constructed? Is there a tradition of like manufactured homes, like in the U.S. we have single and double wides, where the houses are built in a factory then transported to a location?
Yeah, if I get your question right, Trevor, we negotiating with partners and the global community the humanitarian crisis situation and the settlement overall, and many of the donors who potentially review that projects and those who are willing to support clearly anticipate that the risk of the shelling is quite intensive exactly in the areas and in the cities which are closer to the border of the where the armed forces are striking with. So in Kherson, unfortunately, not the best area and not the best location because it's consistently under the shelling. And from the other hand, we are constantly looking, and we already found a number of location in safe location in Ukraine, which are well enough prepared in terms of infrastructure, the facilities, factories, and are cheaper enough to build the like temporary houses over there. We already started a number of communications with local governments, with mecenates and donors that are willing to support, and we already preparing such construction solutions. And this is what we experience in Ukraine already right now, because everyone's understand that the number of refugees is like really high, and many of them cannot really adopt living in Europe despite of all effort and support that Europe does for us, European Union overall, while accepting our refugees. But many of the people, as I mentioned, elderly, and they cannot simply learn the language, they cannot adopt, they cannot go to work and make themselves independent, yeah, which they're willing to have, and which we still getting. Just imagine, we already getting a number like 1,000 requests of people who wish to return back from you, but they're asking, do you have a settlement for us, at least something? Yeah, I wish to come back to my native like land. I want to I want to have a job. I want to work, and but I need to know if I have a settlement because I have family with myself. I have kids and my wife, and what I have to do. Yeah, I have a number of women with kids that are willing to work and willing to come back. So there are situations like that all around. And because of that, I think we have to continue search for the locations where we can establish the small communities and build up the smart houses, small smart houses where people can find their new homes.
And we've seen some of these, right, in places around Kiev, especially. I think European, there are some of these shipping container-based modular housing units set up and things like that. But it needs to be at a so much bigger scale to allow also for this. Alex, we see that Ukraine has liberated a few villages in Zaporizhia. Hopefully, many more villages in Zaporizhia Oblast will be liberated soon, and Donetsk, and so on. Right now, I presume that you were planning for that. That you were planning to, then go in and help with in the newly liberated territories, like you do. And has this disrupted your planning, really? The fact that there this massive flood and this massive man-made disaster, humanitarian catastrophe in Kherson and around it.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you for the question. Of course, we were preparing for the occupation of occupied territories since February, because it's flying in the air, that communication, that information, that's it's going to happen right now. It will happen, and of course, our team were always like in the preparation and well prepared actually. But yes, we, as I mentioned, assign all the efforts to the Kherson, but it doesn't really mean that we stop operating in different locations in Ukraine. We were, while the disease with dam has happened, we still evacuation people from Kharkiv, which is some small cities close to the Russian border because of the shelling. We were continuing evacuating from Donetsk area nearby Bakhmut, nearby Zaporizhia. We still carry on the humanitarian delivery, and now we return back to normal. I would say normal operation mode. The only one advantage that has been unforeseen for us, again, it's the boats and the works on the water. That that is something really challengeable for us. But again, having good support from the Ukrainians, which we done a really successful fundraising, I guess, and many of the people, and still they are willing to support and provide necessary humanitarian and resources. So that's how we operate, and so we are not stopping the operation in other areas. For example, our Dnipros hub are constantly having the cars service it, maintain it, refill it back with humanitarian aid in the stock in the warehouse, and then come back to the Dnipro, or close to the Dnipro, to Zaporizhia, to Donetsk, and carry on the rather humanitarian and distribution or evacuation at the same time. So if we would have more resources, we would have more cars and more availability to scale our operation. Of course, it is always tricky because of the resource constraint. The humanitarian disease is much higher than our abilities, but we use any opportunity to increase it as much as possible. Of course, again, as of now, we actively hearing back from military forces what the situation is on the ground, how they are moving. We're trying to combine the level of operations enough sustainable for continue doing evacuation and humanitarian delivery every day, 24/7, including the car through overnight, having the specific parcels that are allowing us to get deliverables faster, with the life balance for the drivers whom we have and who has to rest, who has to recover the mental ability to get back home for a few days and spend with the families. But we never prepared for all the diseases that are happening. It's quite the line of the challenge and the active fights are so long and so massive, and of course we even cannot really cover the 20% of it. Yeah, but again, we're trying to do our best as much as we can.
This riverine capacity that you now have, the boats that you now have that you weren't working with previously, do you think that that would be helpful going forward as well when
Oh
the
yes.
left bank is liberated?
Oh yes. We clearly understood that exactly with that disaster that happened, it learned us a lot, that we have to be prepared for the new advantage, that we have to be preparing for forcing of the Dnipro, that the military forces and GSNS are highly liaising on us and asking, oh guys, we like, can you help us? Can you like cover that bit? Can you just provide the humanitarian at that locations? It is available, it's safe enough. So it is close cooperation, and it is a way how we operate. We anticipate that even military doesn't really, not all military does educated with working on the water. It is something that we are educating right now and understand that since the left coast occupied is all pretty much over the Dnipro, and it's possibly the one of the strategy that armed forces will follow. We have to be ready for that. So as of now, we have been reinforced with more boats. Yeah, we have like another possibility of our team to operate now. At some points, I hope we'll get a airplane or something or helicopter when the air will be close enough and safe enough. But this is definitely the useful resource for us. We understand that. We have to keep it and retain it. We have to educate our drivers, our like skippers, I can say so already, to work on the water because it might be useful, which we already experienced it for this past week.
Yeah, on that point, Alex, you said that you worked as a skipper for several years on a yacht. So I'm guessing you kind of had to take the lead yourself and get everybody else acquainted with this is what you do on a boat. Watch out for that. Watch out when you're on the edge of a boat. Don't fall over. Don't tip the boat over. And watch out. Don't just go everywhere, right? Because who knows what street signs might be underneath. What else that you can end up puncturing the boat with.
Honestly saying, guys, I'm always asking myself why I was 10 years in IT for a long while, why I was in the automobile car delivery business, why I was like willing to pass the skipper courses and sail years along the Mediterranean and even other oceans. But now I understand why all those skills were required. So it's allow us to think more creatively and resolve the like issues that we are facing with in a smart way. It is not like we are heroes and we are taking some specific wares and it's not such an easy to do. We all like aged people and we understand that we have to be really careful because there is mines, there is a lot of risk if we do something wrong. So far we haven't lost anyone despite our like I would say huge experience, even making like revoking our people from the hostages, yeah, being the hostages. It's now our precious experience. Yes, we have to educate people always. We have to provide the first aid medicine education. This is what we're doing now. We're doing the on water expertise, on the water trainings, on the safe place, yeah, not in the Kherson where there is mine all around. We have to, this is what we're constantly doing, yeah. This is kind of the level. So the situation in Ukraine currently is not as business as usual, yeah. We have to operate in a very specific scenario, if I can say so. It's like it's like every day you have an exam. Every day or every week or a month, you have something new to face with. Um, Many of the team members are anticipating it like a challenge and accepting that challenge. And we have to be ready for everything. Yeah, um, that's how it is at the moment.
I want to explore something else really quick. You said you had to get your team members out of hostage situations, ones that were taken prisoner by Russians. Previously, last time you were with us, you were talking about crossing the line of control, going into Russian controlled territory to get people out of there into Ukrainian controlled territory, and of course you had to cross through the checkpoints and so on, and your team members had to cross through the checkpoints. That doesn't really happen anymore, right? That hasn't happened for some months now. Previously at Vasilivka, there was a big crossing of the line of control. Has that almost completely stopped already many months ago?
Again, exactly. This has been stopped since the September 28th or 29th, if I'm not mistaken, last year. So it's almost a year already passed since we're not able to cross the line of segregation by the military, which were made by military forces. The way but we're still operating in occupied territories. That's important to understand, and we are already can say about that on a wide press and worldwide, because we see that this is first of all safe enough for us. We don't tell, and of course, how we're doing it, but the basic understanding is that we have a network of volunteers enabled already on the occupied territory. We have a specific procedure to enable it. It's not tricky to do, but this is something that allowing us to evacuate people, to transport them all across the occupied territory to Taganrog, up to the Belarusia, and then back to Ukraine. And this is what we have been enabling and enabled for, I would say, 4 months already, and it's successfully doing and going and operating every day. Just for the past 3 days, we successfully enabled the evacuation of the people from Aleshki, and we've successfully done more than 10 person already, maybe higher. But I'm confident that we have to follow that approach. It is safe enough, but it is really not trivial to do it. There is a high danger of it. Of course, we anticipate many risks that are coming along with that. But so far, all our operations were successful enough. Of course, the bit of stress is that we're facing with is when those drivers, the peoples who are, I would say, escorting that group of persons, are facing some pressure on the borders, on the Belarusian and Russian borders. But we are well preparing the people for that. So it's day of preparations. We have to conduct them specific, like asking questions, be confident about their mental health, that they are enough stable to listen, to be adequate enough to follow our instructions, to do exactly what we're saying, to go exactly where we told, to take only clothes or luggages size which we mentioned. So, like, in case of they follow all that rules, they have the possibility to return back to Ukraine. This is not a cheap procedure. It takes sometimes for a week of time, up to 2 weeks sometimes. But we feel in that call, and it's important. We have a number of queries the person who willing to be evacuated, but unfortunately we have no enough capacity because of the expensive related to that procedure. It's really for time being it's cost for $224 approximately to get one person evacuated from that zone all across that big range, big round, we call it big round of evacuation, yeah, back to Ukraine or Europe. It's dependent on people will.
It's the very long way round, right? Very long way around.
Yeah, it's 1,000 kilometers. It's 1,000 kilometers. We have to consider the settlement, like rent a hostel or some flat which is safe enough. We have to like procure some tickets for bus or for regular transportation lines, and that's a minimum. That's the maximum I can say for now. But this is just in general how it's operating.
Yeah, we will talk more about this after the war because I think it's a very interesting subject, and there will be a lot that will have to be said about this afterwards. Alex, I feel bad as though I'm keeping you away from more important things. What else do you think everybody needs to know about the situation in Kherson, situation in Ukraine, your experiences?
First of all, I would really say so much thanks to you for that opportunity and give that interview on RIA. I wish that everyone not forgot about Ukraine, which we are feeling that was happening for last half of the year. But after that dam issue, the escalation of the disaster, of the humanitarian disaster, Ukraine rised up again, and this is one of the example that people should take in mind, that there is a country that are fighting for Europe, that are fighting for all the world, I would say, and trying to hold that orcs disease that are flowing, that are having no any moral rules or regulations or anything to like any humanity, that using the live people as a shield. And this is what we are facing with every day. What we're facing day by day, it's not something that I wish that flow away from the Ukraine to the minds of of the people, but unfortunately this is only one way to get a support for Ukraine nowadays, which is really required.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you so much for joining us. And we should have you on much more often because the work you do is truly extraordinary. And the dedication and the effort of you and all of your colleagues, your teammates, is really something that needs far more coverage. Now, and the burden also that you're taking away from the services, like the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, like the Ukrainian Armed Forces, to enable them to do other things instead, or at least to increase the capacity of the help delivered to civilians there, is truly amazing, Alex.
Thank you, Doman. We are trying to public all the efforts we're doing on Reddit, in Instagram, and unfortunately we have no capacity to public it on Twitter. But I promise to share with you what we have been done for the past week in videos, some photos, so you realize what the reality is of the Kherson for upcoming days. So if you wish to follow my profile, please carry on so that you can monitor what's happening and how we are operating in Ukraine. Thank you for your attention, everyone, and God bless you.
Alex, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for all the help you provide to those in need in Ukraine. You and your team are absolute heroes. And guys, everyone who is listening, please make sure to follow Alex and his amazing work. And he is also big on Reddit, so you can see all the work they do. There's a bunch of videos and pictures. And Alex, and as Domin said, please come back on our space as often as you can, and just text me or just join anytime you have a minute. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victoria. I'll do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Alex Voronin with us, who's organizing just a tremendous heroic effort of evacuations from Kherson right now during the course of this flooding as a consequence of the destruction of the Kakhovka Dam and from many other places through all of these months beforehand. Give him a big hand and give him a follow. He really deserves it, and you should be keeping up with all the tremendous work that he and his team do. Now, just by way of a little announcement, in just under 2 China at Noklador, and if you go to the MriyaReport account, you'll see the usual advertisement for that. Put your questions underneath it so that Thomas can see them, he can collate them, he can get ideas on what to talk about, and we can have as little time spent on asking questions, extra time spent on answering those same questions. Just to run through a couple of other big news items of today. Sweden has announced a medium-sized package of support for Ukraine, but that also includes a major bit of news that they're providing also training for let's call it an operational evaluation for JAS Gripens, which is something that will get a lot of people very excited. There's a new factory opening in Bulgaria to produce more armaments. Arsenal Kazanlak is expanding to Stara Zagora. And also it looks like there might just have been a T-54 of the Russians captured by Ukraine, which will make it by far the oldest tank captured by Ukraine this far, captured or destroyed by Ukraine this far, and a very first ever T-54-55 loss registered for the Russians during the course of this war. What's next? T-54, IS-3, who knows? Of course, today is also the day with the delegation of various African countries and the leadership of the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, visiting Kiev. Tomorrow they're headed to St. Petersburg. Some very odd events happened during the course of the day. There was a mass missile strike against Kiev, including six Kinjal or Killjoy missiles, as well as 6 Caliber cruise missiles. All of these were averted, taken down by Ukrainian air defenses using Patriot missile battery. However, very curiously, one of the members of Cyril Ramaphosa's team actually claimed that there was no missile strike at all. There were no missiles flying at Kiev whatsoever, and that the Ukrainians and all of the world's press have made it all up. I think that tells you something about the tenor of this meeting or of this visit, which is much more pro forma than actually likely to lead to something particularly good. Now, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I will rescind my seat here and pass it on to Robin. I'll say welcome to Shaggy, welcome to Robin, who are taking over the co-hosting here from.
Yeah, good afternoon, Domin, and well, au revoir, and à tout à l'heure. See you later in a bit. Enjoy your little rest. I guess you're going to be coming back for Thomas. I don't know who isn't coming back for Thomas. Yeah, so that'll be another good full 20-minute session. I'm pretty sure that Thomas is going to be providing, as usual, a very full 20 minutes. If I got my potatoes, my 5 kilo of potatoes in the measuring of minutes, I will be a very happy man. So just going to wait for Robin to come up now. She'll be getting a lift in a bit. So some news that I just read. Apparently, the Ukrainians have hit a counter battery radar, one that I hadn't heard of before. But then again, I'm not very good on Russian military stuff. This one's called the Zoo Park 1. So, that's a strange name. A Russian 1LS19 Zoo Park 1. So yeah, it looked. Well, I didn't actually see it before it got blown up, but it looked spiffing blown up. That's all very good. So yeah, counter battery fire is working. There was a little bit of a hoo-ha in Poland earlier on today that I'm reading about. Apparently, somebody didn't have their paperwork in order. This is to do with the South African delegation. Didn't have paperwork or something ready for their firearms, so they were stuck on the tarmac for a little bit. So a bit of a hoo-ha in Poland about that. As mentioned previously, the leaders, I think it was 7 African countries, made it to Kiev. I'm not quite sure what Putin's idea was of sending 6 Kinzhal missiles. I don't know if that was one for each of them, and somebody got a lower grade one, but that didn't seem to be brilliant optics, really. Well, it's good optics from Ukraine can blow them out of the sky. But I mean, if you're coming over to talk peace and you kind of side in with the aggressor, or what it seems like to me, and then the aggressor lobs a load of ballistic missiles on top of your head, hopefully that's going to cause a little bit of a rethink on their part. What do you think, Robin? Do you think it's a good idea? Do you reckon it makes a good impression when you go in somewhere to maybe talk peace talks, and then have the party that you're about to arrive to go and see the next day lob bombs on your head, or try to lob bombs on your head?
I wouldn't think that it's really advised. It's rather amazing. As some people have pointed out, at a certain point, just advertising what the Russians are up to does more for the good guys than all of the arguments we might have against the Russian invasion. I mean, they're their own worst publicist, which is wonderful. But no, I would say dropping Kinzhal missiles on a bunch of people who apparently were being brought in to side with the Russians is not the best approach.
Yeah, exactly. At least they got a first-hand impression of what it's like in Kiev during a mass Kinzhal ballistic missile strike.
Well, apparently one of them had his hearing aids off or something, though. I guess taking a page out of the Russian propaganda playbook. I see nothing. It reminds me. Do you remember Baghdad Bob in the old days in the invasion in Iraq, where he was standing practically with tanks rolling. This is Tariq Aziz with tanks practically rolling behind him in the shot, insisting that there were no Americans anywhere in Baghdad. It's sort of the same kind of thing. I mean, if you're going to lie, at least give it a patina of truth that maybe somebody can believe you. I mean, this is just not to be believed. And rather funny. I mean, you have to find your humor where you can in all of this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it does seem very bad army, apart from there are people actually dying, mainly because of it. But it's just ridiculous sometimes. I wonder what kind of conversations Zelensky would have had with those heads of state while this was going down. He invites them quite a lot, and a lot of world leaders arrive. Partly because, getting reports and intelligence briefings and stuff can only tell you so much. And I haven't been to Ukraine yet, so that's going to be an eye-opener when I get over there as well. But being on the ground there and seeing what's going on and getting a tour around the place, it has got to get them in the heart somewhere there, with those African leaders, and especially when the air raid sirens going off. Air raid fire is not going off just for show, going off because there are missiles in the air.
Yeah, especially with the explosions going on overhead, that's pretty hard to fake. I'm wondering. I guess it depends on how deep into the pockets of the Russians these guys are. I mean, I can't imagine, given the personalities and the manners of Putin versus Zelensky, that anyone could meet with both of them and come out with a good impression of Putin. I mean, Zelensky is a master. It helps he's on the right side, but he's also a master of connecting with people. And that's Putin, I think, only connects through blackmail and and money. So it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of all this. I would not. I'm hopelessly optimistic, but I would hope that perhaps some of these leaders will come away with a different impression than what Putin was hoping they would get. The fact that they're going to Moscow after Kyiv, though, indicates there may be a fix-in.
Yeah, it's kind of strange they're going there afterwards. I think Z from China kind of went to Moscow first and then came to, then didn't actually come to Kyiv, didn't he? He was going to have a telephone meeting and then that got delayed and then he eventually had it. So it'll be good. We'll have to watch their baggage when they leave Moscow, see if the bags are their baggage is a little bit more full, maybe with a few dollar bills hanging out the sides of them. But have to check the weigh-in machine, the weigh-out machine.
Yes, excellent. And I would advise against having too much tea while you're there too, just to be on the safe side. I'm wondering what. Sorry, Shaggy, I tend to talk over people, so don't. Well, let me give you the right of rebuttal here.
You're good. You carry on. You carry on.
I was just curious. How does one get from Kyiv to Moscow? You have to get out of Ukraine somehow. I assume train out to Poland, but Poland's not running any direct flights to Moscow either. So I'm just wondering: do you have any idea what the route is to get from one to the other?
It's a long walk. Yeah, I think it's a long walk. That's a Chinese book, isn't it? Yeah, it's Mao Zedong. Anyway, I haven't got that one.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't actually know. I wonder if they'll go into Belarus. Well, I actually hadn't thought about how they're going to get there. That's their problem.
Yes, agreed.
I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to be heading back to Poland because they've got to pick up their security detail that's stuck there, maybe still on the tarmac, and then maybe they fly somewhere from there. I think maybe they'll probably get flight clearance for Russian airspace. So, and they've already got flight clearance for Polish airspace. I would have thought because they landed there. So yeah, but how they're gonna get from Moscow back home, yeah, maybe via Turkey or somewhere like that. Maybe that way. I don't think their plane would be. Well, I don't know. Diplomatic plane, maybe it'd be allowed.
Yeah, that could be. Wasn't that delicious, that story in Poland? I can just envision it. No, I'm sorry, your paperwork just is not in order. No, we'll have to, fill out these 500 other forms and sit on the tarmac. And I'm terribly sorry, but somehow we're missing something. Oh, what? You don't speak Polish? Well, maybe we find an interpreter in 5 or 10 days to help with this. It's hysterical, anyway.
Yeah, no, I did see some reports. Some of them are complaining of racism, and it's like, no, it's not. It's not racism. It's because you're supporting Russia. Simple as that. Anybody who supports Russia, doesn't matter what their creed, nationality, religion, or anything like that is, all in the same boat. You're with them. So yeah, we don't like them at all. Anywho, a little bit more news. Germany is to send a nice binary. I like this number, 64. Because I like computer languages. 64 is one of those numbers. So Germany is sending 64 additional missiles for the Patriot air defense system. I reckon they're Patriot missiles. I really do. So 64 of those are being sent immediately. So that's good news. I think they each battery. Each of the trucks holds 4. So yeah, that's a nice chunk of Patriot missile batteries. I don't know how many they used today to shoot down the volley that the Russians threw at them. But yeah, always good to get refills, as it were, of those things.
Certainly is. Yeah, you know, I'm still in a little bit of shock at the incredible reversal that's gone on in Germany. God bless them. I mean, when Germans finally decide to do something, boy, did they ever do it. I mean, it's not always been a good thing, but in this case, it's a tremendously good thing. Did you? I don't know if this has been discussed on the space before. Did you see that video of Schultz being heckled by some Russia supporters a few days ago? And he turned around and he gave it to them. I was absolutely amazed. I mean, I don't know what's happened with him, but thank God he's on the right side now.
Yeah, I did see that actually. I mean, at the time I commented, I didn't think he had it in him, but he did. That was brilliant as well. I mean, it's nothing like a bit of heckling to get your back up, is it? And they definitely got his back up. And he gave it what for? It was a really good riposte. Said all the right things. So yeah, it was very, very good. I was well impressed. I must have watched it quite a few times. Getting into double figures. The first few just to make sure I was actually watching Schultz do what he was doing. But he was. But yeah, it has been a big change around since the start of the year. I'd probably say, when it was all looking a bit, who's going to buy German goods? Who's going to buy German military stuff if they can't be sold on afterwards? That was my big thing. And anyway, new defence minister in, and it's been an absolute sea change there. Very, very positive.
Yeah, it's quite amazing. The Swiss too. You know, they're moving a lot slower than the Germans did, but it's you know, we're finally getting people to realize. I mean, some of it's economics, but also, you know, you don't want to be on the wrong side of history, I would think. You know, I would not want to be someone who, when this is all over, God willing, Ukraine wins, Russia is, who cares, as President Zelensky says, I don't really care what happens as long as Russia's not bothering the rest of the world. But do you want to be of that little group that supported the genocide and the war crimes? I don't think so. And I think this is, you know, people like a winner. And fortunately for Ukraine, they're obviously doing well, and people are jumping on board because of that. It's a little bit self-serving, but I'll take it.
Yeah, I totally agree. Jamie, hello, good afternoon. How are you?
Hey, good morning. I'm good, but I was just thinking about that Schultz thing that you were talking about. I think once he got a little bit of applause, politicians are, you know, are all kind of, I guess, sort of the same. You know, you get a little bit of praise, you step a little further into the water, you get some more praise, you know, you're jumping, and by now he's like diving right in. The water's warm, he's swimming along. I can't wait to see what happens when he dives from the high diving board. That was just
that's quite an image. I love it. Yeah, it's yeah, he's definitely swimming for all he's worth at this point.
Yeah, I've got, you gave me this image of Schultz with water wings. So yeah, his water wings have come off now, and his little flotation device, his little foam board is gone. He's packed it away. I mean, I got the distinct impression that he just needed somebody. He just needed a wingman, a decent wingman in the Defense Department role, and he didn't have one before. The person who was there previously was absolutely rubbish. So Schultz didn't put his head across above the parapet. And then when this new defence minister came along, well, it was his decision. So Schultz just point the finger and say, if it goes wrong, it's his fault. And it didn't go wrong. It was quite the opposite, actually. Became the most popular politician in Germany, I think, the defence minister at the moment. And Schultz was probably like, I'll have a bit of that, thank you very much. And he's riding on the coattails of the defence minister. That's just my. I don't know much about Germany politics, but that's just my British view from the outside over the past few months. What do you reckon?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. Pistorius is very, very popular, and it was an odd thing altogether anyway, because although I'm not sure how deep German support was for Ukraine at one time, it certainly was quite broad, and Schultz was you know, in the minority from what I know of the polling. So he was in an uncomfortable position. As you're saying, though, the fact that he's got somebody else to blame it on now, I mean, that's a terrible way to look at life, but that's the way it works. So, you know, he had somebody to spread around the blame if something went wrong, and it didn't, thank God.
Yeah, they've definitely upped the amount of military aid, I think, they've given as well since that time. So that's all very good. What's your impression, Jamie? Is it all good, or is it still room for improvement?
There's always room for improvement. Come on. But no, once you have someone that you can blame it on, that's even better if something goes wrong. And I think everyone needs a wingman like that. And if you think back to it, Great Britain definitely had that. I guess I can't. Where is my brain?
It's right next to mine, I'm afraid.
Yeah. Their Secretary of Defense was always out there, and I can't think of his name for the life of me.
Well, Pistorius, do you mean?
No, Great Britain.
Oh, Sullivan. Isn't it Shaggy?
No, Sullivan's the American one. Oh God,
I wish he wasn't.
what's my one called? Oh God, someone help me. No, we got no more speakers. G-Man, come on. What's the UK defence minister called? I'm gonna have to Google this. Hang on.
But yeah, he was out in front, and then everyone else followed.
Wallace.
Wallace,
Ben,
yes. He's
Ben Wallace.
amazing. So, yeah, let's can Sullivan and find one of those for ourselves.
Ben Wallace.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got there in the end. I got there before everyone, and now my DMs and everything are just blowing up with Ben Wallace, Ben Wallace, Ben Wallace. But you're too late. I was quicker at Googling. Ming, don't come up to tell me it was Ben Wallace. I know already.
I tell you,
that
Shaggy,
was a good ploy, though. We got 3 more speakers up with that. Good job, Shaggy.
All right, I'm gonna drop down. I have to run some errands, but yeah, been fun.
Thanks, Jamie.
Yeah, don't run doing errands. Walk gracefully. Make something positive out of the errands. Just walk around like you own the place. Doing those at will. I don't know if it was Ming or Kerry first, actually. Let's go to Kerry.
I'm thinking, yeah, good.
So it's a quick one. It was a Ben Wallace one. I didn't realise until I think it was Thomas who said about it the other day that when Ben Wallace sent all of the JDAMs at the beginning, that technically he should have asked permission from the Swiss, and Thomas was just saying thank F he didn't, and that's how the Swiss like it, plausible deniability. So I didn't even know that technically he would have had to ask permission from Switzerland. They were very happy that it didn't put them in a sticky situation, that he never asked. So that was incredible, because I know he just basically cleared out all of our stocks, quite rightly. And my understanding is as well that he didn't even tell Boris Johnson till he'd done it. He just said, they've gone, that's what we're doing, which I think is an amazing story, because Ben Wallace, having been a military man himself, knew exactly what was required, put his neck on the line and did what was required. And I think that was a defining moment that the historians will be writing about. Yeah, all respect, Ben Wallace, and I hope he's maybe chosen as the next NATO, I don't know what you call them, what's their title, whatever their title is. I hope they choose him next.
General.
Yeah, he'll be amazing at that.
Yeah, I think he will be as well. I think there are N-laws, not JDAMs. JDAMs are the things with
You're
wings,
right,
I think,
it was
come
the
from the
in-laws.
States.
Yeah, that was it. As opposed to the in-laws.
Yeah.
If we
Yeah.
send, he always threatens to send his in-laws. He reckons they'll sort his mother-in-law will sort them out.
I think if we all sent our in-laws, the world would be a better place. Apart from the part of the world where we send our in-laws. I think so. Ming.
Shaggy, no, thanks. No, I was just going to say what Kerry said. Just basically the same thing, and his name's Ben Wallace.
Cool. Thanks for sorry. I was just bringing Damon up. Yeah. Should we call him the Right Honourable Ben Wallace because he's acted honourably. He's acted right honourably. So I reckon we should use his full title. I'm not sure if you have to use that as in with Sir, but I think he deserves his full title. But we should probably call him the very, very righteous and honourable Ben Wallace for what he's done. Damon, and then Latin.
Yeah, I'm just here to say that I like my in-laws and I wouldn't like them launched at a Russian tank at all. But I'm really just here to talk to Latin about grievance. So,
Fire away, Latin, Damon, Latin.
Thanks, Shaggy and Robin. I had been kind of busy this morning, so I just sat down a little while ago and started looking at Twitter and saw this further announcement from the Swedish government. So I think this does take us to beyond the kicking of the tires stage. This does get us to the next step, which is where they are taking it to another level, really, with Ukrainian pilots and, just as importantly, that because it mentions it specifically, and ground crews becoming experienced on learning more about the Gripen direction. And I know there are big questions about availability of Gripens. That's something we can break down a little bit. But I think that one thing to me is very clear at this point. The Ukrainians are interested in Gripen, full stop.
Yeah. Damon, anything on that
yeah,
one?
I agree with that, exactly, right? So my big question is, availability up or down, is there space, like hypothetically, that, by, let's say, 1st of April next year, there would be 12 Gripens that could be sent to Ukraine? Not tomorrow, not in September, not in December, but by end of Q1 24, can there be 12 Gripens in Ukrainian hands? And I think there probably is, because they doubled the production rate starting the start of this year, right? There could just about maybe be. And, that in itself is worth a little bit. What's worth a lot is Ukrainians saying, we want lots of F-16s now, we're going to ride them hard. We want the Hornets right now, we're going to ride them hard. And then, the medium to long term of the Ukrainian Air Force, we will want other stuff on top of it. We operated 4 different types thus far. We can operate 2, 3, maybe 4 in the long run as well. And it does give us some, it's a good idea.
Doman, I would say on a couple of your points, the idea that, I think it's totally possible that they could receive Gripens this year. If the political will is there, if Ukraine wants them, if the Swedish government and Saab are on board with providing them, they can be provided. Absolutely, they could be. This program with and I'm going to call it a program because I think it's starting to take the shape of it. It's never going to be a coalition because it's really only one country that they have to deal with, essentially. Maybe the Czechs could play a role in training as well, but obviously Hungary won't. But so narrow it down to 2 countries. Primarily Sweden, the manufacturer. And it really comes down to, as far as availability, it really comes down to 2 questions. One question, 2 variants. What are the Swedes prepared to give up right now in order to make operational, let's say, a squadron, which would be useful? I'm gonna call that the baseline. 1 squadron, say 12 to 14 aircraft. That would be very useful. I can outline some of the unique reasons why. We've discussed them before, but why even such a relatively small number of aircraft could have a real impact, specifically with some of the operations that we're seeing the Ukrainians have to counter right now. We can get into that in a minute. But it's going to come from one of 2 pools. It's going to come from the legacy almost completely C and D models, either new production or correction. When I say new production, built a few years ago, or A, B models that were eventually upgraded to the CD model, which is the NATO compatible model of the Gripen. It's either that, either coming from active Swedish Air Force stocks, or from this pool of stored aircraft that I don't think any of us, even our Swedish friends, have been able to nail down exactly how big that is. But it doesn't matter, because as members of NATO now, okay, even if put NATO aside, any country that wants to transfer equipment to Ukraine, whether it's ground equipment or aircraft, has to make the calculus of, are we losing any of our defensive capabilities if we're transferring X piece of kit to the Ukrainians? So that calculation has been ongoing. We saw it with the tanks, still ongoing with the surface-to-air missile systems. This is extending it into the aircraft. With the several countries are making that calculation with F-16s. So Sweden would make the same calculation, and it's their decision to make. You can take aircraft from an active wing of the Swedish Air Force and transfer them if the political decision is made, if they feel that the Swedes decide that that's something they can live with right now. Maybe as members of NATO, with some kind of NATO backfill or assistance from, from their NATO partners, because now Finland, that they had a close relationship with in aerial operations anyways, is a NATO member. Sorry, I know Sweden is not officially a member of NATO yet, right? But we're moving in that direction. And either way, that interoperability and close relationship with Finland, and to an extent Norway, I think too, was already in place for quite a while. And either way, you don't have to be a member of an alliance to backfill an ally's aerial capabilities. If you want to deploy, if a NATO member wants to deploy aircraft to backfill Sweden's air defense with the permission and cooperation of the Swedish government, that's between those two countries. Nothing's going to stop that. So ultimately, it's a political decision, and it also involves Gripen E, which is in service with I think only initially. I think they've only got. It's not a huge number at this point of the E. Somebody from Sweden might be able to. I'd have to double check whether those are actually operational right now, but they're definitely on order and on the way. They're being produced. That is the current production model, and there are things that could happen there as well. So, is this doable by the end of the year? Absolutely, it could be. In terms of training, I don't see that it's any further along, or sorry, significantly behind where the F-16 program is, because we only just heard, I read from Yuri Ignat, the spokesman of the Ukrainian Air Force, about 2 days ago, kind of correcting Jens Stoltenberg, that nobody from, according to Yuri Ignat, nobody from Ukraine has actually arrived for training at this point. That's imminent. It's about to happen. But that's what he said about 2 days ago. So good, that'll happen when it happens. But my point is that the F-16 program does not appear to me to be significantly far ahead of where Gripen could be right now in terms of bringing it into service with the Ukrainians.
There we go. And I'll just add the tiny bit that Sweden is more on the way to NATO than it was 3 days ago, with some news breaking in the last couple of days about that. Shaggy, you have a bunch of people. I'm not going to run the show for you.
Cheers, Dermot. Cheers, Dermot. It's nice when you do, though. But anyway, cracking on, we'll go to Maple, and then Rich, and then Zagorman.
I just wanted to back up what Latin was saying. I think I think we'll see it before the end of the year. My bet is also before Christmas of this year. But also, I think just to further echo what Latin was saying, I don't think you need huge numbers. I think one squadron in a dedicated role, especially with the right weapons, can make a substantial difference. A squadron of Gripens with meteors will give the Russians pause and push their bombers much further back. And also, I think the jamming pods that the Gripens come with are may or may not come with are substantial. So I think if you think of it more as a specialist tool, think of it the way in like an army sniper, something like that. It's much more useful than would come off at first glance. So,
Shaggy, can I come off of that comment, please? Because that's a great point.
Yeah, help yourself.
Okay, yeah, great point, Maple, because what we're dealing with here under the circumstances of Ukraine being in this existential crisis, and with the Russians regularly attacking them in different ways from the air. There's one scenario in particular where even a small number of Gripens, as Maple correctly said, with the Meteor missile, could really have an impact on the Russian Air Force, and that is in the delivery of encountering the delivery of precision weapons by the Russians from well inside their borders. The Ukrainians simply do not have the range for that right now to be able to do that. And although late model AMRAAM with an F-16 would help close that gap, Meteor takes it further. We're talking more like in the 300-kilometer range, and that's a game changer. That really would change the way that Russia tries to deliver those weapons into Ukraine. And again, you wouldn't need. Ideally, it would be great to see 24, 30 a brigade's worth. Sure, if they can incorporate that. But even 12. And remember, this was an aircraft that will be easier to disperse. That is not to say this has never been about F-16 versus Gripen. That's a juvenile argument. I know nobody's making that right now, but I hear it a lot on Twitter. It's stupid. You can put that aside. This is about what can be provided in the short term by Ukraine's allies, because that's what the Ukrainians need. They need as many modern Western aircraft with these systems like, hopefully, late model AMRAAM and Meteor to bolster their air defense as soon as possible, because Ukrainian lives are at risk, are at stake. One quick note again about the missiles. AMRAAM-D is the ideal on the American side. No indication whatsoever the Americans are about to provide that. No indication they are not about to provide it. We don't know. The U.S. has to consider very carefully if they're going to release a weapon like that, because for the moment, until later this year, there's actually a longer range AMRAAM variant that's going to enter service with the U.S. Both weapons are going to be key for the U.S. in any Indo-Pacific scenario with China. When you start firing missiles, some of them get lost. Eventually, there's a good chance the enemy will get their hands on one. So you commit it, you assume that the Russians are going to get their hands on it, and we know what'll happen if they'll be selling it to the Chinese. The Chinese will really want to get their hands on it, etc. So it is a very serious thing that the Americans have to consider. With Meteor, that changes a little bit, because the primary threat for which the Meteor was designed for was Russia. So if the Russians get a hold of it, it's less of a strategic risk, because the Ukrainians are fighting Russia, and if we believe that they're essentially that we are at war with Russia, and that the Ukrainians are fighting Russia for us, that changes the calculus. I think everybody sees where I'm going with that. There's hands up. I'll shut up. I do want to get a little more into why Meteor specifically has capabilities that are. It goes beyond just the range. Actually, if it's okay, I'll just say it now quickly. It goes beyond just the range. It's also the fact that it's ramjet powered. It was designed so that it could be fired at low level, and that gives it less of a penalty when it's being fired at low level, which is where the Ukrainian Air Force, for the moment, will still be operating no matter what they get. So the weapon has, because that ramjet, it doesn't lose as much power being fired from low level. And when I say low level, we've all seen the videos, right? These things could be fired from 500 feet, and they're going to have to make their way up to 25, 30,000 feet to hit. In order to do that, the Meteor is uniquely designed to be able to do that more effectively than an AMRAAM. It's not a design flaw of the AMRAAM. The AMRAAM was designed to be fired at medium level or higher, because it was designed to be fired under the assumption of air superiority, which is American doctrine. So it's not a design flaw. But the Swedes were very eager to get a hold of the Meteor, because their doctrine assumes they will always be outnumbered by the Russians, which is the primary threat. Okay, so I'll shut up for now.
That was really very, very interesting. Yeah, I'd like you to talk more about that in a little bit. I'll just try and cycle through some of the hands though. So Rich first, then Zagolman, then back to Maple.
Well, I mean, yeah, that was brilliant. That was partly what I came up to say, in fairness, about the Meteor, because I know what Latin said before, and what a lot of people have said is in terms of exactly like you said, all the schoolboys online saying about this versus that. That's not what it's about. It's about getting Ukraine capabilities that it needs. And the points he's raised are brilliant. You know, nothing new really there, especially in terms of America what it has to take into account in the Indo-Pacific region. Again, spot on. This opens up a lot of things, a lot of options for Ukraine, opens up options for NATO. It's a win-win-win all round on multiple different levels. I also agree. I think this could go maybe a bit quicker. It feels like it's going a bit quicker if there's mention of ground crew, because realistically, ground crew, you'd imagine we're going to be cross-training, getting people QMQS that are already maintainers rather than training up new ones. At least for your core supervisory level staff, that only takes a couple of months. I QMQS'd from scratch on my phase 2B training on a brand new airframe, on my first airframe in 6 months, in a very, very relaxed state in peacetime, and that in no way took 6 months. That can easily be done faster, with intent, with a lot more support, and with a much more intense program, and still be done safely, maintaining obviously air safety in all its facets. If the political will is there, the only real thing holding it back again is aircrew training. In my mind, they can easily have it there before the end of the year, and Ukraine could be operating multiple airframes there with multiple different capabilities there that they can do in relatively short order in the grand scheme of things, because this offensive probably is going to go on for quite a while. When it does actually kick off, it's going to go up to and through the winter. That could be a big help. We all know what happened through the winter, having these capabilities for this coming winter to fight off Russia again. What we know it's probably likely going to do if this war is still going on. It's a big plus. Big plus for Ukraine. But I also need to find out, Shaggy, what have you got in your omelette?
Mushrooms. It's a chestnut omelette. Very nice as well. I may have ever done it on the mushrooms actually, but you can't really ever do it on the mushrooms. It's a good one.
100%.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of chime in on the the training piece of this. You don't commit to training unless you're serious. I mean, there are two-seaters out there where you could do quote unquote an evaluation, where you get somebody up and say, "Hey, this is what we can do." When you commit to training, you're making a strong commitment to that aircraft, because training is it's something that goes away. It's not something you have forever. You need to continuously train in order for it to be current, and there's some follow-on effort to maintain currency, whether it be ground crews or air crew, right? Because the ground crew, to me, the biggest thing is if you're training ground crew, that's a strong statement of commitment. And I think I think that tells you something about where this is headed. That one way or another, Grippins are in the future, just because of the commitment to training. Because that's a big commitment with a long tail, and needs to be maintained. And you wouldn't invest that much time into something that you were just going to let sunset if you knew it right now. So I just wanted to say that training is that commitment's pretty broad when you think about the implications of it.
Thanks, Gilman. Yeah, when the first pilots were meted to be going there to have a test drive, I think it was said or words to that effect. I thought, well, sounds to me like try before you buy, if anything.
Yeah, and you can do that in a two-seater, right? That's where you do that. The kind of like, hey, I'll let you give it a spin. But when you start getting the ground crew involved in some type of real training versus evaluation, that's a commitment. That's a long-term commitment. And I agree with Latin. The Meteor is a much needed much needed missile for this environment. It's ideal. Again, the Gripen was designed for the war that Ukraine's fighting right now, right? That's why it exists. So it's logical to have it as a piece of the overall plan. And I think there's some commonality. I think it's got the same engine as I think F-18, or there is some commonality in some of the.
Yeah, it's a license-built variant of the F-18 engine.
Yeah, so that's big. I mean, everybody poo-poos that, but if you commonality is a big deal, especially when it comes to engines. That's a big deal. You know, that's why I always thought F-15 would be a natural complement to F-16s because of a common engine. You know, where engine is 25% of the cost of maintaining any aircraft. So when you can have commonality in 25%, that's a big deal. But then in this case, you'd have commonality maybe with the F-18s, right? So that it's a natural for what Ukraine, the war they're fighting, and the war that they, I guess, should anticipate fighting. Because as long as they don't have F-35s, they're going to have to plan on fighting the war like they're fighting, frankly, just to be honest, no matter what happens in this war.
Yeah, thanks, Gorman. Doman, then people.
Yeah, super quick comment. I just want to say, you know, training the ground crews here, that's a big part of the evaluation, because needing fewer ground crew, markedly fewer ground crew than, say, you know, F-16s, F-18s, is a big part of why Gripens are also such an ideal bit. Not just the weapons, not just the way they fly, but also the way that they work on the ground. So you want that whole complement. In any evaluation, you really want that whole complement, because that's such a big component of it.
Yeah, and I'm parsing words, and maybe I shouldn't be, because there's a translation. There could be a translation issue. I look at evaluation much different than training. I can, you know, so you can do an evaluation without doing formal training. You just kind of looking over the shoulders. You're monitoring. You know, maybe you turn a wrench with somebody watching you. You know, but training is training, and evaluation is evaluation. So I'm parsing those words pretty.
Zgoman,
maybe I shouldn't be.
$9
$9
million. That's the operational thing. That's the operative term here. $9 million or 9 million euros. How much?
Okay.
How much evaluation does that get you? How much training does that get you?
I would say not a lot, to be honest with you. But it certainly gets you much. It gets you a thorough evaluation. Let me just say that you could for an evaluation. You know, I mean, I've been part of evaluations before. You know, 30 guys show up and live with somebody that's an operational base for, you know, 3 or 4 months, and and do the evaluation, right? You just have one of each skill or two of each skill, and they're monitoring and you know, seeing what's real and what's not, right? So to me, it's an evaluation is a 30 or 40 man team for 3 months with an operational unit taking notes. Training is actually doing courseware and you know, learning to do stuff yourself. So 9 million euros doesn't sound, unless it's getting supplemented. Well, maybe if somehow you know, the trainers are coming free because they're just part of of classes that already exist, it could come cheaper. That's kind of a number that confuses me, frankly, because it's not big enough in my mind to do a complete training regimen, but it's much more than is necessary to do an evaluation. So you confused me a little bit with that.
It's all interesting. It's all very interesting. Maple, and then Method.
And I just wanted to say just 2 points. I wouldn't don't sleep on the ECM pod that they have. And the other point that I want to make is I look forward to some interesting tactics when you combine data links, forward radars, and a long-range missile. So it's not even just about taking out their bombers that are far back, but I expect to see a couple of Russian fighters get jumped closer to the line of contact.
Absolutely.
And with that, I'm going to drop down.
Absolutely. That's, can't emphasize the data link component of this.
Yeah, cheers, Maple and Zagoman. Mete, I can see you using a lot of emojicons. I'm guessing you're very excited when the Griffin is mentioned. So off you go.
Yeah, that's true. I really am. I really hope they will get this, squadron that will be their fist in fight. It won't be covering the whole airspace or something, but it's going to make a big difference. And I just wanted to say that, Sweden might be a bit careful of what they announce at the moment, but because they could have trained the pilots already, because Ukraine has been interested in Gripen for a long time, and it's totally Sweden's decision. And because of the NATO situation, they might not say as much as what's agreed. And I'm just thinking 12 pilots or 24 maybe, because I guess they need to have the second shift available. But these pilots would be the top of the top, who have 200-300 combat missions behind them. And if they have been training on the Gripen in Sweden, there's been a lot of these rehearsals, NATO rehearsals that in Sweden and so on. So it might not take that long, and it would be great. I'm so excited. And plus, Sweden announced that they are going to have some bases in the nearby countries to service Ukraine, service type of that might have something to do with the Gripen. But I think they are holding on announcements just because of the NATO situation. Thank you.
Thanks, Murphy. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually waiting for an announcement of the Gripen factory going to be built in Ukraine. I think that's probably on the cards and down the line. Everyone else seems to be getting in there, so why not? Why not then? Quickly go to Doman and then John.
Yeah, quick note on the maintenance basis. So there's already been an announcement that there's going to be maintenance for Gripens in the Czech Republic a couple months ago. So that's just for the Czech ones. The other bases announced today, the other maintaining stuff announced today is all for ground vehicles. For pay.
Brilliant. Yeah, I remember now. The Czechs have got some, Hungary's got some Gripens, which probably not going to help. Colombia, I think, and Brazil. Or Brazil are getting them. Then John.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I, without having any evidence of it, I think the training has been started already in some, something has been done already, I think. And also regarding the 9 million euros, I mean, there's two ways to measure this, right? I mean, there's the value of it, which is probably could be much more than 9 million, and there's the cost to it. And someone has said that maybe they're not counting, the training personnel, because they already, I mean, they are paid already, and so the additional cost maybe it's not that much to do this. And also, I mean, why would you train maintenance people just for a test of capabilities? I guess maintenance is part of the capabilities, but you wouldn't really need it to evaluate the plane, right? At least that's how I think, without knowing too much about it. So something is in the making here, I think, and hopefully we will see them there soon.
Yeah, thank you for that. Then John, I hope to see them very soon as well. Latin and Goldman.
Yeah, thanks, Shaggy. I think that it never bears repeating too often that this discussion that we often have and capability for dispersed operations that we read about with the Gripen. It's something that really needs to, I think it needs to be regularly revisited. First, I'm still not convinced to what extent and exactly what type of dispersed operations the Ukrainian Air Force is doing. I've discussed this several times with our friend Alex, and I have not, we've seen, all of us who followed this, have seen those images of Finnish F-18s and Swedish Gripens operating the way they do with those small teams, operating independently in sections of roadway. I have not yet seen any visual evidence the Ukrainians are actually doing that. I know there are those videos that somebody might be thinking of that have been released over the last few months of Su-27s and MiG-29s. I didn't see a lot of supporting equipment in those images. I remember at the time that we started seeing those, I said to Alex, and Goldman, you might remember on the back channels, I suggested those could just be touch and goes. That specific moment, that specific video that was being sent. In other words, the touch and goes where they're just landing, and they don't even stop. They just throttle up right away and then take off again. Getting the feel of landing and taking off on that kind of. But Alex has been pretty adamant in any discussions I've had with him that they are using a lot of redundant airfields from the Soviet era that have not been operational with the Ukrainian Air Force recently. And whatever it is specifically, I think we have to get out of that mindset that this has to look exactly the way the Swedish Air Force does it. And again, that comparison of dispersed operation capabilities between the F-16 and the Gripen, I consider that, again, that can really get into that very juvenile Twitter sphere argument, which is pointless. They both have ability to operate away from a main base. One is more, the F-16, probably a little more intensive on the ground crews to be able to support that operation. But it doesn't mean they can't do it. The Gripen has the advantage of being able to do it more easily. And what that means operationally, there's no question the Ukrainians are taking that into account when they're looking at the F-16, the Gripen, and this long-range missile capability, because their pilots want to be able to reach, to have a better chance of hitting these Su-35s and Su-34s that are operating inside of the Russian border and launching precision-guided weaponry at the Ukrainians. Those are the two main fronts that we're seeing right now with air power, other than the short-range tactical work that helicopters and other aircraft are doing. The Russians are hitting from a great distance with cruise missiles from strategic bombers, and to a limited extent, they're launching precision-guided weapons from some of the more advanced assets. And that the bombers, unfortunately, there's not much the Ukrainians can do right now other than try and hit their bases, and they haven't done that yet. But with an aircraft like Gripen and that missile and that long-range Meteor, they could really take a shot at, and they would probably be successful at pushing back those Russian tactical aircraft that are trying to launch precision-guided munitions.
Yeah, sorry, I turned the tap off there. Thanks a lot, Nathan. Yeah, they seem to be very versatile, the Gripens. Very, very versatile. As a Goldman.
Point. So if you're doing an evaluation, aircraft evaluation, you wouldn't send your quote unquote best pilots. You would send a diverse set of skilled pilots in age and capability, because what you don't want to do is have your best pilots flying the aircraft, and then only your best pilots can fly the aircraft, if you know what I mean. So you usually would, when you're doing an evaluation, if you're doing an evaluation, you would send multiple pilots of multiple skill levels, of multiple experience levels, in order to do the evaluation, properly do the evaluation. Because you wouldn't want to put this into a corner where only a small percentage of your pilots could actually utilize it. And on the maintenance, what the maintenance evaluation would be, I would envision the maintenance evaluation team would be bigger actually than the flight team, and what they're looking at. The typical maintenance evaluation, they're looking at the quality of the manuals, the fault trees, what's called a fault tree. Are they logical? How much involvement is SOV Saab in maintaining the vehicle? Do the maintenance manuals get you to the point where you can actually diagnose faults 90% of the time without, having to call back to Saab? I mean, those are important evaluations for a third country, especially in the maintenance side of how easy, not only how easy is it to maintain, because it's designed to be easy, but when you have an off nominal aircraft, something's not working, and you open up the flight manual and there's a fault tree that you'll go through a progression to try and say, hey, this doesn't work. First check this, then check that. Are they logical? Do they get you to the answer most times? Those are the types of things that a maintenance crew evaluate. And they're looking at what's the daily inspection that needs to occur every day, and how intrusive is that in the aircraft? Because, if the daily's too intrusive, then, you don't want to have a 4-hour daily to get a sortie going. You want your daily inspection to be relatively short. You know what I mean? But there is a daily inspection that will have to occur every, and you don't want that to be too intrusive, because the aircraft's designed so it's not. You know what I mean? So those are real important topics for the support crew when they're doing an evaluation. Is the quality of the easy when everything's working, and all you have to do is daily maintenance. When things go wrong, which they do a lot, that's when the quality of your manuals and your fault diagnostic capability really is priceless, and that's what they're evaluating. So I just wanted to add that's a real important part of this. Because it's more than just the flight of the aircraft. Obviously, it's what's it take to get it in flight.
That's an excellent point. Thank you. I think also one of the things that we forget sometimes is that Ukraine is obviously not going to want to send all of its best pilots. If they've got an MiG-29 hotshot, they're going to want to keep him in theater. At this point, they can't afford to, send too many of their top pilots out. Okay, we'll go to Maple and then Latin again. Thanks.
Hi, sorry, I just wanted to jump up to talk about the training. You don't normally send your best pilots to a new aircraft. It just doesn't work like that. Quite often, you might even in Western countries will often send a portion of the existing pilot pool, and then you usually send pipeline guys, brand new guys, straight onto the airframe, so they don't know anything else, and that's what they learn. I suspect with Ukraine, what they're looking at is optimization for the role. So they're going to fit the type to how they're gonna use it, and they'll pick their pilots accordingly. Because if somebody's really good at getting in down and dirty, you don't want to send him to an airframe that you intend to use from 200 kilometers back. That would be a terrible decision. So the other thing I wanted to say is with regards to how they're doing the evaluation. I think we're sort of getting mixed up with how we would do an evaluation in peacetime, but with wartime, they're not going to look at that evaluation the same way. They're going to look at how quickly they can turn the aircraft, how easily they can operate it from forward areas, and then they're going to rely on everything third line back to Sweden. That's how it's going to run. Thank you.
Thanks. I think, Maple, what I was thinking of was, I don't know if others have seen it, Colonel Jeff posted something a couple of days ago about a quite experienced MiG-29 pilot who was pulled out for training, and it was a bad result anyway. And that's what I was thinking of. What you say makes plenty of sense, though. Okay, back to Latin, and then on to Combat Bin Chicken, who I think I may know under another name.
Thanks, Robin. On the training front, another point that I would add is, and this is another area where you see a lot of speculation on Twitter, is, can they really spare the resources for another aircraft? That's all speculation, folks. They know who and what they can spare, and they know what it is that they're interested in. They're not screwing around here. This is a battle of national survival. If they're sending a cadre of technicians and pilots to Sweden, it's because they're serious about the Gripen. Whether that means they're going to get them or not, I can't say at this point, but it means they're pretty serious at looking at it.
Yeah, they're not window shopping, are they? They're going in there for a good old look around. What do you think, Robin?
Shaggy, the previous announcement would have made, I came to the conclusion at the time in the back channels, I said, okay, fair enough. Maybe they're just kicking tires. This announcement, as Goldman mentioned, with the inclusion of technical people, takes it another step further that I think shows more, without question, that it's at least being seriously considered.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I went from the initial couple of pilots going there for a test fly straight to they're going to build a factory in Ukraine. So I bypassed lots of middlemen there and middle thoughts there. Combat, what do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree. I just wanted to switch over. Sorry, Robin, I'm Combat Bin Chicken, Combat Trash Panda's Kiwi cousin. Just with,
pardon me.
just regards Latin with the Meteor. I mean, that's got a range of 300k or so. The extended AMRAAMs, the new ones, we expect it to be a little bit more maybe. But most of these flights of the strategic bombers are launching from over the Caspian Sea. That's a good 700 clicks away from the Ukraine border. Is the Meteor really going to push those spears back, or I think it's a big ask. That's all.
Latin or German?
Yeah, sorry, get the full name here. Combat Bin Chicken. Yeah, you might have missed my comment from a few minutes ago. That particular threat, the strategic bombers, typically launching from the Caspian Sea, no, there's nothing air-to-air that's going to get that. They would have to get their fighters closer to them, which is a big ask, like you said. But no, I see this as being having a real effect on a different threat, which is their tactical. There are more advanced tactical aircraft that the Russians are using from just inside Russian airspace to launch. Primarily, it appears to be the GLONASS satellite guided weaponry. These large munitions, usually kind of in the 1,500 to 2,000 pound range. They've been making use of those, and the Ukrainians have been letting us, their allies, know for quite some time now that they don't have the capability to take those aircraft out. So I think that's where this is going to come into play.
Yeah, roger that. Yeah, obviously, all good. Cheers, mate.
Yeah, I've got a question, and I'm missing something. Maybe Latins, Goldman, you guys can help me out with this. So Meteor has a 300-kilometer range. Do you need to see the target on radar to be able to launch it? I presume yes. So really my question is, you can't see a target on radar 300 kilometers away if you're close to ground level. So without AWACS really high up in the sky that could easily see that, because obviously the environment isn't permissive enough. Could Ukrainians really be using that to max range? What's the situation there, Latin?
It sounds like, yes, our Swedish friend Dan John probably has something to say about that, but I'll just chime in that it depends on a couple of factors. Obviously, when we talk about maximum range, that's variable depending on a lot of factors, but it gives us an idea of what it's capable of. Yes, you're right, Doman, that at low level, if it's trying to see an aircraft that's at low level, geography, the curvature of the Earth, these are things that are going to prevent that from happening. As it stands right now, the aircraft, the aircraft that I'm talking about, give an example, Su-34, that's launching a precision-guided weapon from across the border, they're not doing it at low level. Those weapons need to be launched at a higher level. So those it could definitely see. But it also, to the data link issue, which I'm sure Goldman has something to say about, it's not just a question of can the aircraft radar see it, can a radar see it?
Here's a Goldman.
Yeah, and I think in Ukraine's future is some level of high altitude AWACS type of aircraft that they fly. I believe there are areas where they could fly it at high enough altitude, along the Polish border, in kind of I guess it's the western part of Ukraine where they could get enough altitude to be able to see far enough. So you know, I guess maybe I'm not sure it was on the back channels or on the space. You know, I've had the discussion with like Hop C that it's reasonable to think that they could refuel aircraft in some areas, some small areas of Ukraine, that they'd be far enough away from a border that they could actually get some altitude. They just don't have the asset right now. So I think some of the, you know, probably not a Poseidon, but some of the other type of AWACS aircraft, I believe they're in Ukraine's future.
And Goldman, can I just add to that?
Yeah.
I've been monitoring this, and you guys in the back channels have seen it. Poland's acquisition of its own AEW assets, which are interesting because they're part of NATO, so they have access to the larger E3 force that NATO operates. But it's still, they're developing their own the current model that Saab sells, the IRI radar based on a Canadian Bombardier jet. But they've also ordered some that are based on an earlier Saab 340, I believe is the aircraft. It's turboprop. Denjon might know about this. I looked at that and thought, that's very interesting. I would not be surprised if we're headed. If you were to ask the Ukrainian Air Force their list of capabilities they need, exactly what you just said, Goldman. Airborne air.
Yeah, I just think it's right now they're getting the early warning part of it from you know, the partner nations. This would give them the data link capability, then utilize it, you know, more effectively, right? It's unique. You want your data link to be, your network to be ground based, mid air, and high air based, all at the same time, and that's like the, you know, that's the combination that I believe they'll have. And I agree. I think that's the right platform. To be honest with you, there's a couple of those smaller platforms out there that I think would be that Ukraine could get into fairly quickly.
Thanks, Goldman. Then John. Then John, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, I was far away. Yeah, what was I thinking? Yeah, regarding AWACS and radar coverage, I mean, there's quite a few planes circling around the Ukraine border every day. So I guess they could get the information needed from them. I mean, if you have something coming over the Black Sea, then you have the float, which is always there.
Yeah, the question is, you wouldn't to utilize the data link to pass targeting information. I'm sure it would need to be an indigenous asset at this point to effectively use a data link. Because I'm sure we're just getting Ukraine's just getting early warning, but not targeting information from those AWACS that are flying right now.
Yeah,
Yes, I see. Go on then, John. Sorry.
Yeah, I said at this point, but maybe when they get the capability, if they get the Gripens or F-16s or F-18, they could get that capability and actually have it done. I don't know.
So I guess the goal and the radars and stuff that they got on the ground for the Patriots and for all the ground air defense, they could use that for seeing that something's there, but it's not precise enough for targeting.
Well, it is precise enough right now. If you had a Gripen or if you had anything with a data link capable aircraft, it's precise enough. It's just it doesn't see far enough sometimes, right? That's the issue. You know what the high altitude assets gives you is the ability to, you know, what Doman was saying. How do you if you can't see something 200 kilometers away, how do you effectively utilize a missile that can fly 200 kilometers, right? And that's a fair question. Now the question, if you have a data link, you know, and then it just takes some radar somewhere that's on the network to see it, and you can pass targeting information to the radar, and the aircraft radar never even needs to be turned on, let alone see the aircraft. You could fly without the radar actually on the aircraft. and launch the missile at the Russian aircraft. That's the beauty of the data link. You don't have to expose your position. But you need, as Doman points out, you need something that can see 200 kilometers in order to target something 200 kilometers. And that's where some aircraft that works at a higher altitude comes into play.
Thanks, Goldman. Doman?
Yeah,
Then
I'll
John.
just confirm, that's exactly the bit that I was trying to get at, right? I get that you need something, but what is that something?
Yes, then John?
Yeah, I just checked the global eye that Latte was mentioning. The Poland is fine. On Wikipedia, which is of course may not always tell the truth, but Saab is claiming 450 kilometers range of the radar. I assume it's radar, not the actual flight range. Could that be correct?
Martin or the government, any idea of the range or Doman?
I didn't hear, did you say the radar range was 400 kilometers?
Yeah, I think then John said. Then John, was it the radar range of the Griffin you said, or the Meteor?
No,
The Meteors,
on the global eye,
the Global Eye, the AWACS aircraft that we're talking about is a possibility. But that's what you would need. You'd need something like in that range, a radar that an aircraft gets at altitude with a radar that can reach that far. Because you wouldn't be able to operate it as close to the border. So you need, you'd need to operate it in conservative fashion pretty far from the front. So you need to be able to see, you want to be able to see 200 kilometers past the front, to be honest with you, or past your border.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Latin?
Yeah, I don't have specific numbers off the top of my head on that system. I would also add that, so there's basically two. Dan John was right. Globalize the current model, and IRI is the slightly older one. Which, again, what I found was interesting is that Poland very recently picked up both. I think the Globalize on order and the IRIs were purchased from Swedish stocks. Interesting. I just thought that was interesting. Something to keep an eye on. There's also Israeli possibilities. They produce some pretty effective systems there as well. Goldman, I got a question for you because one of our Swedish friends on the space was mentioning, and you might have seen it, that the original Swedish language release from the Swedish government uses apparently the term orientation training. That's the direct translation that our friend provided us. I'm wondering, it doesn't sound like it sounds like a direct translation, right? I'm not sure if that's an exact term that we would use in English, but anything you get from that orientation training?
Yeah, and that's what I was kind of, it sounds to me, it's like the 101, the Griffin 101 training. There's different levels of training and that you go through, and there's I would imagine just like in any aircraft that I'm familiar with, there's kind of like the overview training that everybody gets, and then you kind of it trees on down to specific training. You know what I mean? So the orientation training would typically be a more general aircraft training. The architecture of the aircraft, and it's the training that everybody would get, and then you'd work down from there to get into your specifics of your skill that you're trying to train in. You understand what I'm saying? So that's what I would think it is, but I don't know if I don't know if that's the same. That's what I would think, because everybody does get a general orientation training, if on an aircraft that everybody gets.
Thanks for coming. Then John?
Yeah, regarding global eye and area. Area stands for Ericsson Eye. It used to be Ericsson, nice company. But if you think about the Swedish need, that would be actually to see across the Baltic Sea and well to Kaliningrad, and maybe beyond as well. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the range is that great.
Good stuff, Berman.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we spoke of where these could be gotten. The Gripens, not the Ericsson, whatever things they were just talking about. And other than Sweden, there's only so many, right? The Czechs are keeping theirs until 2035, I think. They're not expecting F-35s before that. The other option is, of course, if everybody gets really angry with Hungary for some reason, really angry with Hungary, and you know, Sweden is forced to terminate the leases. I don't know what could precipitate such a thing. Nick, can you think of anything that would precipitate great amounts of anger and dissatisfaction with the Hungarian state?
I mean, everything they're doing at the EU and NATO, I guess. I mean, you know, they seem to be backpedaling a little bit over this prisoner swap thing there. Or I don't know if they're even backpedaling. They seem to be basically saying nothing to do with us. We just have a rogue deputy prime minister. You know, don't all governments have that? You know how it is, guys, when your deputy prime minister decides to just go completely off the reservation and set up deals with foreign powers. You know,
it's one of those. You know, that's just how Semyon Zsolt is. He goes around, he does weird stuff. You know, what can you do?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's a novel approach to international relations, I suppose. You know, I mean, you could fire the guy, but yeah, you know, he's a bit of a colourful chap. I remember when John Prescott was the deputy prime minister to Tony Blair, and during a re-election campaign, someone threw an egg or a tomato, which hit him, and so he turned around and landed an absolute haymaker on the perpetrator, and he actually pretty much got away with it. It was the kind of thing at the time the average politician getting into a fist fight on camera would have caused trouble, but John Prescott was very much sort of, you know, the working class bruiser was his image. I don't think he'd ever actually sort of was known to hit anyone before. And Tony Blair sort of said, well, that's John. And the election campaign moved on the next day, and the opposition did not say anything along the lines of, you know, the deputy prime minister's clearly a hothead who should probably be reined in or, you know, dismissed. Absolutely everybody had a terrific laugh about it. I mean, to be fair, he had an egg thrown at him. So maybe this is kind of like that, you know. Well, you know, obviously we run a pretty ropey ship here with all kinds of, you know, borderline stuff, and, you know, occasionally this sort of thing's going to happen. Terribly sorry, people, we didn't mean anything by it. What I find interesting is I still have not seen any evidence that any of these prisoners exist, have been released to Hungarian custody, have been released from Hungarian custody. I mean, normally, if you do a prisoner exchange to another country, first of all, that country's authorities kind of have a record of it. They enter your country, you know, you'd have thought with at least keeping a record of, like, you know, the bus number and the driver's passport. And then you kind of keep an eye on them, because the tradition of when you release prisoners to another country is not that you then release them. And apparently the report that I've seen says, oh, you know, yes, they're now free men. And, you know, what, they're sort of kind of staying at the Budapest Hilton, ordering from room service. I mean, even that doesn't make sense. So we've gone from they're going to be paraded on Hungarian state TV in some kind of, you know, show thing, you know, denouncing Ukraine, and we got outraged about that. And it's now swung around to, well, nobody seems to even know where they are. Very, very strange. So I guess, do we have to wait for more? But when you have, as we've seen with other populist governments, when you have the populists in charge, weird shit happens. And I'm just, for the moment, this is just the continuing weird shit, I think.
So another funny thing is, of course, Semyon Zsolt is the deputy prime minister, but he's not from Fidesz. He's from the coalition party, the Christian Democrats. Fidesz
am I allowed to make a couple of guesses about the Christian Democrats?
I think that your guesses are probably on point.
like Vladimir Zhirinovsky's Liberal Democrats.
Something like that. So they also said that Radio Free Europe, the Hungarian version, also said that neither Szijjártó Péter, the MFA, nor Gulyás Gergely, he's kind of like a minister without portfolio who works in the prime minister's cabinet. It's kind of a weird setup. Neither of them knew anything. No, they're both from Fidesz, obviously. One of the things that's really interesting that they say is, and I'll read this bad translation of Radio Liberty or Free Europe or whatever it is, from Hungarian to English. And it says, according to our information, the 11 soldiers were captured near the city of Kupiansk in northeastern Ukraine, where fierce fighting took place in the spring in the settlement close to Bakhmut. It's not that close to Bakhmut. It's like 150, 200 kilometers north, whatever. It says, according to one of our sources, all 11 men have Hungarian names, but not all of them consider themselves Hungarian. No shit. No one knows the details of how and by what route the prisoners got to Hungary. But one of our sources called it remarkable that, quote, the deputy prime minister was apparently able to set the Schengen border protection system in motion within his own authority so that no one else in the government knew about it. Now, that bit I'm not really surprised about because, of course, the foreign minister doesn't go around checking every hour. Hey, every minister, have you messed with the Schengen border? Have you talked to any border officials in the last hour? They don't do that, right? So, of course, it's easy to prevent the rest of the government knowing. My question is, did then they fly with Air Serbia to Belgrade and then go on by ground transport? Because that's about the only way I can figure it out. Because, if they pop up at the Estonian border, I think the Estonians would say, hey, well, we're very glad that you're here. Here's a very nice hotel. We're going to talk to Ukrainians first.
Yeah, and ditto. Had they crossed from Belarus into, Latvia or Lithuania or Poland or so. As I say, I'm now at the point with this story that I would like somebody to show me a photograph of these 11 people. Up till now, I have not seen any evidence that they even exist. I kind of presume they do, but that would. That it would just be nice, wouldn't it? Just to sort of.
Yeah, the only kind of thing that makes me think they do exist is that I read a report yesterday saying the Ukrainians said they knew where they were. So I'm thinking if that report was accurate and the Ukrainians do know where they were and they were in Hungary, then they do exist. But that was
I'm sure they do, because I'm sure the Hungarians wouldn't be making up various versions of this story in order to maximally embarrass themselves. And I think the Ukrainians are playing it very clever. The Ukrainians are basically going, well, the Ukrainians will probably have established that these people are physically safe. And apart from that, I'm sure they're quite happy to let the Hungarian coalition have a fight with each other. They're quite happy to let the Hungarians make a total arse of themselves. As Napoleon said, don't interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just give them a shovel and have them keep digging as well.
Really? Yeah, they need to start digging up. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Maple. Oh, Maple's connecting. Diamond.
I see two Maples.
To quote Napoleon, right? I'm hungry, so I'll keep this short, and I'll just say, Nick, maybe they figured out it's best for them not to parade them too much, but I really wonder what they'll arrange with respect to, if they try to mess with like citizenship law or whatever. The thing is, Ukraine doesn't allow for dual citizenship, basically. One of the conditions where you get your citizenship revoked is that you've taken up another citizenship. And I think the Hungarians will just, like, if they really get into trouble with anyone, they will backdate to like 2017 that all of these guys took Hungarian citizenship. And then they'll be like, aha, see, you awful Ukrainians, you stole our Hungarian citizens and you put them in your army, and now they're safe and free here. And you either will strip them of their Ukrainian citizenship yourself anyway, or they just don't get consular support here because if you have normal dual citizens, like Nick, when you're in one or the other country whose passport you hold, you can't. If you get into trouble, you can't call the consulate of the other country.
Yeah,
right.
Yes, that's actually written in the preamble inside either the US or the UK passport. I can't remember which, but it basically says, yeah, you can't get out of military service in Italy if you've got an Italian passport by claiming also to be British or something.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Okay. Doman sent me one other little update. Apologies, I wasn't here yesterday. Today I've been travelling, and I'm on a weekend of dog sitting duty with my wife. My daughter has a puppy that doesn't yet go to the kennels, and she's away, and her boyfriend is busy. So we're dog sitting in Brentwood, England.
You got your fella sitting, Nick. Nice one.
We're fellas. It's slightly less. He's a Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, lovely dog, not at all brain damaged.
King Charles III.
Oh, true, yeah. So, Doman, you sent the thing about the Council of Europe Bank. That's just for formalising the adhesion, the membership of Ukraine in the Council of Europe Bank. I don't think they were. I wonder why they weren't in there earlier. Actually, it's a partial agreement that's open for signature by all countries. We already talked about that last week, did we not? As they discussed and ratified the accession of Ukraine, and then Dmytro Kuleba, who is a former, as well as being foreign minister, is a former ambassador of Ukraine to the Council of Europe, and my wife remembers him as a very nice man whenever he came in to collect his badge from the protocol department. Ukraine has, signed off all the bits they need to do from their side, and is now eligible to participate in Council of Europe Bank loans. Council of Europe Bank loans you. It doesn't loan you 15 billion euros to rebuild a nuclear a dam. Or 4 billion euros to switch your gauge over to European railway gauge, or even 2 billion to rebuild large chunks of a city. It lends you 100 billion for social-based projects that other people will perhaps partly finance or won't finance at all. So it's there to finance the stuff that the bigger international banks don't necessarily have the attention span for, with a specifically social mission, and that will be very much part of rebuilding Ukraine on a Western European democratic model. As opposed to the bigger heavy lifting that will need to be done on infrastructure, pure infrastructure, like railways and dams and stuff, rebuilding housing by the big international lenders like the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and I imagine there will also be a separate fund for rebuilding Ukraine. But I wonder if it will not just be more in terms of providing funds for the existing banks like the EBRD and the Council of Europe Bank, rather than having yet another political mandate. It's one of the things that comes out of the whole thing about the war is, do we need a separate court, or will the ICC be able to handle it? Do we have a separate reconstruction bank, or will the existing European reconstruction banks be able to handle it? Interesting questions for those of us who find that sort of stuff interesting.
Thanks, Nick, and stay there because I have a question for you, but we'll just go to make it first.
Sorry, I don't know if it's past the moment, but I was gonna talk about how to see 300 kilometers away. But if I don't want to interrupt the discussion ongoing here.
No, crack on on that. Crack on that. I'd like to know about that as well, actually.
Yeah, so I think with the I think Latin's right. In the long run, they probably need an AEW asset, but I mean, once you start getting into the network stuff, especially with the Patriots that they have, they will be able to see several hundred kilometers away, and I think that's the combination that people forget. So as they make advances and as they move those Patriots up a little bit, they'll be able to cover more and more ground. And once you get to the point where, say, you get to the Isthmus of Crimea and you park the Patriot reasonably close by to there, they'll be able to see all of Crimea. And those Gripens with a Meteor will be able to take shots from over Odessa towards things into Crimea. So you get all kinds of interesting combinations, even without an AWACS. In the long run, that long game is something that has to be thought of down the road. But for now, I mean, immediately you will see effects and impacts.
Thanks, Michael. Yeah, good info. Nick, my question for you was regarding kind of these funds that are currently frozen within the EU, the Russian funds. I read a report today saying that they're a little bit further along the legal aspect of sorting it all out. Have we got any update on how far along or any movement on that in that area?
I haven't been following that. I saw the Americans are looking at. I mean, the funds are frozen, as I understand it, by national authorities. Now, presumably, there would be EU coordination, but I think, and don't quote me on this in a bet at the pub, but I believe that the freezing is done by national banking regulators. So if
yeah,
so,
I think the freezing's done there. I just know there's they can't release the funds because of some legalese, so they're trying to get the legalese sorted out first. So I'm not quite sure exactly what kind of that entails.
well, at the moment it's. If you want to send me a link of the story, I'll have a look at it that you may have seen. At the moment, the funds are frozen. The next interesting step is, of course, to move it over from these are no longer your funds, they're ours, which I suspect as a minimum will require some EU coordination, even if it doesn't legally require that, because I'm pretty sure that the EU will want to make sure that everyone who has frozen funds will be sequestrating them in a reasonably coherent manner. But I haven't been following that. So I did see that there is a move in the US to do that. And I expect the banks probably to resist. And we'll see. It'll come down to it'll probably come down to some kind of regulatory tussle. So we'll see. But I don't think there's necessarily any huge week-to-week urgency to seize these funds. So I think it should be done in the most legally watertight way possible. But if you've got a link to a sort of the last thing you saw, I can go and try and follow that up. But as I say, I don't think it'll be an EU matter.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that, Nick. I'll probably do that in about 15 minutes when Thomas comes up and get into listening mode. Robin.
Yeah, I just wanted to go back to the discussion about the various kinds of airframes that are being proposed. Now, this may be in keeping with my avatar as a brain-damaged cartoon dog, so pardon me if it is. But we've talked a lot about the disadvantages of having a bunch of different, F-16s and F-18s and Gripens and whatever. Is there a tactical advantage to having a variety like that? Do the Russians have to be prepared differently for different kinds of planes to fight against, or does that not make a difference to them? If anybody could enlighten me. Nick.
Just from a lay point of view, and you know, an actual expert has just put his hand up, but my guess is that the disadvantages for Ukraine or the logistical disadvantages for an air force of running multiple weapon types are probably greater than any slight benefit to the opposition in going, oh, is it more difficult to shoot down a Gripen than to shoot down an F-16? I suppose you gain in perhaps a slight diversity of weapon systems that you can fire, but in general, I think they're all relatively similar. You know, and these sort of models that we have with all weapon systems of, oh well, you know, this system is better for that situation, and then system B is better for situation Y. That's great, but you aren't normally necessarily in a position to say, oh, we've got situation X, I will just take system A out of the box. I don't think war works like that. So I'm guessing there's no particular sort of advantage towards the opposite. But having said that, I'm now very happy to learn from people who actually know. But that would just be my initial thought is, you know, there are disadvantages to running three sets of 32 jets versus one set of 96. It seems to me any gain from the diversity is likely to be small. So having put that out there, now's we go, well, come and tell me why I'm wrong. But
no, because frankly, they serve different roles, slightly different roles. A lot of them are overlapping. If you think of it as a Venn diagram, you know, there is overlapping capability in all the aircraft, but each of them has some unique features that could be utilized. Like for instance, you know, lots of discussion, you know, today about the Gripen. The Gripen's it's a single engine aircraft designed specifically to operate on distributed fields. You know, it carries the Meteor. It can shoot the Meteor missile already. You know what I mean? So it has its role that makes it advantageous. It's more tolerant of runways, and I'm not saying that any aircraft can operate. It just is more tolerant. And if you compare that, let's just say to an F-18. An F-18 is a weapons truck. It's got two engines. It carries many more weapons physically. You know, it's got more weapon stations. So it's a weapons truck. It's designed, it's two engines, so it's better able to operate over the sea because you've got two engines. If you lose an engine, the pilot doesn't have to punch out, right, and be floating around in the sea. If you lose an engine, you're going to get home. So it's designed to operate over water, and I suspect the F-18s will be tasked because of that. They'll be tasked for predominantly defense over the Sea of Azov, and the Black Sea will be its primary job of because it carries the Harpoon anti-ship missile, right? So it was originally designed for maritime environments and to be a maritime aircraft. So it's optimized for that. Does it have overlapping capability with the F-16 and the Gripen? Absolutely. But it has specific features that set it aside for that maritime mission, or, you know, that I envisioned that it would be tasked with. I could see two air wings, you know, one essentially covering Sea of Azov and one covering the Black Sea, right? Which is probably could be covered by an F-16, but it doesn't already. The F-16 doesn't already have a Harpoon, doesn't carry the Harpoon missile, anti-ship missile. So, you know, that's what makes them. That's what makes each of them unique. Is they serve different roles. The F-15 versus the F-16. F-15 is again a weapons truck. It's a bigger aircraft, so it's not made to be a lightweight fighter. It's a heavyweight fighter, right? That's, you know, and there's a place for all of them, to be honest with you. And could you do with one if you're a country that's landlocked, maybe you could, but if you got a significant sea coast and you know, lots of area to cover, it's probably right to have multiple variants that are tasked with what they're designed for. Does that help answer that?
Yeah, thank you. This is a fascinating area that I know nothing about. Let's go to Maple and then back to Nick.
Yeah. So just to add a little bit on that, I think in a lot of these discussions, I've said this before, we get wrapped up in what we would do in the West, in our air forces, right? So I'm Canadian and I'm in the Air Force here, and in our Air Force, we commit one type per role. So we only have F-18s for fighters, for example. That significantly reduces the logistics burden, and a lot of the European countries are similar, and it's because we have small militaries and small air forces. It's harder to manage multiple types. But again, Ukraine is at war; they're not at peace. And in wartime, you are trading the logistics burden against availability. So adding a type, if it's going to enable you to get 100 aircraft, is worthwhile. Adding a type, if it's going to enable you to get 5 aircraft, may not be worthwhile. And that's a decision that the Ukrainians are constantly managing, because they have to decide where to invest, in essence, because they're investing in blood. So that is a very, very tough decision, but that's a decision that they make looking at that trade-off. As to how it affects the Russians, I think people need to stop thinking of it in terms of a type of aircraft, in so much as rather it is a type of aircraft weapon combination. So if Ukraine ends up getting Gripens with Meteors, the Russians now have to think, and let's say they get the Gripens with Meteors and the F-16s they don't get them with AMRAAMs, they get them with Sparrows or something else, right? Even though that F-16 it pops up on a Russian radar and has a Sparrow, the Russian pilot has to wonder if there's a Gripen lurking nearby and that F-16 is bait. Because this is in normal air combat, we routinely use a wingman as bait to get the other guy to go in. And once he commits, then he's going to be in trouble because there's somebody else on his tail. So in a certain sense, it's that missile weapon aircraft combination. And the more of those combinations you have, the more complicated it gets for Russia. And yesterday, I think we had this discussion just before Chuck came on in the evening about chaos and how the Russians run air operations. One of the issues that they have is that they don't coordinate air operations at the theater level much. The individual combined arms armies run air operations and run strike requests, which is not what we do. And so because they don't do that, you could see fault lines emerge where one Russian task force is not aware of a Gripen operating in their AOR, and they don't pass that information along, and that creates opportunities for Ukrainians. Hope that helps.
Yeah, that does. Oh, Robin.
No, thank you. That's exactly what I was wondering about. That the lack of certainty about what they'd be facing, whether that could be an advantage. Nick, did you have your hand up? It's not up now, but I'm not sure if you did.
I think it stayed up when I spoke before because I already had the mic on, so I didn't put it on, which cancels the hand, so I cancelled it manually.
Gotcha. Okay, Doman.
Yeah, Maple said one thing that really is worth emphasizing. If Ukraine could get 300 F-16s or 400 F-16s, we wouldn't be talking about other types. The problem is Ukraine in the next year or so can probably only get 80, 90, maybe 100 F-16s. And that is where 40, 45, 50 F-18s will make a huge difference, because it's lots of extra airframes, and just more airframes is what they need. The other thing is also, it's worthwhile looking at Gripens just because they're sort of perfectly suited for what for the purpose that they have, or sort of for the environment that they have, right? Like Latin said, the Gripen was made to fight Russians if Russians ever come. So it's kind of the Ukrainian case. So for the longer term, they might well want to go that direction, as kind of the European option, and then whatever consortium sub is going to enter eventually as well. Yeah, fun times, eh? Fun times.
Yeah, the only downside I've heard about the Griffins is just because they're not very, very, very widely used. So the spare parts and that kind of stuff. But all the other things I've heard of them, they sound great. Short runways, don't use a lot of maintenance staff relative to maybe the F-16. Yeah, they just seemed like a very, very handy aircraft. Maple.
Yeah, with regards to spares, I would just say I don't think it's that big a deal for Ukraine, just because, Sweden is only how far is it? 2 hours by air, less than that. So it's not going to be an issue for them getting spares. Sweden can even set aside a small maintenance detachment in Sweden dedicated to supporting Ukraine. It's really not much of an issue. The other thing I wanted to go back on is the idea of how you commit assets to the naval mission, the anti-ship mission. They don't need F-18s to do that. They just need a long-range strike weapon with an aircraft that can put it out and find a Russian warship. You don't necessarily need F-18s to do that. You don't need a twin-engine jet to fly over water. The F-35 proves that. Engines were less reliable in the past. That's why they had two. Because to get it off the deck of a carrier, you needed to make sure that if you lost one on takeoff, you could still get off the deck safely. But since that's not an issue anymore, they usually now you see aircraft like the F-35 with one engine. For Ukraine, who is launching from land, it's less of an issue to operate a single engine aircraft. They're not going to be they're not going to be worried about bird strikes on departure taking them out. So it's just less of a risk. But what the F-18 does bring is a massive payload, and it can hang back and rely on targeting information from everything else and just keep slinging missiles. And that's the real value that it would bring if it gets into the fight.
Thanks, Maple. Well, I got 3 minutes and 3 hands up before Thomas gets here. So Andre, then John, then Jagoman.
Yeah, hi. I was just going to add that the Gripens also use the AMRAAMs with the meteor.
Thanks for that. Then John?
Yeah, nothing serious. But I mean, for maintenance and spare parts, they have neighbors using this plane, Hungary. Maybe they will help. That's a joke, of course. Sorry.
Oh, I'll let you off on that one. Jagoman.
Yeah, I just wanted to say the thing that makes the thing that's inciting is that the United States has ordered the LRSM, which is the long-range anti-ship missile. It's got like a 300-kilometer, I believe, range. It's kind of like the next generation Harpoon, and that was on one of the things the U.S. has ordered for Ukraine. And coincidentally, there are only 2 countries that have ordered that missile, and that's the United States and Australia. So those Australian F-18s come with, would match up with those missiles already, since they're the only user of those other than the United States. So I was thinking Australia would be a potential target for aircraft ever since I saw those missiles on the procurement list for the United States.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot. And I think Thomas has just arrived. Good afternoon, Thomas. Hope you're very well.
Hello, everybody. I'm fine and well. And yeah, don't know what we were talking about, but I was just listening for a few minutes. And yeah, if you want to dive in, we can. If not, I will keep listening a little bit to the other speakers. Up to you guys.
Yeah. I think we were just talking about grippins, but we've been waiting for you. So yeah, just dive in.
Buonasera. Hello. Okay. Today I didn't get any questions, so I assume that someone will ask me some questions and then we will
Absolutely.
answer. Or someone
Absolutely.
else has something. Yeah.
I apologize, Thomas, but we've had a day fully packed with meetings, and therefore we were not able to provide you both, David and I, with advanced questions. But evidently, you've heard it already. The Gripen story has been, shall we say, commanding people's time a little. What do you think of it?
Excellent fighter jet. Very few available because the Swedish Air Force needs them themselves. The E version, the best version, is just starting production. So long story short, for Ukraine, if they can get F-16, F-18 from Australia and the Gripen, they have a very, very good mix. But in the long term, they need to focus on one type, and that's going to be most likely the F-16, because that's in production and there are so many airframes around, the production can be increased rapidly. And yeah, what is good about the Gripen, all the Swedish Gripen that are in service and from which pool the Ukrainians would hopefully receive some Gripen fighters, all of them are capable to use the Meteor air-to-air missile, which is currently NATO's best air-to-air missiles with a range that is at least 200 kilometers, high speed, excellent radars, and so on. And the fighters that can use it are the Eurofighter Typhoon, the Rafale, the Gripen, Swedish versions, and the new E version. And they plan to integrate it with the F-35, but that's still a way off. So if the Germans don't hand over Eurofighter Typhoons, or the Brits, then getting some Gripen with Meteors will really help Ukraine to keep all kinds of Russian aircraft in the fighter, bomber, or helicopter range of vehicles away from Ukrainian airspace for at least 100-150 kilometers, which is pretty decent. Question is again, how many Gripen the Swedish Air Force can spare. It's receiving the new ones now, the E version. Still, the production of the E has just begun, so that's not clear. It's not clear to me how many the Swedes could provide. And the CD versions, as again, always with fighters, A, B, first generation, CD, second generation, and then A being a single seater, C being a single seater, and the B and D being a dual seater. Same with the new Gripen, which is E and F. E being a single seater, F a dual seater, mostly for training. So yeah, the question now remains of the, I think 70 something C, that some of the Cs have been leased to other countries like Hungary and Czechia. So I don't know if the Swedish have a lot of the Gripen C around that they could donate to Ukraine. But even 6 to 12 would help, because the Meteor missile is so powerful and has such a long range. So if it works out, great, and if not, the F-16 will do. Hello, anyone here?
Beep, beep.
Right on, Cap. I think we just lost David only.
Yeah, because I spoke and then there was silence as if all of you had gone dinner.
We
And
would never.
I was alone in
We
the
would never
space.
do that to you.
No problem. I will go to dinner later too. So that today is a little bit shorter this days because it's Friday and people have invited me to come out to dinner. So let's cut down on the silence and the banter and go to questions because obviously at some point I'm going to leave for dinner.
Good. So the question which I had was, what do you think of the signaling? Why the timing of this announcement? Because it's about training, it's about testing. This is not about delivery. Why would this be announced now?
Sweden is trying to get into the NATO by the summit in July, on July 11th. Sweden is being a much better ally than most NATO members, delivering Ukraine equipment that is excellent. Like the CV90 they delivered were one of the newest versions with all the best camouflage, thermal camouflage systems and so on that you could imagine. So Sweden is going way beyond most other NATO members to help Ukraine. And everything they do makes look Turkey really bad, and that's pretty good. And besides that, I think the time is ripe for all the nations that have fighter jets that they could give to Ukraine to make their announcements, because if Australia is giving FA-18, then Finland and Canada and Spain could make a decision on their FA-18 versions that they have that they are going to take out of service anyway. The UK, Germany, and Italy should make an announcement about the Eurofighter and so on. And one reason was definitely that there was a meeting at Ramstein again discussing aid to Ukraine, and most countries announced some package at that time because they anyway have to present it to all the other nations, and usually it's gonna leak after that. So why not present it now?
Which brings me to the point. What do you think of the fact that nobody said anything about the typhoons other than what we heard from the letter, which David had been presenting a little earlier this week? Do you think that Germans and Brits are waking up that their own combat air aviation industrial manufacturing capacity is dependent on having actually a client, a customer up to scale? I mean, Ukraine would be the perfect case to highlight that the Typhoon can do the job.
Of course, but there's all these discussions again, political, internal, blah blah blah, and it costs money. So the most likely the British are willing to go ahead and provide Ukraine with some Typhoons, but it would be unfair if Britain would be again the only country doing it. So I'm pretty sure Ben Wallace is trying to convince. I think the German and Italian defense ministers, those both guys are very gung-ho on giving Ukraine everything it needs, so there's no trouble there. I think the bigger problem is, as always in Europe, to convince the finance ministers, because the militaries in Europe, they rather have the Tranche 4, the newest version of the Eurofighter, because it has so many more capabilities, much better radar, multi-role capabilities, new weapon systems, new avionics, new mission computer, and so on. So the air forces all wanted Tranche 4, and the Germans already ordered, and the Spanish ordered, and the Italians will at some point order it. And so the air forces and the defense ministers all want to give Ukraine some Tranche 4 and replace with want to give Ukraine Tranche 1 and to replace them with Tranche 4. But as usual in Europe, the finance ministers are all kind of blocking such decisions because you have to replace that equipment. And yeah, it's extremely expensive, because not just you see with Italy now buying 125 Leopard 2A7 tanks. The tanks are about $15 million a piece. 15 million euros a piece. So yeah, but then you have to add another 10-15 billion in spares and ammunition and maintenance equipment and replacement for cameras that will be outdated at some point and so on. So there's a huge cost involved, and all European countries have this artificial 3%. All European Union Euro member countries have an artificial 3% limit on government spending deficit per year, and they can't go over it, or the European Union Commission will fine them. So basically, if you want to give Ukraine, let's say, 24 Eurofighter, you need to buy 24 back from the new tranche, which will cost 2.4 billion, which you have to take out of the military budget. If that doesn't have that money for that, you will have to raise taxes or reduce somewhere else or make new debt, and then comes in all this drama about the 3%.
When you said reduce somewhere else, so let's just put it out there: savings or forfeiting new endeavors, such as politically motivated changes. Correct?
No, the thing is that the Europeans should just stop pussyfooting around and make a tax for the war. There was always a war tax in every war. In the United States during World War II, the maximum tax rate was 90% on the income tax. So there was a progression, and if you earned above a certain amount of money, that amount of money above that line, which I don't remember what it was taxed at 90%. So the United States, for example, Elon Musk, if he earns $1 billion, for the first 4 or 5 million, he wouldn't pay much, but then after the 10 million mark or something, he would pay 90% in tax. That's how all the countries, the UK, the United States, and so on, all of these Canada financed in World War II their expenses. And in the Cold War, the people basically were told, yeah, we have high taxes because we have to finance the military, but you know, we are buying an immense amount of equipment in our nations, which basically keeps the economy also churning. And since your husbands and sons and boyfriends are in the military as draftees, don't you want them to have safe equipment if they go to war so they survive? And
yeah, but
it worked.
see, this is the argument. You're right, Thomas, but this is the argument they can't make, because the husbands and boyfriends and their sons and daughters are not going to war. So failing that argument, don't you think that they could sacrifice a few things and save on a few things easily? And by the way, talking about the typhoons, if Germany has only 100 billion so-called Sondervermögen, that could be easily directed to actually making sure that the typhoons are replaced. You don't have to buy an F-35 on a pretext, do you?
The problem with the German Sondervermögen is that the Germans have underspent in defense under Merkel by about 500 billion euros. So these 100 billions are basically plugging gaps.
Can we include Schröder?
Yeah, the Schröder was already moving down under the SPD, but the real crash of German defense spending came under Gutenberg, who after the 2008 financial crisis basically decided that we're gonna completely wreck defense spending to basically plug holes in other ministries so we don't have to raise taxes.
Or save.
Yeah. And basically the drama is that with 100 billions, I mean, the Germans will have to completely renew all their networks and signal systems and the complete national communications network, the satellites and everything. And that is 38 billion. 38% are just trying to fix their communications. Because while every other military for 20 years has been spending on networking capabilities, digitalization, encrypted radios and so on, the German military just didn't have the money. So they are spending, and with inflation it can be will be more. Basically like 40% are gonna go into expenses for just the digital communications of the military. So they have a secure, digital and modern network that can't be jammed. And I mean, these are gigantic gaps. Yeah.
Fully agreed, Thomas. But highlighting this, that means essentially, at this point in time, 62 billion of this were to be left. Now, the German military's proposals have already eaten up all this Sondervermögen. It was sprinkling like with a garden hose as they did. This is not very solutions-driven spending, is it? People came up with a gobbledygook of different plans. Everybody was caught off guard, and they came up with this. But it does not, and you're quite right, it does not compensate for the underspending, this structural underspending for more than 2 decades. How is it in Italy? The Italian defense industry, I mean, they're very capable. They could benefit from orders. Is the finance minister in Italy evenly tied like Mr. Lindner in Germany?
The problem is Italy has a huge national debt, and the European Commission is like a hawk watching over it because of the 3% deficit spending must not be crossed. So what the Italians did, they have found gaps. Like there is some, you can have some development funds for poorer regions that don't have to be fully expended in the national budget, but can be financed by debt and so on. So the largest part of Italian military equipment is bought not from the military defense ministry, but by the Ministry of Economic Development under very abstruse and obscure positions. Like a few years ago, I checked, there was a position for improvement of worker relations in deprived regions, and under that was 1.8 billion spending for corvettes. So the Italians are doing it this way, that basically they bullshit the European Union with accounting tricks. But the thing is that there has been a proposal by some countries in the European Eurozone that defense spending due to the crisis situation, or at least spending for defense equipment, shall not be counted against the 3% deficit, because that would mean that every country could basically spend on defense without worrying about the 3%. Plus, it would allow countries to invest in their industries, because if you suddenly can spend on defense without worrying about the 3%, you have basically a defense budget plus the 3% that you can go in the debt, national debt. So let's say if a country is spending 2% and the deficit is 3%, and you're allowed to add those 2% on the deficit without penalties, you can spend 5% of GDP on finance 5% of GDP on debt. And that would you allow to basically kickstart a program, an investment program in the national defense industry based on debt, yes, but the returns would be in the industry of your country by new people get hired, new factory get built, more equipment gets offline from the factories. That means the armies are better equipped, Ukraine gets more equipment, and so on. But you know, there's a few countries in Europe that are absolute hawks about the 3% deficit, and they refuse to even budge on that.
So that means